Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's say we have the observance of a very large gravitational field, and
Oh.
we also observe that gas tends to collect there, right? There
Gravitational
would
field.
be there would be
Sorry.
a
Hold on.
force.
Sorry.
There would be a
No. Oh, no.
force of
No. No.
gravity
Stop.
exerted
Neon.
over an
Stop.
area otherwise known as pressure induced on the gas.
Stop. You said
Pressure
gravitational
over
field. That's Einstein, not Newton.
Newton
Try
can
to say,
also you can also conceive of gravitational fields under Newton too.
my
I
goodness
bet you
me,
can.
intolerable.
It's
It's
called
not
a
a field.
force field for a reason.
He's an imbecile.
He's an
You
idiot.
can
He hasn't got.
conceive of it in both ways.
You haven't got. No, you can't.
You can't conceive of a force field? I mean, that's your problem, I guess.
Yeah, but mass
Listen, I have a
attraction.
meeting in 3
Sorry,
minutes, so we got to wrap this
I
up
bet
pretty
you
soon, okay?
do. You're late for it, you dunce. The
mass
Pointy
not late
Club,
for it. It's
20
3
Hat
minutes
Club
before,
meeting, huh?
buddy.
Right, dumbass. Mass attracting mass isn't a force
You
field.
cut out eye holes in your sheets, bud.
You've demonstrated yourself to be a dummy. I'm calling you out for it.
For
Yeah,
disagreeing with me?
2 minutes to the meeting, Neon. Are you struggling to
Yeah,
keep
sure.
time? Force fields, right?
I don't think you know
Can't
what
you
it is.
imagine a force field?
So
Mass
old.
attraction mass isn't a
Whenever
force field.
whenever you drink lead paint, do you use a straw to do it, or do you just drink it straight out of the bucket? You just lap it up like my cat does.
No, you own a cat too. That explains a lot.
Absolute idiot. Now he's going to be talking about poisoning ourselves. Make you about 2 minutes about getting removed from the channel.
Yeah, that's a TOS advocating for self-harm.
I'm asking when he does it. I'm not saying he should.
Yeah, mass attracting mass isn't a force field. That's Einstein. A gravitational well, idiot.
Well, force fields can be defined in a few different ways. It doesn't have to be just through Einstein. A force field is a mathematical concept.
We're talking about reality, Einstein.
Yeah, math can represent.
Yeah,
reality. It's called
right.
a model.
Fairy tale.
So have you got a demonstration of gas not increasing in because of gravity?
Well, yeah, we can verify that gravity exists.
Right? Neptune, right?
And we can verify that certain masses exist, and we can verify that gases are on those masses. And that's it. That's all you got to do. Anyways, my meeting starts. So
cool story, bro.
Bye. Welcome
All
back.
right, bye. Take care. See you next time.
Done. Oh, he was lots of fun.
Oh, Neon. What will he say next?
I don't know, mate.
Yeah, we've got a leader in the clubhouse. Right, yeah, smartass of the day. Neon's at the top of the board.
Were you talking to somebody else, Flatloid, and this guy came in as a white knight?
Yep.
Oh,
classic
typical.
Neon. Can't stand for somebody to be, questioning their globe.
He's talking to Hevel about photos from space. Hevel was like, look at this photograph. Look, I got a photo. The Russians are amazing. And you're like, dude, they left the Photoshop hand in there. He's like, oh, that doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove Photoshopped? He's like, well, yes, but no. Because all they did was add color. You're like, okay, well, where's the citation for that? That all they did was add the color.
Yes, it's like the guy last night who said, here's a photograph of the Earth. And if you look on the website, you'll see the production team listed of who created the image.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I've got a photo, and here's the team that created it.
You're like, damn, dude.
Anybody spoke to Sire Ward yet? That's an interesting backwards name. What's up, Sire? Hope you're doing well. Any questions you'd like to ask Flat Earthers? That'd be awesome. Has anybody spoken to him yet?
Good morning, y'all.
Good
I
morning,
usually
my
go
friend.
by Sir Edward. I've been here a few times off and on before.
Yeah.
Hope everyone's having a good one.
Yeah, not too bad, man. I think I remember the name Sir Edward. I think so, not too sure.
Yeah.
Well, welcome anyway, buddy. What side of the fence do you sit on?
On the flat side.
Ah, good. Well, at least you're not sitting on the fence, I guess. That's a good start.
Yeah. No.
How long have you been a flat earther?
I would say it's been a couple years here. I was on Telegram for a while, like kind of very much in that. I call it like Flat Earth 101. You know, you just see the random videos, the random little clips of things. Eric Dubay stuff sort of cut up. And then I actually came here. I don't remember when that was. That would have been over a year ago, maybe 2 years. And quantum really got me good. Just even making me realize like the difference in knowing and believing something. Like I really did think that I knew a bunch of shit and I didn't actually know it much of anything. So that was nice to take it back to even just a brass or brass taxi kind of like let's just walk through the scientific method. Yeah. In my head I knew the scientific method like I know the sky's blue, but I couldn't actually repeat it. But so yeah, it's been a pretty good journey since then. It's interesting raising a child though, and being a flat earther, and her mom not being a flat earther. That's just recently kind of come up.
Yeah, that's
Come on. It's conflict. Come on. I did realize
So the schools have been teaching people bullshit for decades, centuries, perhaps. So nothing new.
Yeah. I did learn that liquid needs a container this morning. I have water delivered in these glass 5-gallon jugs, and one of them had a crack when I brought it in, and when I set it down, 5 gallons of water that suddenly did not have a container seeked level everywhere else. No, that's not related to the topic, but I just had to vent that. That's what my morning has been. Cleaning 5 gallons of water out of my fucking living room.
Yes, Edward, that can be actually a pretty tough subject, you know, when you're raising kids. I think I kind of got lucky on that. You know, honestly, one of the first things my now wife said to me was, I hate space books and movies, you know, and our first date. And actually, the way we met was, you know, I just needed a haircut and she's a hairstylist. So I walked in, and she was so beautiful that I asked her on a date. And during that date, she told me, she's never liked space, and I was like, man, you're a flat earther and you don't even know it, right? But you kind of play it out a little while, because I've honestly lost a few relationships by going, yeah, this is what I know.
Hmm.
But with her, we developed that best friendship first, and funny enough, our first child together, when she was 5 years old, she looked at me, um, and actually asked me the question. She goes, "Dad, are we spinning? Like, are we moving right now?" And I just kind of looked back at her and stared for a while and go, "I don't know. You tell me. What do you think?" She kind of stared back, looked around a little bit, and answered, "We're not moving." I go, "You're right." You know?
Brilliant.
So it's just kind of funny that at least in my case, I got lucky. I got a smart child that she was kind of putting stuff together on her own anyway, and I just had to be there to be like, yeah, and ask the right questions. And honestly, it was the same thing for my wife. I sat her down. Honestly, that whole crazy week that 2020 happened in March. I basically just sat her down and go, look, this is what's going to happen.
Hmm.
And during that time, I was like, hey, you should check out this. I've been meaning to actually show you this video. Eric DeBay's 200 Proofs. And we honestly watched like the first 30 of them, and just kind of talked about it. And, then she actually, with her Bible group, started talking about it more and realized there was actually some other girls who were also, flat earthers. And so for her, it was kind of her friendship ring that also, I think, helped a lot. But yeah, I'm right there with you, man. There's definitely been some crazy globe women out there.
Yeah, and I think one thing I've learned the most, especially even from this group and listening to a lot of people talk, is like how far removed logic has been from our day-to-day lives and conversations. So that's kind of been one thing that I've tried to focus on the most, right? Is when
That's good.
people don't
Yeah.
people don't just get to say things to us. Books don't just get to make claims. Like really even being able to identify a claim first and foremost, and then being able to question that. Because I feel like that's been the domino effect of just people have just been saying things over and over, and then they making these factual claims based on other assumptions, right? Like all of physics, kind of the way they talk about that, or astrology or anything, astronomy.
Claim stacking away. Yeah.
Yeah, without any actual evidence, and that's kind of been the biggest, because I wasn't blessed like you. I had a one night stand with like the most normie of normies, and she's an amazing mother, stuff like that. But when it comes to like whatever you could describe a normie as, so it's like this poor kid is now raised, and it's two homes. We didn't stay together, but it's like she just goes from one end of the spectrum to the other. Like I give her props for being a trooper, just to, like it's a bit of a battle. Like we agree on tons, but there's like tons where it's like you said, March back a few years ago, it was way opposite sides of the spectrum. But that's where I've kind of had to, it's like, to me, it's become less about the finite issues or like the real well-defined issues. And it's like, just take it back to the logic. Like, oh, someone said that? Okay. What was the evidence of them saying that? Oh, they didn't have any? That's crazy. Does that seem right? So, but it's fun either way. I can be the type to get a little too far lost in it, down the rabbit holes and stuff. So,
Same.
a lot of it's so far out of my control that I've tried to recently mess with things that are in my control.
It's funny that you bring that up just because, my 10-year-old's curious and now she asks me questions all the time, right? And one time she asked me, "Dad, why don't we ever go to that place?" And I was like, "What place?" She points out and, points to McDonald's. I'm like, "Oh, that place? That place isn't good for you." She's like, "Oh." The next day, "Why isn't that place good for us?" And
Hmm.
I'm like, "How do I tell you without telling you?" You know?
Yeah. Yeah. They sell stuff that isn't food.
What do you mean it's not food? What makes it not food? And she's like, "I see other people eat it." And I'm like, "I know." Like,
Yeah. I always use the Chick-fil-A example of how the grilled chicken has 50 ingredients or over 50 ingredients.
yeah.
So they somehow took chicken. Like, that's so easy for a kid. Like, so what else could they have put in there? Literal poison. But no, you're right, man. I like the way they kind of figure it out. It doesn't take lots from us. It's just
There's especially, I don't know what it is. I don't have any boys, but I have friends with boys, and they're still playing in the dirt. But like when it comes to girls and raising girls, they've got a mind on their shoulder, at a pretty quick age.
yeah, very, and they seem very thoughtful. It sounds like you might be similar in the way of like you can say something like that, and then of course we just go back to talking about whatever, and then
Mhm.
it will be a day, a week later when we've already forgotten all about it, right?
So
And
true.
they've obviously been contemplating.
Yeah.
What did he mean? Why is it? Same though. All my brothers have boys, man. I couldn't imagine that life. Yeah, I thought I'd pop in for a little bit. About to I've I used almost every towel in my house to drive up, and of course there's shattered glass, so I've got to go throw towels away
Yeah,
now.
man. 5 gallons of flat water on the ground. I mean, gotta take care of that.
Bro, I got it, but the worst part was like 3 gallons came out the way the bottle had crashed. And then I went to move the bottle so I could pour it out, like what was left, and then it just shattered again. And after I dried and cleaned everything, so then 2 more gallons. I'm like, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind here. But
Actually, probably for the best. Can you imagine you, like, wipe all that up and it just shatters again? At
yeah,
least you
so
got it over with. Yeah.
that's it. Yeah, I've quit smoking cigarettes and stuff, and I've wanted one really badly, or some nicotine of some type, and there was a learning there. It was like the first I was like, oh, I don't actually want a cigarette. I just want the water to be off the floor. Like that's what I actually want. So lessons for the morning. But I'm gonna go out. Hope you all have a great day. Enjoy it.
You too, man.
Yeah,
Good to hear.
Godspeed.
Hey, what's going on, Lino? Oh, I guess not much. Last time I checked, I think he was a Clover. Hey, what's going on, Paragon?
I'm just getting so tired of these fucking virgin Discord mods muting me every time I try and breathe, bro. It's getting so frustrating.
Well, you can fix it by like changing and modifying your behavior.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure it's always me. I'm sure it happens so often that I'm sure it's got to be that's me.
Or everyone else. What's more likely the case? Everybody else or you?
That's a straw man.
Well, which one do you think it would be? Like every platform.
No, I
every
think Discord mods are a particular breed of person, and I think that type of person is who I'm criticizing. Not all human beings other than me. Thanks.
Yikes. Everyone other than you.
No, that's what you said, and I just said that's not what
Yeah,
I'm
because
saying.
Discord's a very large platform with a wide swath of people covering all identities, political
Right,
beliefs,
but it's
and
not all
spectrums.
people that are muting me, right? It's just Discord mods.
Yeah, across a wide.
No, but only a
swath.
particular type of person becomes a mod. Anybody can access a channel, but only particular people want to or are approved to or apply to become Discord mods.
Yeah, you have a very broken view on that. That's not.
Oh, well, I'm glad you think so, but that's not a very good argument.
You could test this easily. Just change and modify your behavior patterns and see if you get different results.
You're right. I've definitely not done that. I hadn't thought of that in all of my thousands of hours of human interaction. I just never crossed my mind.
Give it a shot.
No, I mean, yeah, you're right. I couldn't have. It couldn't be that I've already tried that and then have arrived at the conclusion I initially proffered when I came in this chat. That couldn't be possible, right?
No, because your subjective.
No, it could be possible, couldn't it? It could be.
Your subjective
It
take
could be.
wouldn't be objective.
It could be possible, but it could be.
Yeah, because you're subjective. You'd be able to realize your subjective take is subjective.
Right, which is why I'm not speaking in absolutes. I never have, never would, never will.
So sometime you're going to have to like decide which communities you want to be part of and which communities you don't want to be part of, and then change, vary, and manipulate your behavior to match the standards and practices of each community.
What I usually do is leave the channel, and if that doesn't solve the problem, I'll just leave the server and join another one because there are hundreds.
There you go.
Yeah.
And no matter where you go, there you are.
Exactly. Right. And you know why? Yeah.
What you seem to have messed up is that you've got different people who are Discord mods, and some love the mute button as a mute to win. Like you get in a debate with them, and that's their go-to shtick. You see this a lot in special interest groups with people who go in there to challenge it and not even know what they're challenging. Like if you look at the atheist group, you can just watch them. Just anytime someone jumps in that channel, it doesn't take very long from to ban them.
But why
left
is
room.
why is
There
the
used to be another
logical,
channel here called the
why is
left
the
room.
logical conclusion then that person didn't know what they were talking about?
There used to be a room here that's now defunct, but it was called the left room, where basically they would ask you, are you a leftist? And if you're not, then that's a mute. That only left wingers can talk, right wingers have to listen.
That's a bad premise for a channel. I mean, I'm a left-wing person, I'm a socialist, but I still think that's a terrible premise for a channel.
Yeah, it's pretty odd too, because you could say you're leftist, and what they'll do is a litmus test, ask you a bunch of weird questions that really didn't have any straightforward answers.
No, that's
and
not
then just
helpful.
mute you anyway.
See, I used to be, or I am, I always will be, I guess, an addict. And I used to go to AANA meetings. And one of the things you learn very early on there is not to shame anyone. And you'll notice that you yourself are rarely, if ever, shamed for anything. Usually, if you are shamed, that person won't be at the meeting next week, but you will. Hold on. Yeah.
I like to shame Glober, so.
But like the way you get people to join your side is ideally by winning arguments and, you know, presenting them with good ideas and them hearing you, but they're not going to do that if you're just if you start out insulting them and
if they hate you
or trying to
you.
Yeah, they're exactly. If they hate you, if you do things to make them hate you. So yeah, people like if your goal as being a member of AA is to like help other people find sobriety, well then like judging them when they come and share around the circle is not conducive to that goal, because then they won't show up next week and then you'll never get another chance to help them.
Oh, they'll show up because mostly the judge makes them.
If it's court ordered, they will. That's funny. That's so true though, and that's so true.
You can say whatever you want; they'll show up.
That's so true. But I think I was court ordered once, but not to AA. I had to go to what they call it, an outpatient rehab thing in Louisville, and it was dumb as fuck. But it did not, needless to say, did not do anything to cure my addiction. But yeah, it wasn't necessarily AA, but it was a similar thing. So yeah, and I have heard of a lot of people being sentenced to AA.
How can we help you cure your addiction from globes?
Globes? I only own one globe.
No,
Maybe it's
one. That's one more than you need.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, maybe it's Face Coverings Anonymous.
FCA, dude, I heard they get lit over at FCA. I heard they just get high as hell and have raves and stuff at FCA.
No, that would be oxygen deprivation. Low.
You think asking somebody for proof they live on a spinning ball inside a vacuum chamber is arguing with somebody and turning them off and making them not want to come back?
Oh, like telling somebody that the world is spherical?
No. I ask them to prove it is, and that's all we do here. Ask people to prove they live on a ball and they freak out.
Oh, well, I mean, that's because most people can't do math.
Well, they can't do much of anything, really. Logic, reason.
Yeah, math doesn't mean you live on a ball.
It does. Well, no, it's true. We live on the ball first, and then math helps.
It does, he says.
It's the dumbest statement I've ever heard.
Well, I mean, if you're a flat earther, I'm not really concerned with what you find intelligent or not.
It's not very AA-like of you.
Well, it's quite interesting because if you roll the clock back, he's stuck now. Because at the beginning, when people lived in the flat Earth and then somehow switched it to a geocentric globe and then a heliocentric globe, he can't get past it now because his original thought was all of humanity was just stupid. They couldn't have done it. They couldn't have got there. He burnt the church. This is why the experts tell you flat earthers are right for the wrong reasons.
All right, bro, go off, I guess. Whatever any of that just meant.
You just said
It's math to make virtual worlds called video games. Math doesn't prove reality.
Yeah, I mean, math can describe things like gravity and orbits and circles.
No, math doesn't describe gravity.
Right.
Yeah, math doesn't do any of that shit.
It does.
Observation first. You need an observation.
Yeah, in the same way that it can describe Superman's leaps and boundings, Paragon.
Not based on observations, it can't.
Right.
Math. The maths.
Yeah,
Einstein.
The math can't
it's a bird, it's a plane, no, it's Superman. Let's do some math.
It's not.
Oh, it turns out that
observation, though.
It turns out. Hold on. For someone who doesn't care what we have to say, you sure have to talk over it.
Well, I was answering what you said.
And why is the burden of an observation seemingly unreasonable?
I think that's a question for you, Radburn.
Me?
Why?
You know,
Why is the expectation of
I
your
don't need math.
observation like
I don't need math
unreasonable
to
with
go.
respect to whether or
Yeah, I
not
don't need
something is
math
real
to see the
or
horizon.
true?
I don't need math to see the horizon or to use a sextant.
Like you're literally on a device right now that
Exactly.
only exists because of like mathematical discoveries.
Wow.
We're having this discussion right now. Like you're just like you're not even just saying the Earth is flat anymore. You're saying math is worthless, which is a much broader and more insane claim.
Stop the cap.
Math is worthless. I use math all the time. Doesn't prove that I live on a ball, and it disproves I live on a ball in a vacuum chamber.
The same mathematics that will prove almost anything else will prove that you live on a sphere.
Okay, go ahead and
Not
do
only
that.
but you live on a sphere that orbits another sphere.
Go ahead and do that, Paragon. Do it.
Yeah,
do it
yeah.
for us idiots. Enlighten us.
You have only if statements.
I don't think I said the word if at all.
You sure did. If it's orbiting around something else.
We are on a sphere that orbits another sphere. Where's the if in there?
You already said if in
No,
there.
We
rewind it.
Yeah,
No,
he's
seriously,
he's
when did
doing
I
his
say
own
if?
revisionist history now.
I never said the word if.
So
I
you're
said the
sure
same
you
I said here's what I said. I said the same mathematics that proves anything else will prove that you live on a sphere that orbits another sphere.
Oh, now that it's okay, go
No,
ahead.
those are my exact words. I'm not changing anything. That's verbatim.
Okay,
I didn't
do
change
it.
a single article.
Show
I
it.
had.
Yeah, show us.
There's no if in there. There's no if statement.
Okay, well then you shouldn't have any problem showing us that we live on a water ball. Then,
No, I mean,
Paragon, go ahead.
I'm a physicist, so I can't do that math for you. But that doesn't mean I don't know it exists.
So you're just talking out of your ass.
No, I mean I'm talking to
Thank
someone.
you. Thank you for highlighting that.
Flat Earthers for like 10 years now, and has seen all of these. Like every time you guys come up with some stupid,
I've
new
seen
idea,
all of what?
there's immediately a debunk. Like
Be specific, Paragon.
Like the next.
Be
day.
specific, bro.
About what?
You said all of these. You said all. You've seen all of these things. Be specific.
You want me to recall?
Just one thing. You're the genius.
What did you have for breakfast? I didn't say I was a genius. What did you have for breakfast on Friday?
I don't eat breakfast, bro.
What did you have for lunch on Friday?
I don't eat lunch either.
What did you have for dinner on Friday?
What day is it right now? I had barbecued chicken.
What did you have for dinner the day before?
The night before that, we ate out.
And the day before that,
yeah, we ate out. I had a pineapple curry.
Automatic recall of news stories that I've seen across 10 years.
Hold on, I'm giving you what I've eaten over the last week, but you don't like that, do you?
You don't even know all the meals you've had in the last week. How am I supposed to remember news stories from 10 years?
I was recalling them. I was recalling my meal intake. And you started spazzing out.
So your point is that you can remember every meal you've had for the last 10 years. Is that your claim?
No.
And shut the fuck up.
You said you're trying to
someone doesn't care, does he?
No, you're a hypocrite. I just proved it. You just admitted it. What is that? You just
okay. So I can give you one meal I've had in the last 10 years. I just gave you two. So give me one of these evidences that Earth is a ball. Hello? Well, do you have a meeting too?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you miss the part where I told you I was an economist and didn't have total recall of all? Did you just forget all that?
Okay, so just give me one. Give me one.
Do you want me to Google the source for you, or do you want me to just lie to you? Which one?
I don't know. Whatever has your psyche. And listen.
And wait for 5 seconds, you fucking spurg, and I'll get you.
Oh, projection.
No. Fuck you. There's no just fucking hate you. There's no projection.
Oh, feelings.
I'm just telling you that you're a bitch. Like
feelings. He doesn't care, do you?
Who raised their voice first, bro? Me or you?
I've yet to raise my voice, homeboy.
Their feelings, bro. You
I've yet to raise my voice.
Oh no, well, no, revisionist
only
history,
when I said
bro.
pineapple curry,
bro. Revisionist history, bro.
Oh, feelings triggered.
This is proving the point you made earlier that just asking Globers for proof makes them spiral out of control.
Total spiral.
Asking me while I'm trying to get him the answer that's triggering, bro.
We're gonna get you to answer. You're going mental.
Dude, you said your answer was math. You dummy.
I mean, the problem with flat earthers is anytime you give them evidence, they ignore it, right?
So let's hear it.
I'm going to give
That's what I've been asking for.
Information. And there's two things. One, I know that you're not willing to spend the time to read it. 2, there's absolutely no way
right
you're
now.
going to be able to comprehend it. And then third,
So that's
even if
something
you
for us
could
to
do
look
both,
at. Okay.
you would find some reason to disregard it.
Listen, I asked for an observation earlier, did I not? Hey, I asked for an observation earlier.
For some reason.
Looking in
I
the
asked for an
chat.
observation earlier to break you out of this spurting spiral that you're engaged in right now. So why don't you submit an observation and let's see if we hand wave dismiss it.
He's Googling.
No, I've already sent it.
Not in this chat.
Whatever you send, why don't you tell us when you send it with a timestamp and then discuss it? Walk us through so that we don't make up claims and straw man you.
There's lots of
posted it wrong.
Wikipedia, and you can go to the bottom where the actual sources are and go and find your source. Like there's.
No, this is your opportunity to present something specific. The reason why we're asking you to present something specific is so that we don't straw man you and go make up a claim. Why don't you go be specific and go present us an observation and walk us through your thought process? Go.
Every word on that Wikipedia. Go for it. That's my claim.
It's circular reasoning off the cuff, bro.
Let's go. I'll defend all of it.
You pick one and present it.
It's right there.
You pick one and present it. I don't want to make up your claim for you. That would be dishonest of me if I did.
I'll start reading it. I'll read this whole thing if that's what you want.
I don't want to read it. I want you to walk us through your thought process so we don't straw man you, because we're not dishonest.
The Earth is spherical because there could not possibly be this much matter to form any other shape, based on the observations of gravity that we have for all other celestial bodies. There you go.
Okay, let's stop there. Okay.
Yeah,
so
I did.
So gravity. Why is gravity exclusive?
Gravity is not exclusive. What do you mean gravity is exclusive? Gravity.
Why is it exclusive to the globe? We can say we can give you gravity. Your job is to now demonstrate that it is emanating from a central point radially out in all directions.
It doesn't emanate.
When we observe instead a vertical gradient that is perpendicular to the surface.
It doesn't emanate from any particular point. It coalesces.
So there's no center of mass?
It coalesces to a point, but it does not emanate from a point.
Fine. We can use that. It coalesces to a point. Now prove that it is coalescing radially to one point as opposed to perpendicular to a flat surface.
Why? Okay, let me ask you this. Why would gravity act differently in one place as opposed to another place when we observe it being like it's directly proportional to the amount of matter present, right?
Is it?
Yeah.
All right, prove it. Demonstrate it, because we keep hearing all the time that it's 9.8 meters.
I can't prove that to you, right? But that doesn't mean that centuries of data from physicists doesn't exist that does prove exactly that, right?
Well,
so just because I can't do it for you here in this Discord chat doesn't mean it's not true. And it doesn't mean that information is not accessible to you for free. It is.
I don't want to make up your claim, dude, so I need you to be specific. If you have centuries and centuries of data, then present one.
Tell me why you're smarter than Stephen Hawking. That's what I need you to convince me of. Is why
so you're appealing to credentials and authority now.
Yeah, I am. I absolutely am. Why do you know more about gravity than you? Because you can prove it to me. You can prove.
I didn't claim to. I'm just asking you your claim, how it works.
How fallacious my point is here, bringing up Stephen Hawking. By just telling me what you know about gravity that he doesn't.
Slow down.
And
so
you can prove me wrong right now.
Right? Like you like physicists, you know who Michio Kaku is, right?
Yep.
Oh, well, he thinks gravity doesn't have anything to do with pulling things around each other.
No, he doesn't.
I'll post this quote for you. I'll post this quote for you.
Oh, is he talking about how gravity is not a force? Well, it's not a force.
It's not what he said.
It's not one of the forces.
It's not what the quote says. There's no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you.
You got that from a meme?
No, I got that
This
from
is a
a video
meme?
where he was presenting it to whatever he was
Just,
doing.
I mean, any transcript of the actual interview where he said that would be fine. I'm not saying he didn't. I'm just saying I'm not taking it from that Facebook meme. He might have said that.
How is that a Facebook meme if we made that ourselves?
No, well, maybe it's a Discord meme then. Maybe, but where's?
Yeah,
I just want
we make the memes. It's not somebody else that makes them. We make them. They get put on Facebook.
Yeah, don't shoot the messenger, Paragon.
Why do
your attempt to poison the well is pretty weak, bro.
Literally just throw a ball, bro. You can track the trajectory of the ball, and even that'll tell you that
this is brilliant.
Round, bro. Even something as very short a distance as that can prove it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It literally
like a 40-yard field goal.
Because, like I said at the very outset of this, the same math that can prove something like the trajectory of a ball will prove the same thing about orbits around spherical bodies.
I posted a picture of Paragon. That's his proof. He says round, and then we look at him like that.
Yeah, Paragon, give us the evidence that Earth is a spherical body, bro.
So I'm giving him gravity, right? I'm giving Paragon gravity. It's your job to demonstrate that it's curving.
What did I say when I posted my source? What are the 3 things I said you wouldn't do? I said, 1, there's no way you're going to take the time to read it, and no one did, right? 2, I said, even if I explained it to you, even if I could, right? Even if I could give you like the parabolic math of like why things in space literally 100% of the time, if there's enough mass, will form into a sphere.
Stop the cap.
Even if I could,
all right, so you can give us the math, but you don't have an observation of that.
That's
back to observation.
Math was based on the observations from people.
No, you don't. They assumed it.
So every celestial body we look at is also flat and is also facing.
No, we didn't say that. Stop strawmanning. I want now the observation of mass coalescing under gravity.
I'm telling you.
Jesus, guy can't stop talking. I want the observation that mass coalesces into spheres under gravity. Simple. Do it.
That's never been proven.
We're going to stay on this point. I want the observation that mass coalesces into spheres, not the math. I want the observation. We can talk about the math later that we describe the observation with. Show me the observation. And you're going to stay on this point, otherwise you're going to be booted.
I can't talk.
Hold on, Radwin. What are you talking about? He said literally. That literally happens. He thinks he proved it by saying literally.
No, 100. I said 100% of the time.
No, you said literally.
Well, it's the same thing. It literally does happen 100% of the time.
Stop. 100% of the time when you see. So now, is everything being pulled together?
I muted him because I want that observation. So he needs to post it in chat before he gets unmuted. He's trying to do everything but talk about it.
He's just posting wiki articles that John down the street wrote.
They have sources at the bottom, you stupid fuck. I told you. You scroll to the bottom of the wiki.
What's the source?
Observation.
Is this how he is at his AA meetings that he said he goes to, and he has to be nice to everybody or they won't come back? Is this what he does in there? He wants us to be nice to people or they won't come back. I asked him for glow proof, and this is what we got, a fucking complete spiral. So he doesn't know what he's talking about, Ego. He just put it in there. I don't know.
No, it's the only answer. There's no such thing as an observation free of mathematics that's going to prove this point. That's a total doesn't exist. You may as well be asking me to present you a Santa Claus. It's totally fake.
Yeah, do the math for Santa Claus then.
Yeah, you can circularly reason Santa Claus just fine, though, Paragon.
How is that circular reasoning that we've observed distant bodies that are spherical? How is that circular reasoning? What about that is circular?
You said you observe them coalescing into balls.
Yeah, we do every time an asteroid impacts the moon. We observe that, and you can express.
When's the last time you've observed an asteroid impact the moon?
Hold on. With those observations, you can express the trajectory of that asteroid towards the moon. Why? Because it's a sphere, and that's why the math works every time.
Holy crap! You're just making shit up now.
No, I'm not making. That's physics.
Okay, well, show us the mass of one of these moon impacts that you're talking about.
Show you the what of the moon impact?
Show the mass that you were just talking about of moon impacts.
The trajectory will depend on its speed. The trajectory will depend on the mass of the object.
Yeah, let's show us the last time something impacted the moon and you applied the math to it.
The gravitational pull of the moon on the object will always be fixed.
There's no gravitational pull. We lied to you. You dumbass.
Yeah, I don't even think that's a real quote, but even if it is, it's probably not meaning what you think it means. You guys have Michio Kaku talk for like 15 years for like hundreds of hours. He's never said anything stupid.
Dummy, stop talking. The video was posted for you where the quote was taken from.
Oh, I couldn't hear it because everybody was over talking me and shouting.
Well, go ahead and watch the video.
I would love to do that if you'll shut the fuck up.
I said, you know who he is? And he's like, yeah, fuck yeah, I know who Michio Kaku is. I love him. He said gravity doesn't pull anything. Oh my God! Where's that one of that? We can't tell if it's a male or female screaming in the streets.
Oh, you're okay. You're so dumb, dude. He's saying exactly what I said he was saying, which is gravity is not a force. He says it doesn't suck. It doesn't suck. Things coalesce towards a point. It acts on space-time. It's not a force like the weak or strong nuclear force.
He never said one time there things coalesce towards a point, you retard.
I'm not worried about what he does. By saying one thing, he's not saying or not saying everything else in the universe, right?
He lied to you.
He's saying any teacher who presented gravity.
He said space-time pushes you into your chair. That's the one, old hoss. Michio Kaku says there's no such thing as gravitational pull.
You guys can't even present this conversation without me. That shows how where you guys are at, your children.
Screaming kneeler. I got the screaming kneeler after I posted his quote.
Here's what I find a little funny is I'm sitting here telling you could express it with math, and you say do the math, and I say okay, well I can't. And you say oh well, give me an observation. I don't want math, and I say okay, well I can actually kind of describe it to you. I don't know how to give you an observation without math. That's how you express the observation. But I could describe to you what happened. So then I told you about asteroid trajectories, and so with or without math, you guys aren't willing to accept this. So I'm confused. I am confused.
I've never seen asteroids hit the moon of you.
Okay, Haas. I mean, deflated, feigned, arrogant. I mean, dude, get off.
That's right,
news, bro.
That's right, Paragon.
This isn't about my arrogance. Whether you win this conversation or I win this conversation, gravity is as I described. So I'm not pressed about it. So
no, it's not about winning. It's trying to.
I mean, you apparently it's kind of personal because you keep saying
no, bro. You're the arrogant. Listen, you're the one feigning arrogance.
He is dumb.
You're the one, listen, Paragon,
screaming me. So I mean, yeah, it's a little
Paragon,
a little bit about me and you, and not about the idea, but that's okay.
Are you done now?
We're on your time, baby. Whatever you want to do.
Are you finished?
Are you?
Well, I was going to ask you a question, so no.
Well, okay. Well, then neither am I.
So he's
Are
not
you going to
gonna-
filibuster?
Are you going to filibuster?
You going to filibuster through your
Are you going to
tooth?
filibuster?
No.
No, me either.
Okay. So do you have any evidence? You have all this orbit talk. So do you have any evidence that what we're standing on is a ball to be orbited around?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Proceed.
Yeah, gravity acts on all matter.
Okay, so circular reasoning.
That's not circular. That's just
Yeah, it is, bro.
Gravity acts on all matter equally, right? Dependent on mass. That's it. That's all. So it's always going to be a function of mass.
By a physicist.
It's always a function of mass.
Okay, so show us that what we're standing on is a ball.
Sure, hold on. Give me a sec here.
A second, okay. If he goes over and takes a picture of his paper mache globe, bro.
That's all he has. He said he only has one globe.
Yeah, I kept it because it's from 1960. Which
cares.
is an interesting globe because it has
a relic of the 20th century.
It has Alaska and Hawaii as U.S. states because they both entered the Union in '59. But it also has the territory of Tanganyika in Africa, which is a no longer existent country. It also has the USSR fully intact and a bunch of other little neat features. So that's why I have my globe.
Yeah, a relic of the 20th century.
Sure.
And now your paper mache ideology has unraveled as we entered into the 21st century. So yeah.
I mean, I can give
cool,
you like
cool souvenir, bro.
But like what, like the exact mass of what turns.
So do you have any evidence that what you're standing on is a ball or just circular reason stories?
Why would I answer your question while you interrupt me while I'm answering it?
Well, you said, give me a second. It's been 30 seconds.
I was already speaking and you just interrupted me.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. So what I was saying is there is no exact amount of matter that causes a thing to turn into a sphere because it depends on what matter is present and the density
Not
of
what
that
I'm
matter.
asking, bro.
Well, you asked me to prove to you that we're on a sphere now. And my argument for that.
Yeah, and now you're telling me why spheres wouldn't form or that they need to be there's a certain threshold.
Maybe if you stopped interrupting me and let me get to the end of the thought,
okay,
you
yeah.
would realize why you're wrong.
Highlight your tap dancing. Go ahead.
You're such a child, bro. I'm not interested in that. I literally have 5 sources right here, and I was gonna do it. I'm not gonna.
We can approach this a different way for you. Okay.
No, it's not necessary. I'm just gonna change channels, bro. You guys have fun, man. You guys are cool.
Okay,
you guys know everything already. I don't know why you even have this debate. You guys know it.
You obviously don't. I was just going to tell him that we could just eliminate what he was saying by saying, let's just say that space is fake. Now prove you live on a ball. That would have made him get on his knees and scream into the sky.
Erling Haaland is off the pitch and in the channel. And he's gone. Has some goals to go score.
No spiraling globers left.
Now, I mean, he's still in text.
I thought it was quite amusing how, even though we told him what the Globers do and what we do, he still did it anyway. He still spiraled out when we asked him for proof.
So, you guys believe in a flat Earth, right?
No, negative.
No, dude.
Okay. Nice, guys. You woke up, man. Very nice.
No, you
Do you believe in a flat Earth? Is the question.
No, I believe in an egg Earth.
Oh, we got a troll in here.
No, I mean there is not a perfect sphere out there, right? Because a
that no
perfect
perfect-
sphere would contain pi, and pi is irrational, so therefore.
Yeah, which animal's egg are you speaking of?
We can't do orbits then.
What is outer space then?
Space is fake.
Yeah. It's fake? No way. We live in a matrix, man.
Oh, here comes the Coke.
It's so quick with these guys.
It's unbelievable.
Okay. To be fair.
What animal's egg? Which animal's egg are you
Really
speaking of,
only
German
live
Muslim?
inside of Discord, and therefore you can say, okay, there is no outer space. Okay, I respect that. Okay.
Hey, German Muslim, which animal's egg are you speaking of?
I'd have to mute this redneck. Thank you.
But you'll get
No.
booted.
I'm a
Shake the
redneck
booty,
because I
shake the
realize
booty.
there's different types of eggs.
If you mute mods, you're gonna get removed. Okay, so
If you suck my dick, then you can do something productive actually in your American life. Okay.
Oh, he's gay too.
That was a quick one. That's a quick spiral and trigger. He asked a question, got an answer, and still freaked out. Like, no, dude, it's not a belief. Belief is not required.
These definitely make good short or reels or whatever you want. My kids are trying to get me to get on some social media, so pictures and all that dumb shit, family stuff. But I think that little clips like that would be good to send out. How long does it take for somebody to get on their knees and scream at the sky and just show that picture while playing that clip?
What possesses somebody to act that way? Even when we believe that it was a globe, we'll never come to a server to say such things.
He said it's an egg.
But maybe they're all just eggs floating out there waiting to hatch. That's perfectly reasonable. Everything is an egg farm, according to the Globers. Anything is possible. When they hatch, another universe starts.
Yeah, feathers everywhere in outer space. You would think these eggs would crack with all the asteroids.
Oh, you can prove gravity by asteroids hitting the moon. They don't even listen to themselves. So I don't wander around servers, but some people do. When people wander around, do they just go into rooms and just start saying anything they want? I'm not sure how that works. I wouldn't know because I just don't go do that.
Hello, Raphael.
What are we talking about, fellas? Are there any flat earthers in here? Yeah, I'm gonna take that as a no. I was really hoping to talk some flat earthers too.
Archie. Archie. Oi.
Oi, oi, oi.
Oi, oi, oi. His mic keeps lighting up. I was like thinking, is he talking? What's going on?
Well, wasn't he in here complaining? It might have been him that there was nobody talking.
Archie, you there?
It's funny how maybe one troll gets banned and then like traffic dies because I guess he takes all of his friends and goes to another playground. That guy Paragon couldn't really hack it here in VC, so he's taken up to text chat skanking. Although he seems to be capable of having a slightly more reasonably organized conversation there. It's not derailing himself as much. Looks like Clipcord and Obvious if he had it handled.
he speaks to on here somehow.
I only remember the trolls and the anti-flat earthers. The rest, not sure. You know what I mean?
Oh, you remember everyone, bro. There was some dude came in. You were like, I remember you, man. I spoke to you 3 years ago on freaking some other platform.
I know, bro.
You're that guy
I
that
don't know,
was
but I do
gonna
remember
move to
that.
New Zealand or something.
Yeah. I talked to him like years ago or last year, maybe. Yeah, last year. Yep, he came back. Yeah, I remember him.
And I'll speak to someone,
and
and
I
then
remember the
the very
detailed
next day,
conversation too.
I forget someone. Like the next day, I'll speak to them again. And I'll have no idea that I spoke to them the day before.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, it'd be like that, man. Remember you asked me for Noodle? That kid Noodle?
Oh yeah.
I'm like, yeah, that's the same person that said you were rude and stuff. You know what I mean? And he was White Knight for the other dude. You like, oh, I remember. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's hard, man. It's hard to remember all of them too, bro. Because sometimes I could make mistake too. You know what I mean? But yeah, I just kind of pay attention every time. Like, I don't know. It's more like an observation when when these people come around. Like I pay attention. You know what I mean? If I remember, I remember. If I don't remember, then then I won't. Yeah, I just blocked it. Jesse Pat like after he acted stupid about Geometric Horizon when I told him, well, that one time you came in here, right? You claimed that you found a Geometric Horizon. You show us the video, but when I asked you about the Geometric Horizon, you play dumb. So just to show how dishonest you are on that part. Click.
Yeah, you got to do it. He's not honest. He can't admit when he's wrong, and that means that it doesn't matter what you tell him. He's never going to concede or anything. Just a pointless, endless conversation at that point.
Yeah, and let's say FE core is wrong, right? That's what I said. Let's say FE's core is wrong. What would be correct formula? And then he showed me supposedly the correct formula. I said, then is the Geometric Horizon going to be at the same spot that the globe predicted? He didn't really answer that. He asked me to reword it. And then he played dumb. And then he's like, hey, can you reword it? I said, where's the Geometric Horizon? And he's like, what do you mean by Geometric Horizon? I'm like, oh, now you're playing dumb. And then, you go on after that. Bye-bye.
Yeah, there's only one Geometric Horizon.
Yeah.
Non-existent.
I need to look into this math and stuff too. I gotta study a little harder. I feel like I'm not that strong when it comes to like some of these math. Oh, a lot of these math, not some, a lot.
Which math in particular? Because
here, so basically, the refraction. Well, supposedly, maybe he's not wrong about that part. If they did use the Snell's law in the FE core, right? But even if they use the atmosphere refraction, the what you call, the atmosphere refraction, the formula, the 7/6R, right?
Yeah.
They just increasing, the radius by 1/6. That's it. Right? That's not gonna help that case too. But now I think like these asshole came up with another formula too. I think. If I'm not wrong about it, because that's the only way for them to dodge the everything, right? To explain why we see so far, because light bends, around this physical curve.
yeah, I mean, I really don't feel like you need to learn that because, like, you just show them Skunk Bay time lapse and mock how ridiculous it is that you would be able to. Yes, they're basically just guessing formula because the refraction changes. The temperature changes. It all fluctuates constantly, as proven in the Skunk Bay time lapse. Like most of the time when they're using these refraction formulas, they don't even know anything about what the conditions were over that distance. You know, like seems like the dumbest thing ever to me, really. And at the end of the day, you know, they don't have a geometric horizon in the first place to even try to compensate for. I get what you mean. Yeah, we should learn all the different types of refraction and, you know, how to define them and stuff like that.
Yeah. Even when it comes to the math too, I know we have the looming, the stooping, the sinking,
towering,
uh,
and
yeah,
mirage.
Mirage. What's the other one?
That's it.
Fata Morgana.
Phantom
That's the
Morgana
Mirage.
falls under the looming. The looming
Okay.
is Phantom Morgana.
Okay. I think last time I read something, I think it was from Heretic. He posted on the 24/7. There's like multiple different refraction index. Yeah, where can I find it? I read it. I can't say that I fully understand everything, but I think I understand maybe about a little bit over 50%. But it's crazy how you know, certain observation over water, you can see the boat floating up in the sky. That is crazy.
Exactly, man. That's a good point. I mean, that's what I always tell them. There's so many effects and combinations of effects to take into consideration. You know, they can't use a specific calculation of any kind to compensate for where the geometric horizon should be. It's the dumbest thing ever. It's such a cope.
Yeah, so I'm looking at it. So we have interior mirage, we have superior mirage. Ooh, I see that. And then inverted superior mirage. That looks pretty crazy. Oh shit.
All kinds of things, bro. There's so many different things and combinations of them, and also like when you look at those ships that appear to be floating, like it says that that's a Phantom Morgana or whatever, but then it's not. They're wrong. You know, even debunking websites, like fact-checking websites, even call them out and say, "Look, that's actually wrong. It's not that effect. It's actually this type of looming mirroring effect." And I think it's very easy to get these things wrong as well, because I think a lot of the time people say, "Oh, it's this or it's that or it's this other one," but I think a lot of the time it can be combinations of a bunch of them mixed together.
Yeah, especially whenever they want to have mountains in the background and then show the mountains are absolutely huge, and then like a large portion of the base of the mountain has disappeared. Well, you got it's sinking, right? Because its base is sunk down below, and then it's towering. Mountains are towering.
Yeah.
Like what is it that they look across the bay and they look across the city, and then there's a mountain ridge, and it's over in the UK. I can't remember the name of it, but they like to point that one out. I ended up trying to find like locations on Google Maps where they were looking at the mountains, and then screenshot a couple of those. And it's like as you get closer to the mountain, you can see the base of the mountain. But then the base of the mountain is not there because the city's in the way. It's sunk below the horizon, and the mountain doesn't change in apparent size. So I'm going to call that towering because it's become magnified by the air.
Yeah, exactly. Look at the one I just posted in the side chat if you can. It's like if you pan to the left, you see this boat. It looks like it's behind the horizon. And then if you pan over to the right, you see the freaking hills and mountains in the background doing the weirdest thing.
Yeah. Shit. Was that something you mentioned about the Chinese scene? They capture a floating city or whatever, right? Is
Yeah.
that you think
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
also
People say that's
optical
a
phenomenon?
Phantom Morgana or whatever. Isn't that right? But yeah, I think that's what they claim it is. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Freaking ghost city in the clouds.
Yeah. And I also heard some people they use some type of the hologram projection. Right. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's another story I heard.
Yeah, who knows, man? I just think that they can't accurately come up with any formula that's going to compensate for this magical geometric horizon. And as if this, they can't find the geometric horizon in the first place. So their formula is just shit. It's useless in the first place.
What's up, Jay?
Hey, good morning, afternoon, whatever it is. I went down to see a church that I'm trying to get set up a policy with. So nothing too exciting on my end. How about you, my friend? How are you all doing today?
I'm good, thanks, man. I gotta
All right,
go.
bro.
I gotta go pick up my car from the mechanic, so I'll be back in about an hour. Catch you guys later.
What was
All right,
wrong
brother.
with
You
it?
take care.
I took it to get like a roadworthy certificate, and there was something wrong with the handbrake. And then the guy looked under the car, and the whole exhaust pipe was like split in like underneath the car.
Oh boy!
But it was a cheap repair because the mechanic's our uncle, so that's good.
Cool.
Yeah, cool. All righty,
Anyway.
brother. See you after a while.
All right, have a good one. Bye. See you, Kembo.
Later, bro.
Yeah, tactical droid doves.
Later, man.
Kimbo beats my man.
What's going on, bro?
Kimbo don't beat nobody.
You sure about that?
Okay, that was funny. Yeah, you're right. I don't beat nobody.
Yeah. So it's been what do you say? Been an interesting few days. Were you here for the one clown that was on last night? Who?
One clown?
Yeah, there was a clown on last night who he was gish galloping from a bunch of stuff through a bunch of stuff, and then he eventually asked Ego Slave what the derivative of 10x squared is, and so I broke in and started yelling at him.
Oh yeah, I only listened at the time. I couldn't jump in and say something, but yeah, I heard bits of the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he, and then after a bit, then after a while, he just literally turned it off and went away.
And then he brought more squad in here. He brought more people in here, and then there's some chick named Sabo, whatever the hell her name was, right? And she came in here. Supposedly, she worked for NASA. She has a PhD. That also is the same clown that used to come in here in the side chat and talking trash. And kind of went in the chat and just talking smack, and finally Ego Slave shut her ass up.
Yeah, that guy. That guy. I think all the others came, and then they left after they got shut down one at a time, and then that guy had the stamina to kick it. And so then. But it was funny how when he left, he just left. I mean, like, it was like he said a sentence in the middle of an argument, and then somebody was responding to him just barely, and then boop, he was gone. And so I'm guessing the server that runs the AI that pretends to be him must have crashed. or it ran out of its allotted usage.
See, I admire Eagle Slave because he knows so much, even about the satellite. He knows so much, and the reason why that guy spiraled yesterday, because when he started talking about satellite, Eagle Slave just came out and shut him up, and then now he has to Gishgallop spiral to a different topic, you know, and that's why he brought the math up, because he didn't think that Eagle Slave know about the satellite.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do, and oh well, here's the tool. Just like then he sends to the API request, the API key request, so to get permission to log in and use it. Like, no, just the data. We don't need, use your key and give us the data. And I suspect that the cat had probably never gone there before, but somebody else told him, oh, yeah, all they got to do is go to this website. And maybe somebody listening in the background is like, oh, man, yeah, just send them this. That'll shut them up.
Yeah. Well, we've been here for a while now, man. We've seen so many different type of people that comes in here. And a lot of them, we know how to deal with them, and some of them we can't deal with them. It's just the way they are.
Yeah, and so one of the Ego Slave and I were talking this morning that we need to come up with a math question for them when they ask something ridiculous like the derivative of 10x squared. I mean, that's just the dumbest thing that somebody could ask. I mean, just anybody that's had college math and then taken pre-calculus can do that question before do that before he's even done talking. As soon as he says 10x squared, you know the answer to it. It's that simple. But like the thought that this Globey has that somehow he was going to see if Ego Slave was smart or not by answering that question goes to show that this kid ain't very far, because the kid probably doesn't know the power rules for the shortcut.
Right. Yeah, I'm not really good for math either, so I'm not sure, but you're right about that part. For people who, been in the college, they would understand. They would know the answer the back of their head because they seen before, they saw it before. So but yeah, that doesn't change the surface of the Earth, regardless. It's not going to make the Earth turn back to the ball. You know what I mean?
And that's my point. What you're going to somehow decide? Well, okay, these people, gosh, I guess they know what they're talking about. They're doing some of the basics of pre-calculus. Gosh, okay, I'll talk to these people. Whereas, like somebody who's never taken calculus, it doesn't actually change anything. It doesn't, just because you're not learned on the subject doesn't mean that the Earth is a spinny ball.
Yeah, I think they confuse with math and reality. They confuse math and science, right? Maybe some science do require certain math or whatever, right? And that's why we have to verify if that math match our reality. The same thing, with the Earth, with the radius 3,009 miles should be certain drop after a certain distance, right? It's not there, so math don't define shit.
Yeah, well, I don't even know that they match math with reality. I think they don't know reality, and they're struggling to find something that sounds like reality. I mean, it's a very simple thing. You don't need to know mathematics to appreciate a lot of mathematical concepts. Like, for instance, the whole derivative thing, I could teach you in about 10 minutes. And I don't know how much math you have learned, but I can teach it to you in about 5 minutes. And the derivative does have a lot of power in your daily life. You just don't realize it. And you don't have to, because you just live your life. But
Right.
it's there. You push the accelerator on your car, that's a derivative. But my point is, whether you can say, oh, well, okay, you can calculate that rate of change or not, it doesn't, it in no way impacts whether you know the subject or you don't.
Right.
I mean, like, I could have come up with the formula for him to derive that there's no way he would have been able to. But that wouldn't have any effect upon his logic either.
Right. Yeah, I mean, these people, man, something else. I don't know, man. It's tough. A minute they can't prove that the Earth is a globe, they spiral. Yeah, we've seen it so many times. So
Oh yeah, and that's it's an interesting thing, because when you watch them getting ready to spiral, you can predict it. That's what makes it so fascinating. Is you can predict it, and then you see their tone of voice change, and this and that and the other, and then they spiral out of control. And like, what's that guy that's got the bunny that was on last week? He was going, he was going before, like a Milli Vanilli concert, and then he disconnected. He got himself so worked up that he couldn't even say before.
what is the rap scuttle?
Yeah.
You get the rabbit. Yep. Yeah. That guy very special. He's like a hardcore anti-flat earther. He usually
Yeah.
comes in here all the time. If we talk about the same person.
That's who I'm talking about. Yeah, I just can't remember his name right off, but yeah, and I was in on the way southbound. There was nothing going on here, so I checked in with our friends over at Earth Awakenings, and they were talking about not flat Earth stuff. Do you ever listen in there?
I used to go in there before, like in beginning, a little bit here and there. But yeah, after a while, I stopped. It's because the moderation over there sucks bad. Innocent. They let all the globies spiral. I guess the more I understand it, and I'm not taking anybody's side, but I think what happened, from my understanding, Geo used to be part of 24/7 too. I guess he wanted to make his own server, and these globies complain about the 24/7 mute people, whatever. So he just want to go over there, open a place, prove a point that no, you're not gonna get censored in there. But man, it's a mess in there, So that's the place I wouldn't want to be. But I used to go over there. I stopped by here and there. That's about it.
Yeah. And I do too. I stop by there occasionally. I've stopped by there 3 times in the last week. But before that, it's been probably 2-3 months before I was in there last. So there are definitely some really good, solid flat Earth people in there, and then there's some questionable flat Earth people in there. So they're definitely our brothers and sisters over there. It's I think that they just have a lot more patience and tolerance for, and I think their thought is, if the anti-flat earther just keeps coming around and keeps coming around and keeps coming around and keeps coming around, that there's a reason. They're not just doing it because they want to be an anti-flat earther. There must be some reason going on as to why they keep coming back. So I think their theory is, well, let's keep them around until they realize the futility in what they're saying.
Yeah.
Not that I agree with that.
Yeah. So I guess from what my understanding, I guess Brazil also censor. Well, not censored. I think they ban X, which is Twitter, by Elon Musk. I don't know what's the backstory behind it. Maybe the government over there is a bunch of flat earthers. Like, nope, he faking space. I don't know. So he's a liar.
Yeah.
So we're not gonna allow his platform here in Brazil. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true or not. Yep.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that it's exactly that. I think that some of the executives were getting charged, so they all picked up and left Brazil. Now being charged, I don't know that means that they really did anything bad versus just didn't allow the propaganda or whatever. I don't remember exactly, but as I understand, Elon Musk told them just to abandon the headquarters, just take everything and go.
So X has been suspended in Brazil since the early hours of Saturday after it failed to appoint new legal representative in the country before court imposed a deadline. It is the latest development in feud between Supreme Court Justice Alexandria Moraes and ex-owner Elon Musk, which began in April when the judge ordered suspension of dozens of counts for allegedly spreading disinformation, like the rocket going out of space. No, I'm just kidding. But it's funny because I think somewhat are kind of, relate to flat Earth.
Yeah.
What's up, Russia? What's going on, bro? Welcome back.
Hi. Oh, welcome. Hi. I was wondering today, how did your life change after, like, changing your point of view about the Earth? Like, what things did you start noticing? What?
We're not here to discuss things like how life changes or whatever else. We're here to actually talk about the topic.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like.
So
how does the topic influence
I'll
all areas of
indulge
your life?
So I still have to wake up. I still have to go to work. I still have to pay my bills. I still have to call my grandmother whenever she says that I need to call her and talk to her. I still have to love my wife. I still have to love my kids. I still have to play with my kids and make sure that they're fed and clothed and have a place to sleep and a roof over their head. I still have to do all of that stuff. What changes is my subconscious bias, right? Because my subconscious bias is the thing that dictates my conscious bias, which determines how I live my life in a moral sense. If I believe that I'm an accident on a speck in a world of in an infinite specklessness, right? And I have no meaning, and all of this came out to be an accident, and all of this is just by chance, then what's the meaning, and where does my meaning come objectively from, right? Other than me having some ego saying that, well, I know I'm right because I feel like I'm right, and I know that it's wrong because I feel like it's wrong, right? And I go from a subjective point of view to a more objective point of view. And from what I can experience, what I experience is that I live in a motionless, flat, contained environment. And my base question for that would be, where did this container come from, right? And then my train of thought got into, well, if the container exists and all of my existence tells me I'm in a container, then containers don't just happen by themselves. So then it gets me going back into thinking, well, the ancestors, all of them said that they lived on a flat and enclosed and non-moving container, and that there was a God that made the container. So then I started getting into the God question, and then I, you know, started getting to the not topic of the room. But not only that, there are people who think that, you know, their actions, it's all based on them. They create their own world. Well, the world is not theirs to create. The world existed prior to them existing, so they're not the ultimate center of all action, right? So then,
Okay, so if I may interrupt, so you started to appreciate life more because you know now that there is like
yeah. Also, if somebody starts telling me something, and I know that it's the root base of that claim comes from the Earth being a glob, right? So, like, the Big Bang happened, the Earth popped into existence, all multicellular organisms came from a single celled organism, and then there's still these single celled organisms that want to kill these multicellular organisms. And now we have to protect ourselves from these single celled organisms that are constantly evolving and constantly still trying to kill us, because that's how everything came to be, evolution. Well, if I know that evolution is false, then I don't have to be worried about these single celled organisms trying to kill me.
what
And then
are
if
the
somebody
single
tells
cell,
me that
like
I have
the
to,
vaccines
and
things?
then, hang on, and then if I have to try and protect myself from these single celled organisms, but I know that the process of evolution and all this other jazz is not real, then I don't have to pay attention to all of the propaganda that comes out from me having to listen to people talk about these single celled organisms trying to kill me. Whenever it comes about that I need to spend $7,000 on a phone because the metal in the phone came from outer space, then I don't have to actually spend my money on a phone from metals that came from space, allegedly. I can make a smarter choice, and I don't have to be all about the ooh ah, even though some people aren't about the ooh and the ahs. I know that it's a money grab to try and get me to buy something, and their propaganda is, well, the metals from this phone came from outer space. That's nice. It's just like every other phone. You're just making it more expensive than it needs to be because you want to make a claim that it came from space. So, whenever I look at people's claims, I have a different outlook and a different way of judging their claims because I've become a desire to try and figure out what the
You're breaking
claim.
up, brother. You're breaking up. Robotic.
Rather try to, well,
I mean, to answer your question on that part. Oh, he's back. Yeah, if you want to finish what you got to say, go for it, bro. Troy.
the physical part of my life doesn't change. The mental portion of my life changes. The way I think changes. That makes sense.
Yeah, thank you. That's actually a very deep and insightful answer. Yeah, thank you.
Yep. It might change for us, and it might not change for you. Who knows? We don't know. So everybody just different, bro. But for me, like, if the truth doesn't matter, then I don't know what else would matter to people.
Yeah, I liked his answer. It was very well thought, to be honest. So, what like do you usually discuss?
I'm sorry. What? You come in a little low, bro. Can you get
Okay.
closer to the microphone?
Is this better?
Yeah, a lot better.
Yes. I was
I don't know if
asking.
you might want to speak up. I don't know if you're like, I don't know if you have maybe somebody sleeping where you are, but you might want to speak up and get closer to your microphone, my friend.
Is this better?
Oh yeah, a lot better.
Yeah. The knob on my microphone switched down, so yeah, I just raised the volume. Yeah, I was
cool,
saying thank you for the answer. Yeah, it was quite good answer.
Yeah, the Earth and its shape didn't get on my radar first. What I first paid attention to was Nikola Tesla, right? So I was in the military for 10 years and I wanted to have an electrical engineering degree whenever I got out of the military so that I could properly sustain my family, right? And before getting into the classwork, I decided to look into how electricity works. And I started getting into the mines that were, the base for what we use as electricity today, like Faraday, Heaviside, Tesla, Edison. And I'm not going to say I'm the best because I didn't go to school and I didn't actually get into studies. This actually got me on a different rabbit trail. And the thing that got me thinking was how Tesla designed a lot of the patents for everything that we use, but the man still died trying to borrow money from the government, right? So the last thing he tried to sell he tried to pitch to the government was his death ray, which is a laser. So he pitched it to him. They said, "Yeah, we'll think about it. We'll sit on it." And he eventually just died in his apartment. And then they went and took everything in his apartment, watched his family for 5 years, released his personal stuff to his family after the 5 years, and then it's 5 or 8. And then they didn't release the rest of his work until the Freedom of Information Act told them to release his work. And then they took and redacted a lot of his work. And I was like, that's insane. So why is it he died borrowing money if he's given us things like the radios? And he had ideas about like telephones with screens and us talking to each other through a screen over a long distance. His early patents supported Wi-Fi and fucking your cell phone. And it was because of business. So then I started getting into the business aspect. Like, why is it that he had all of these great ideas? Why is it that we're not using wireless electricity when he had the idea in his time and was actively trying to build one of these towers? And, he gets defunded by JP Morgan. So then I started looking into JP Morgan. And he sells off his tower so he can get out of bankruptcy. So then I started looking into the JP Morgan, and then I got into like the Federal Reserves and how it got started, and I had a bunch of things pop up. So then it like reminded me of Revelations talking about in the Bible, talking about how there's a multi-headed beast, and there's the statue of the symbol of power for all of the earth, and it went from gold to iron mixed with clay. And then I realized that we're still living under Rome, and Rome is still in the feet holding up the statue, but it's mixed with clay, and it's not mixing with the clay, but everybody's responding and answering to Rome. So like World War II happened after Rome told Italy, hey, you owe us money, and Italy taxed the hell out of their people, gave the money to Rome, and then World War II kicked off again. So then, I don't know, I got into this whole like rabbit hole of, Illuminati, Freemasonry, Jesuits, and all that. And then I started getting into the shape of the earth because I recognized that the people in these organizations are in control of, pretty much everything. So then I took it upon myself to try and figure out what the hell's going on. And I got into trying to understand different types of the way the earth is made, right? Like the earth is a sphere and the inner portions of it are hollow, and there's another existence living inside there. I've gotten into we live inside of a sphere, on the edge of the sphere, as the sphere spins, kind of like having an object. You're breaking up again, bro. Roboting. Now you got to really fix your satellite. And then I got into yeah, it's the topography. The Earth being flat is exactly what I experienced. So I sat on the fence of the Earth being flat for about 4 years, and then I recognized that the ancestors also called it flat, right? So, and then my Bible told me that I live in a contained, non-moving environment. So that's why I'm a flat earther. But I mean, not everybody's going to take the same start, and not everybody's going to have the same path. It's going to be catered to you. It's going to be based on what you find interesting. Hopefully you prefer to look at the objective rather than the subjective. Because if you focus on the objective, then you're going to be stuck with the flat earth. If you're going to get into the subjectives and the ad hoc ideas, then you're going to wish yourself into a sphere or some other cosmology. But it really doesn't matter. This room focuses on what you can experience and what you can explain with your experiences, rather than using models and ideas and speculations.
Yeah, I guess everyone has their own journey, and I'm just starting on mine.
Hey, good afternoon, Morvis. Are you using the saw today?
No, I just got out of that job. I'm driving home to get some lunch and get ready for the bus job. I'm driving a school bus in the morning and afternoon.
Yeah. Is it true that the frame of the bus is curved at the rate that would equal 8 inches per mile squared?
No, none of those.
I mean, it's long enough that it should have a little hump in the middle of the bus, right?
Morvis, this is the first time I've heard your voice.
I'm usually listening. I'm usually in a loud wood shop, but kind of tapering back on the manual labor. Well, now I have to get up at like 4:30 in the damn morning.
That's always fun.
Yeah. It pays pretty good. It's $21 an hour, which is the best pay rate job I've had. Not bad for sitting on my butt in the AC for a couple hours at a time. I don't ever work more than like an hour and a half at a time on that. There's a few days where I'll have midday routes, shuttling kids around between buildings, and I'll go and drive for an hour, then I go home for like an hour and a half, and then I go back and do it again, and go back for an hour and a half, and then go do the taking them home route.
Sounds pretty chill.
If you got the patience to put up with little kids.
Yeah, for sure. I remember being a little shit, throwing objects out the window at other cars and getting into fights with kids. And I got into a fight with a boy and had my entire bus stop get put onto a different bus. And the lady who drove that bus, she was like, "This is the one that got in the fight. You're sitting in the front seat." I sat right behind her.
Well, I'm at the house. I got to get out of here. I'll catch y'all later.
Later, man.
See you, buddy. Yeah, those people who come around and always want to ask, well, how did you change? Or they'll ask some sort of like, well, I want to know about your worldview and blah, blah, blah. They, I don't know if they're like trying to do a project for some psychology class or what. And I'm still trying to figure out how any of that changes the shape of the earth.
It doesn't.
I think when people are asking you that stuff, because when somebody has a set objective reality, right, and somebody believes something outlandishly outside of that, you want to know what has led this person to this belief, because you don't seriously consider the belief at any point because it's just so outlandish. But what you consider is how the person got to that belief and who this person is, because that's what's actually interesting. Belief itself, flat Earth, is not interesting, but the people who believe it are interesting. That's what's actually interesting about the whole topic, right? Like what
Oh,
has brought
so like
someone.
there would be nothing about that objective truth that they keep arguing about. There would be nothing about it that would change your life.
What do you mean?
You're just interested in talking to the people and picking their minds. You don't actually want to know the topic.
I didn't say anything on myself. All I said was I was trying to give some. You asked a question. You were like, I don't know why these people are asking. I was just trying to give you an answer. That's all I was doing. Just giving my insight that I have.
Yeah, but if somebody finds it interesting enough, like a hobby, it's okay if people are arguing about football and statistics about football and their players and who's got the most records in this game and what team's doing better than the other and all the competition going on with the football teams. People can have that hobby of being interested in football, but suddenly it's worth, rebuking people whenever their hobby is noting the things that happen in their experience.
I mean, yeah, once again, it's because of the level of the outlandishness, right? If somebody's hobby was, walking around in, I don't know, Roblox colored outfit or Rubik's Cube colored outfit, excuse me, it would be outlandish, right? Is there anything like wrong with that? Should the person be judged? No. I don't think you should be judged or whatever for thinking the Earth is flat. That's what you think. Have fun with it, More power to you. I believe. Right? I don't think it's like not okay to think that. A lot of like small groups who have like divergent beliefs from society, because like there's flat Earth, but there's like a quintillion other like little groups who think that my specific belief is like correct, and which is no offense against you. I'm saying there's like a lot of different people with a lot of different beliefs, right? And my thing is like go for it, if that's like what makes you happy.
So, what's your belief? What do you think? Do you think it's a big ball?
Ball? Kinda. It's like an ovular shape. Very relative.
Okay.
I don't
How do
think
you
it's
know it is?
particularly. Huh?
How do you know that it is?
Well, astronomy's always been a little bit of like a hobby of mine. It's a big part of it, but I like went to school. I got like a normal education, K through 12. We learned about the planets. We learned about uh solar system, all that good stuff.
Yeah, but like
And
the
I can
lights
also
in the
observe
sky are not
not
the ground, and the trees are not the ground. The trees are the trees. The stars, are the stars. Right?
well, like I also said, I can also observe it myself. I can go outside at night with a pair of binoculars and see a couple planets if I want, depending on the time of year.
Right. Right. The lights in the sky are the lights in the sky. They're not the ground. Right?
Lights in the sky are the lights in the sky.
Yeah. I can't get it any more easier to come out of my mouth. This is the plainest I can make it. The lights in the sky. Whether we're talking about stars, planets,
More than one
we're
source of
talking about
light
the moon, the sun, the lights in the sky.
more than
Right?
one source of light in the sky at night. That's why I feel like you're trying to bait me into some like specific thing. That's why I'm clarifying this point ahead of time. Is that there is more than one source of light in the sky at night. There's plenty of light pollution up there.
Right.
I know
That's
Portal
why I
level.
said
That's
light,
my Portal
plural.
level is. So. Not necessarily. To answer your question, not necessarily.
Okay. The earth is not the sky. Okay, so then what is it about your experience that tells you the ground under your feet is a big ball? Oval. Whatever shape you want to make it. But since you went through K through 12, you understand it as a ball, a
I'm
globe.
answering your question. So there's nothing in my direct, like if I'm just like an average dude, let's say a couple thousand years ago, or even now, and I'm walking around my direct day-to-day life, nothing that I would personally directly notice, I think would ever tell me the Earth is like a globular spherical spheroid. That's the technical term, right? It's a spheroid. Because it's not a sphere, it's not, an oval, it's a spheroid. It's an oblong, irregular shape, right? It is not like any perfect geometrical shape, it is irregular. That's the point of it. And so if I'm like just living my day-to-day life, I would never know that, right? Like how would you know? Because we don't have that like level of perception,
Yeah.
But thank God nowadays we live in a time where we have access to like such like vast levels of technology. You can go to like ISS.com and just turn on the camera right now and be like, oh hey, yeah, there's the
Oh yeah,
underneath
for
right
sure.
now,
For sure.
Asia, there they are.
Yeah.
I think
So
it's wild that we live in a time where we're able to do that.
you ever experienced the earth in motion?
No, not at all. If you're on an object in motion, you are in motion. You're not going to experience the motion.
Okay. One other thing. If I have a vacuum, if I made a box and I made a vacuum out of that box, what happens when I open that box?
Vacuum is going to break.
No.
You have a
The
vacuum
vacuum
seal.
goes away
Create a
because
vacuum
the
sealed chamber.
air.
If you open it, the vacuum seal is going to break.
Yeah. So then the air rushes in.
Yes.
What happens when I get a hole in my tire in my car?
Air rushes out because the pressure inside the tire is greater than the pressure outside.
Okay. Now, what is outer space? Is Earth an open, closed, or isolated system?
Earth is very much an open system, right? Earth is not an isolated system whatsoever, right? So we're out here in space, and we're kind of hanging out, and we get, and if we were an isolated system, we would be dead. Everyone on the planet would be dead within like 24 hours, right? We survive on the energy from the sun, right? That comes into the system. That's where all energy comes from. Or I should say most energy, life comes from the sun, right? For the trees to get their leaves and the plants and the, blah blah, right? So that's where that energy comes from. Then you have like lesser stuff where you have like meteors and stuff that impact and material. You have stuff like in the history of Earth's formation, where this is actually a very good example of how Earth is very much not a closed system, is where in the early formation of the solar system, it's theorized there was a planet about the size of Mars, which is historically now referred to as I think Theia or Theia, right? Theia, and it
Yeah.
collided with Earth at some time in its past, and from that collision is what formed the moon. That's where the moon came from,
Right.
right? From like and that's why the moon and the Earth share like deposits and that sort of thing, and I know there's a
Yeah,
few
like
minerals
petrified
and
wood.
atomic elements they actually discovered on the moon before they discovered it back here on Earth, like later on.
Yeah.
All missions
All
they
right.
discovered.
Thank you for the science lesson. Now, what about that came from your experience?
Nothing.
Okay. So then, if Earth is an open system, matter and energy can freely travel in and out of this system. But if you make a vacuum chamber, you open that vacuum chamber, all the air rushes in, or you have a tire with 40 or 100 pounds extra psi in the outside of that container, and you put a hole in that container, all the air starts rushing out. Why is it that the Earth, the open system, lives in a vacuum or an open or a lower pressure system, and all of this air that we're breathing doesn't rush off?
Because we have an atmosphere. Very good question.
So air is causing air not to rush off into the vacuum of space.
What we have is we have something called atmospheric pressure.
Atmosphere, the contradiction of terms.
Do you want like an actual
Atmos being air. Hang on.
this?
Atmos being air, sphere being a shape, sphere-shaped air is causing air to not rush off into the vacuum of space.
Yes. I mean, you can word it as like verbosely and ridiculously as you want to try to make it, but I can give you an actual explanation of the layers of the atmosphere if you're interested.
Now, I know you can give me an explanation, but you won't be able to give me a demonstration. I can give you a demonstration of experiencing lack of motion. I can give you a demonstration of materials curving and being able to measure that curving material. I can give you demonstrations of contained gas pressure. And when the contained gas pressure is not contained, it flows until it's reached equilibrium with the surrounding environment. I can give you examples of those. But you can't give me an example of geometric curvature. You can't give me an example of the Earth being in motion, either spinning, wobbling, or orbiting an oval-shaped pattern, and spiraling around another circular pattern. You can't give me that. Nor can you give me an example of air not traveling into a lower pressure without a container.
Achieve anything.
No, because I made 3 points. I'm trying to touch each point.
I've already understood the point you're trying to make, right? And I've already given you the answer, and you like are continuing to drill it. But I'm telling you, it's like a pointless point to make. I can't give you direct evidence of these things. I can only give you indirect evidence of these things from other sources than me, because I'm not up there in space. So that's like a very
well. You haven't validated
world that you can only
you just told me
if you
believe it to be the case.
Person. I believe it because the evidence shows it to be that.
You don't have the evidence for it because you just said you can't demonstrate it. And then when you gave me the story about how the moon came into existence by getting smashed by another object the same size of it.
I don't have the personal evidence sitting in my bedroom that proves, hey, chemotherapy is cancer. But if I get cancer, I'm going to be going to the hospital. I'm going to get some
because I can't prove cancer, I can't prove anything else that I can't demonstrate. I can demonstrate to you in my own house. I can demonstrate in my own house whether an object is curving or not, whether something is moving or not, and whether I can contain gas or not.
Name things that you cannot yourself prove right now exist that absolutely exist. Just right now, I'm looking at my house. I don't see any bacteria.
Yeah, he ain't even listening.
I think that diseases are from my asthma. I think diseases are from bad smell. I can smell something bad. I smell rotting meat, and guess what? I know if I smell rotting meat, that's gonna make me sick. Can you see bacteria? Do you have any evidence? Can you right now?
So Bill Cat. So you have no demonstration for your spinning ball Earth, right?
Can you prove bacteria exist? Yes or no?
I'm out.
Bro, we're not even talking about it. That's non sequitur to what we're talking about.
Can you prove bacteria exists? Yes or no?
the point I'm making is this other person who I've been talking to for a while, right? They're making the argument that because they can directly prove things from their perspective, but I can't directly prove, the Earth has an atmosphere, because I can't sit here and test for an atmosphere. I'm sure there's probably a way to, but I just don't know it, right? Some at-home test for an atmosphere. That's basically his argument, is because he can't directly observe in like where he's sitting right now, wherever he is, he cannot directly feel the motion of the Earth, therefore it's not occurring. To me, that's like a very silly thing, and all my argument is hey, there's other ways we determine evidence for
What way?
claims besides
What way is
direct
that?
physical experience.
What way is that?
We can measure the motion of the Earth. What do you mean?
How do you do that? Can you demonstrate how you measure this motion?
I can show you a video on it if you want. We can watch it here, and I can stream it to you.
I mean, because that's part of your claim. You should be able to explain to us instead of send us a video to something to watch, right? So obviously you've seen it. You've seen somebody demonstrate it before.
Watching it together while I am here, so this person's gonna explain it better than I personally can. I'm not some expert astronomer.
Okay, so what you're saying is like, look, somebody already done it, and you believe it to be true. It's just a belief. You don't have a primary evidence at all. It's just a belief system. Is that what you're saying?
This is like a very reductive way to argue, though, because very few claims that we make in our day-to-day life are going to have direct physical, at that exact moment, evidence. Like, once again, that's why I kept making that bacteria point earlier. I don't think, by the way, that you don't believe bacteria is real. I think we both believe bacteria is real, right? I don't think that.
Yeah, but that's non sequitur to what we're talking about, though. We're talking about our reality. We talking about our reality. Dude, listen, chill, bro, chill. Just calm down. Just calm down, dude. Nobody gonna take your imagination away from you. If that's that's what you believe, that's your imagination.
So
Nobody gonna take it away from you.
bacteria
You
exists,
still
bro?
have your spinning ball, yeah, in your imagination, in your mind. Nobody gonna take it away from you. So chill, just chill, bro. It's all right.
So do you believe bacteria exist or not? I don't understand.
Look, it's non sequitur to what we're
I feel
talking
like
about.
I'm
We're
back
talking
in this
about the Earth
conversation.
itself. We talking about the
believe
Earth,
bacteria
right?
exist?
Listen, I don't believe in anything. There you go. Okay, so now back to the topics. Now back to the topic.
But you
So
don't think
can you
bacteria
demonstrate
exists at all,
that the Earth
that's
is a
a very
spinning
interesting
ball
view.
in a vacuum of space? Yeah, these kids
I
not
have to
listening.
think about that.
It's
You
not
don't
your fault.
believe bacteria
Yeah, it's not your fault. Okay, next. He can't even control himself. So what he trying to say that he got nothing. It's just a belief system. He can't demonstrate it. He can't show it, but he believed to be true. If you believe to be true, just say so. Bye, Felicia.
See, there's that spiraling again. Like he just won't shut up. He just goes on a tangent. He won't stop.
Are you picking on people again, Kimbo?
I got a call from a customer there, so I
That's
had
what
to
I
go.
do, bro.
And so I hated to miss that.
No, I think Droid explained him very well, asking for demonstration, but he just kept cutting him off over and over again. He's not even listening, so I just kind of have to jump in and sort it out a little bit.
Yeah, they need to. Yeah, they need to go on their way. When they're not here to learn, they need to go on their way.
And that's also the same kid that jump in here every time, like even yesterday, the day before, when we were in here, he'd jump in the VC and say, "Oh, the Earth is a ball, the Earth is a globe, the Earth is a globe," and then boom, leave. And then there's other time he jump in, "Oh, the Earth is flat, the Earth is flat," and then he leave, right? But somehow today he wants to talk for a little bit. He seems all right in beginning, and then he spiral when we ask for a demonstration.
That's what they do. It's funny because it's like they have zero control over their emotion, but yet somehow they think that they have superior logic and reason.
It's not their fault, man. They were born that way, so.
So were you here last week, Kimbo, when there was this kid who he come in asking about like parallel lines. He said, well, parallel lines, they never cross, right? We learned that in 3rd grade math, right? And so
Yeah, I think I remember. Yeah, I think was it last week or the week before, one of those. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was last week, but I gave him some grief and was like, well, no, I mean, like, we're not here just answer stupid questions like that. What's your actual question? And then 20 or so minutes down the road, I think he finally maybe got to a question.
It was Donald C. There you go.
Yeah.
Donald C. That was his name.
Yeah. He thought like I was just going to let him ask one stupid question, then another stupid question, another stupid question, and then he would finally get to his point. And so anyway, I just wonder, like, how do we scrape the bottom of the barrel with people like that? I mean, like, I remember I'm pretty sure, did he not like spiral out and leave as well?
I'm not sure, but I did said something before. I said, "Well, you guys, good luck. I'm gonna sit back and listen real quick because he used to come in here so many times, and the conversation never ended up good with them because they don't want to. They didn't come here to learn or to find out the truth or anything. They just come here and trying to argue, right, and defend their position, being dishonest, crafty, whatever you want to call. So 99.9% of the time, the conversation will get nowhere with them.
Yeah, definitely.
I know Droid probably couldn't talk at the moment. That's why I jump in and say what I gotta say. Keep asking him for demonstration, and then he gets scalloped. Oh, can you prove the bacteria is real? What does that has to do with the Earth, bro? Can you demonstrate the motion? Can you demonstrate the curvature? Oh, I can't see cancer, so cancer, whatever the fuck he said.
Yeah, those people just need to be sent on their way. That that's obviously a disingenuous question because first off, he's not actually trying to talk about that topic. And then second, he's trying thinks that somehow he can use a non sequitur in the form of a question. And so,
yep.
That's where I think it's best to say something like, well, I'm not here to discuss bacteria. I'm not here to discuss cancer. I'm not here to discuss whatever else. We're here to discuss the topic of the room. If you're not sure what the topic of the room is, exit the room and come back into it. When you do, read the name of the room.
Well, they do know. Like I said,
of course they
jump
know.
in and out. Yeah, jump in and out yesterday, the day before, and just say what he got to say before he got muted, and he just leave.
Yeah.
And Droid talked to him for a little while. I was just sitting here listening. I guess Droid also muted him a couple of times, but then he also unmuted him too, and then the kid just spiraled. So, got to step in and sort it out.
Yeah.
Back to the topics.
Yeah. Exactly. It is kind of crazy. I mean, it's
it's not a problem to talk to, people. A lot of time, there's so many guys that come in here. They actually being respectful, cool about it. They wants to know. We share information. They never get muted, not even once, right? Yeah, they were cool about it, right? Yeah, so many people coming here. But then we also got a bunch of assholes that come in here and just trying to be disrespectful, disingenuous, talk over people. You know, that's the one that we need to get rid of. It's pointless. You know, they already made up their mind.
So I'm here's the way that I like to put it is take Matthew Learns. I really, really like Matthew Learns. You know, he is a bit of a sophist. He does, you know, we catch him on it. But to his credit, he takes correction and he learns, like his name is. Now you have to watch him. I'm not going to say that because, you know, you've got to be on guard, so to speak. But he's somebody you can have a conversation with. And he's somebody that I would certainly enjoy meeting. My niece was living out in California. Someday we were going to go see her. Maybe we'll go out there anyway. And he would certainly be on my list to meet at a restaurant or coffee shop or something, or maybe have him show us around his university. You know, I think that, and I think there are a few others who come around. But I think most of those that are honest, they're going to come in, they're going to hear, oh, these people, I don't agree with them, but they know what they're talking about, so I'm probably not going to come back. I think that's what I expect. I expect that anybody who does know the theology of the ball, they're just not going to waste their time here. And those who are going to waste their time here probably don't know the theology of the ball. And to Matthew Learn's credit, they've done some tests and some other things, and he'll admit where the GT model is wrong. He'll correct other Globies.
And that's sometimes I feel like he's a undercover flat earther. When he does that, like,
yeah, and I've told him that. I said, Matthew, I said, I think that, and I tell him, I say, Matthew, I said, I think you know the Earth is flat, but it would be really bad for you in your career. And he agreed. He said, yes, it would be really bad for my career if I came out as a flat earther, but I can assure you that I'm not. He said, I can. Well, but what else is he going to say if he is, and he still has to hide it from his career? Then what's he going to say? Oh, you got me, gosh, you got me.
Yeah, he can't come out and say that. You know that. We know that.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, if he come out and say that these anti-flat earthers will report him, I think some of them already know what university he teaches and stuff, because they mentioned.
Yeah, because he doesn't. He's never hid that. You know, he from his channel and everything, he's never hid where he teaches.
Yep.
Yeah. And for the kind of teaching he does, I frankly don't know that it would be terrible for his career, because he's not a professor. He works in their IT department, and typically he teaches the computer science class, 1 or 2 computer science classes a year. Not a year, I mean a semester. And then sometimes he teaches math, but they have enough math teachers now. So he's not teaching math at current. But he never, and I'll give him that credit because, you know, that he doesn't hide like a lot of them.
Yeah.
It's like there's a anti-flat earther on here that I don't know how long he's been on, but I know him exceedingly well. And in fact, he's a relative. And I've I've avoided him on here because I know what's going on in his personal life. So I've just avoided him if he's. And he normally, I think he got kicked off this server and the home server, so now the only server he's on is politics. And I don't go into politics. But I don't think he's been on very often. But my point is, this guy definitely hides who he is.
Yeah.
And I've not, neither my wife nor I have confronted him, nor his wife, which is her sister. We've not confronted them, but we know who they are. I mean, we know who he is.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. But he did step into a trap a little bit that she and I set them up a little bit to kind of prove it. So we did a few different things. And like, for instance, one day he was going on and on and on and hollering and such. And I said, hey, call your sister right now. Get her on make an excuse. Get her on the phone right now. And so she called and got her sister on the phone. And he immediately just disappeared. And then she talked for 5 minutes or something. And then they hung up, and he was instantly back trying to fight his way back in the conversation. And
I mean, would you like to say who that is?
no, I'd rather not, of course. But I'll tell you privately sometime. I will definitely tell you. Right. Well, hell, I'll tell you
it's
what.
Pretty hardcore anti-flat earther.
Yeah. Hang on a second here. Let me. Check your message there.
Oh. I got you.
Yeah.
I seen that punk somewhere.
Yeah, he's normally in politics. Yeah. And there's another person on here that was corresponding with him a lot, like they were talking in direct message, the DMs. And so I sent him the guy's YouTube channel. And so it's 100% clear that it could absolutely be nobody else. There's no way in this world that's anybody else. Knowing what he's going through in his personal life, I don't want to add some strain there to my wife and her sister's relationship. So, but I was real close to, because I was getting ready to call him, and she's like, no, please don't. She's like, he'll never recover from that.
Yeah. Everybody's a gangster till a real gangster show up.
Yeah. This guy here would absolutely lose his job for some of the stuff he's done on. If they sent this to his employer, there's no way in the world he would keep his job.
Yeah. Yep. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I seen that fool. I might have talked to him a few times.
I'm sure you did.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
so that's crazy. You know the person. You recognize the voice or something?
So what it was is back in like May, maybe it was. Him and some other guys were on in the morning, and I was yelling at them because they were just saying some of the stupidest stuff. And then, so I was responding to one guy about what the other one said, because I'll do that sometimes when two of them come in together. I'll just act like I'm talking to one person, because really, you know, they're coordinating on the back chats as to what they're saying. So I just kept it going. I mean, I just continued. I didn't stop. I mean, literally, I didn't stop. I just kept going and going and going. You know, like saying that one would say something, then I'd address the other and respond, you know, like, and he was like, "Come on, man, I'm not him." And then Crit said the funniest thing I ever heard. He's like, well, he's like, no, Barrington knows that you're not him, but you guys are kind of like a pull string doll, you know. You go to the next pull string doll and pull the string, and it'll say the same thing as the previous one did. It's like you all are just like interchangeable. That's what he's trying to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
And then on my way home, I heard him back on, and like, oh my God, I know that voice. And then so later that evening, I tuned back in, and my wife was walking past, and I said, "Hey, stop." Oh, what did you miss?
No, I just missed like a second. I just missed a second. I didn't really miss any. Like,
Gotcha.
But I was gone. Yeah.
So that night, she was walking past me, and I stopped. I stopped my wife, and I said, "Hey, watch this." And so I said, "No, listen to this." And her eyes got big around, and she's like, "Is this him?" And I'm like, "Do you know anybody else with that voice?"
Yeah.
And hang on a sec. And so anyway, that just and yeah, your last message there is exactly correct. So anyway, one of these days, I haven't decided how, but I'm going to wait for the right situation, and then I'm going to tell him. And I'm going to tell him in a way that leaves me with some leverage over him. So he can't be like, "Oh, you stupid flat earther," or whatever. I'm going to leave it with some leverage.
Right.
And I just haven't decided how to do that.
That's crazy, bro. What a small world, right? Oh, so you met him before too, right? In person?
Oh no, absolutely. I mean, we were though we didn't stay there. You know, we were in their house several times in April, and so know him very well.
See, I wonder what would be his reaction next time when you see him in person.
I don't know, because like she's wondered if they figured it out, because she said at one point she said she was talking to her sister and it was a little awkward. So, and the other thing I don't want to do is, I know this sounds a little counterintuitive, but I don't want to drag somebody through a door that they don't need to open up and go through. That they're not ready
understandable.
for.
Yeah.
And so, if he has a journey to learning this, so to speak, I want him to take that journey the way he needs to, not from being dragged through it.
Yeah.
I don't want there to be any, I don't want there to be any issue.
Right.
I want him, you know what I mean? Like, it's not, when I mean issue, I mean, like, I don't want something to present a problem for him. When he's ready, he'll learn.
Yeah.
But he's going to a Hebrew roots cult group down there. Like, he started not terribly long before. And so I don't know if he heard some mention of the topic from there, and so he's having some sort of cognitive dissonance.
Yeah. So the question is: you think he recognized your voice when you spoke to him?
I don't think so. I don't think he recognized it at the beginning. My voice sounds entirely different in person than it does through the Discord.
Okay. Got you, bro. Well, some people also, you gotta teach them a lesson, when they
Yeah.
go overboard. I think that person also went overboard so many times. I dealt with him too. I remember now.
Yeah. And so I asked most of the moderators, I made the point that, hey, look, if you're going to moderate him, I'm like, he's got several kids. I'm like, if you're going to moderate him, please make it quick. I'm like, if he, the moment he starts to overboard, I said, if he gets himself in a situation where he gets himself fired from over this, I said it could be really, really, really bad. I mean, like bad, bad, bad for his family, and it would be terrible. And
the
so
family
I
paid
asked,
for it.
yeah, and because at least that he would likely not be able to do for a very long time.
Yeah.
They might put him in a different capacity, but he would make substantially less money.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we don't have to go that route because that would be one that they go to do to us. They done it to. They tried to do it to Brian Mullen. You remember Brian?
Oh yeah. Well, no, we wouldn't do it to him under no stretch of the imagination, but I suspect that a couple other people from his job were on as well with him. And he could make one of them mad, and they could take one of those recordings and say, see what he's doing?
Oh, so you saying that also people from work know what he's doing? Okay.
Yeah, so they're getting... Hey, I tell you what, let's take this conversation private.
Yeah.
Hello, my fellow flat earthers.
Hello.
The Catholic Church is the closest church to authoritatively binding its faithful members to believing in the flat earth as described by Moses in Genesis.
How did Moses describe it in Genesis?
He described it as a so if you look at Genesis 1:6, whoa, he says that there's a firmament over the earth. It's a solid dome. Yeah.
Also, doesn't it say in Genesis somewhere that it's stationary and immovable? Like the
Yes,
first
and that the
chapter?
sun and the moon are two different lights. You are correct. Yeah, you are correct. And the Catholic Church is the only church that is close compared to any other Christian denomination to authoritatively teaching the correct cosmology as described by the Bible. Isn't that wild?
That's kind of interesting. Never heard that.
Yeah, there was a decree in 1909 where the church says that binds its members to do that. Sorry, it's a 1909 pontifical decree for cosmology if you want to look it up.
No, I'll take your word for it. It doesn't really matter to me, but it's interesting to hear.
something like that.
Yeah, it's 1.3t times the square root of the observer's height in feet if you want to include it for fraction. Tactical Joy just posted the blurb in the chat at 44 minutes past the hour.
Okay, bro. I'll try and demonstrate it on this website. If we use like a target size of 1 meter, then go.
I mean, I just can't get past the fact that water at every scale is flat and level, and then at some magical scale, it's not.
UG29988 couldn't even get past his front door. Doesn't mean that the outside world didn't exist.
It's actually quite funny.
What?
It's because he can't get outside doesn't mean outside doesn't exist. That's what he said.
Okay, so here we go. I've kind of demonstrated it here.
I just want to see curved water, man. That's all I need to see.
Yeah, you could still see an object that was only a meter tall from 7,000 meters away if you're looking from a 6-foot point of view above sea level. If the refractive index is semi-high.
How much is the object reduced in angular size with distance? Where's that calculation?
What calculation, sorry?
How much the object, whatever it was you said, 1 meter, how much is that reduced in angular size with distance? Where's that calculation?
What do you mean by angular size? Sorry, I'm not really.
When things move away, they appear to get smaller. So the reduction of angular size with distance. We're talking about how much of an object or an object.
Oh, like how much you can see, like of the object.
Yeah.
No, like how big it is, like the angle to the top of the object.
Well, so what size the object appears from your perspective?
Yeah.
Don't know if there is one on this page.
No, there isn't. There's not one in any Earth curve calculator when we're talking about what we should see with things at distance.
There's angular size at the top, but it's specified in degrees, so I don't think that's.
No, that's fine. Let me read that.
Yeah, so like about an eighth of it would be hidden as well from that distance.
I just want to be an astronaut, dude.
Oh yeah, that's a point, I suppose. What do you think about like astronaut testimonies? Do you think they're just kind of like paid off and stuff?
They're not going to the vacuum of space, dude.
Yeah, but just the fact that they can see like around Earth, like many of them claim that they've seen like around Earth, right?
Yeah, I think it's bullshit.
When we say many of them, there's only been about 24 people that have left low Earth orbit. Like those that have said to gone to and around the moon and so on. Most, and I think it's about 600, maybe 700 people now have only been to low Earth orbit.
The small club.
Yeah, but you can still see round Earth from low Earth orbit, right? Like the ISS, for example.
Not from the Chinese space station, you can't.
They don't believe the ISS is real.
That's not true.
But the Chinese are just better than maths than the rest of us, I guess.
I don't know what the ISS is.
But there's
He doesn't know
shit. There's pictures of round Earth from the Chinese space station.
There's also pictures from the flat Earth from the Chinese space station.
Yeah, but like, why are you only like relying on the flat Earth ones?
Well, when do you think like when do you think the space industry will like evolve into something that is like commercially viable?
Well, it already is, right? You can pay $200,000.
And then what can you do with that $200,000? What do you get to do?
Let's see how high you go. What's it called? Fuck me. The one that
Blue
William
Origin?
Shatner went on.
Blue
Blue
Origin.
Origin. Thank you. Yeah.
So that's going to space, you say?
I don't know how either go of
That's
mine.
that's going. That's literally just going up and down, though, man. Like, don't you understand the concept of what that whole I want to say amusement park ride is? Is to have people pay $200,000 to go up high, and then to fall back down to simulate weightlessness, because they can't actually take these people to orbit and be weightless and be around the Earth and see the Earth. They can only simulate it through real physics.
So you
Similar
don't believe
to
astronauts are floating. Is that what you're saying?
no chance.
Got it.
Unless
You believe people are up
hold
there?
on.
in general?
Let me take that back. I do believe the astronauts are floating in some of their videos when they're filmed in a small contained space that has no windows, that sounds like inside of an airplane, which could easily be done as they train in zero gravity parabolic flights. So
Could
yes,
just be CGI as well.
no. I think it's both. I think they probably started.
Can't prove that it's not CGI though, can you?
I mean, we could go into all the fucked up footage that NASA shows of these guys fucking up there floating, but it's a
What
waste of
about
time.
the spacewalks?
Bro believes in like rooms, bro. It's all CGI, dude. Rooms don't exist.
Dude, hold on.
I guess, what about the spacewalks though? Because they're videos of outside the ISS with floating astronauts, right?
Yeah, but so have you not seen a movie of the sci-fi and space travel and anything? Like it's completely.
Oh, sure. I'm just saying, is that
like-
the claim? Is that the claim? Then you think it's like completely faked?
I think it's a movie. It's a movie, and there's no like. I know movies can be made, and they can trick my mind into thinking that Sandra Bullock is floating around the Earth, but I know it's not real. And
That was CGI.
Well, yeah, I can watch the behind the scenes footage on YouTube of how they made it seem like she's floating. And I can infer that the astronauts are probably using the same techniques.
I actually came to the same conclusion. Sex is fake. It's just movies, bro.
No, see, the reality is I can stick my dick in your butt, dude.
Nah, that's fake, bro. You don't have a dick. Let's be real.
Mr. Hollywood, may I ask you a question? Because you bring up the perfect film for this. May I ask a
2001.
question?
Ask
Mr.
away.
Hollywood?
Ask away.
Thank you. My question is just, when they produced that film, created the film, they must have got the idea for what it looks like if they were to be somewhere from I don't know, from something, right, from NASA. Where do you think that the directors or the producers of that particular film, which I love, where do you think they got all the ideas, all of the consultants to help them make it as, well, not real, obviously, but as, I don't know, consistent as possible?
Realistic.
see
You can say realistic. I like, because that's my whole thing with movies is whether it looks realistic or not. And I think a movie's bad if I don't suspend my disbelief because it's unrealistic.
Yep, absolutely. But this is not realistic. It's realistic only if you're comparing it to something that is real. Do you see what I mean? So with Gravity, you've got nothing to compare it to because the vacuum of space isn't real. So you can't judge if it's realistic or not. Do you see what I'm saying?
But not exactly.
Also, you like to suspend your disbelief, like let's say Jurassic Park. You know that there's not a real dinosaur that's running around terrorizing people. But if it were to be the case, because dinosaurs, I'm assuming you believe that dinosaurs exist. Let's say maybe it's it's a bad example. Then let's try another one.
Well, let's talk about Aliens, a movie with aliens in it. Like, what are you saying?
Okay.
What are they basing aliens on, dude? They could just it's an imaginary thing, dude.
Very good point. Very good point. they would base it on, I guess. But don't forget, this is basing a character, creating a character versus creating, an existence.
The genre is called science fiction, so it's based on science, dude. Sure.
Well, I appreciate the discussion, but I hope you see my point. I'm not trying to catch you out or anything. It's just an
No, it's
interesting
okay. I'm trying to
discussion. If you want it to be realistic, but that means you have to compare it to something that's real, sort of thing. And Alien is another really good example. Yeah, like we say, oh, that looks so realistic. Realistic to what? Like compared to what? Good point. Thank you.
Yeah, what would you think of the evidence? I guess you wouldn't call it evidence, but there's someone saw some spacewalk. The ISS live streamed a spacewalk in 2009, and this guy who saw it from his backyard with a telescope, the movements or where the astronaut was positioned seemed to align pretty perfectly with where he was on the ISS perspective.
Well,
that's actually really cool.
So supposedly this Friday. Sorry, you go ahead.
I was just going to ask how fast the International Space Station moves across the sky for this gentleman to get a very good picture of it. How fast is the International Space Station travelling, dude?
Yeah, but it's perspective difference. You wouldn't like.
No, as in moving across the sky at 17,500 miles an hour.
Sure, but satellites are also moving incredibly fast. But because we can see such a large, the further something away is, the less speed seems to be speedy. If that makes sense, right? Like if you have a car next to you traveling at 100 miles an hour, it will go past you in a blink of an eye. If there is a car incredibly far away from you going 100 miles an hour, it will appear.
Have you seen satellites transit in the sky? Have you seen how quick it is when it transits?
Yeah, of course.
You can see it with the naked eye.
Yeah,
right. It's ridiculously fast, right? Moving. Jedi's right. There's no way anyone would be able to get any kind of stable images.
What are you talking about? It's not
because
moving.
It just the
insanely
thing
fast.
is people are shock factoring themselves with the speed. It's really far away from you, like 17,000 miles per hour relative to the entire Earth. Like that's crazy speeds, and you should be able to see it. There's no problem with seeing it.
But what's crazy is that they don't just take a fucking camera up there and show us 360 degrees around them and point everything out that's up there.
Huh?
Not the fact about seeing it.
They do. They've done that in. So if you look at the spacewalk video, they literally do that. You can just they put the camera behind them. You can just see the blackness of space.
The blackness. Nothing else that's supposedly in space, right? I'm watching a video. Where are all the other things in space that are supposedly out there?
The good old "don't believe what you see" argument. Yeah, that's a good one.
Because there's no atmosphere.
Again, so like I'm just clicked. I stopped I paused your video you posted at 9 seconds. You can see the solar panels are curved. This isn't even a question about whether the Earth is round or not. Before I even start asking myself that when I look at something, I have to ask myself, what are we filming this with? Is it going to make me think something different based on what is appearing? And it appears that this is a wide-angle lens based on the supposed straight lines of this structure that should be there that aren't there because it's a fucked up camera lens like a GoPro.
It's a wide angle. It's wide angle.
Yeah,
so
it
you
is
can
a wide
see
angle
more.
lens.
It's just so that you can see more.
So why don't they just use a normal lens, dude? Why do they have to distort things?
Because you need to be able to see more in higher definition, so you can zoom in and see stuff more accurately.
Yeah, like they're not thinking about
zoom in on wide angles.
They're not
You
thinking
do,
about
yes, you do. That's why you use like 4K cameras, so you can record something and then you can zoom in to get it in high definition. Like if I have an image in 4K, I can cut out like 5 different 1080p images from different parts of that image.
Hold on, name one sport or anything that is remotely popular that's filmed with a fucking wide
skateboarding.
It's filmed. Oh my god!
I mean, instantaneous skateboarding.
What about it?
It's filmed with wide-angle lenses.
No,
so
it's
you
not.
can
No,
see,
it's not
so you
always.
can see the environment, and you can see how people interact
No,
with the
no,
environment.
they use the fucking they'll use a wide angle lens when they're gonna have their friend following them at fucking 1 foot away, and they're gonna have the camera right at the street level so you can see the skateboard
so you can
and all
see
this
a
shit.
close-up of the skateboard and the street, right? Because if you're using a wide-angle lens, you can get a close-up and a wide angle and a wide shot at the same time. That's what's so good about a wide-angle lens.
But dude, it's not meant
flexible.
for science. It's not meant to say, "Oh, this is how the Earth looks." This is to show how
This
small
video
little
isn't supposed to be showing how the Earth looks. It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be.
It's supposed to be a real
recorded footage of
representation,
them
but it's not a.
repairing-
It's not a real
repairing the
representation.
satellite.
Dude, just like there's no sporting event that uses a wide angle lens when they're filming because it would fuck up everything, dude.
I mean, that's just not true. I just gave you an example.
Yeah, but like when you're watching football, the integrity of like watching where the footballers are is important, right? Like when they're not thinking about proving flat Earth when they're recording at the ISS, right? Like that is foregone from their perspective. Like that is like 5 people on the planet that believe that. So like why that they're not trying to give any credence to that because they just assume that everybody already believes that. So naturally they're going to use a lens that captures more. Because they're not the integrity of.
No, naturally they're going to use it because it's the thing that distorts the straight lines.
Sure, if you're coming at it from your perspective, I can see why you think that. But like from their perspective, they wouldn't need to prove flat Earth, so why would they?
No, they need to prove that it's a globe, and they know that there is those camera create problems, and they have to send Neil deGrasse Tyson.
No, that's just retarded though, because that's just retarded.
NASA
because if you're up close,
just let
right?
me
If you're
finish
using an up close,
just let me
if you're
finish
using
what
a
I
camera
just
that's
let
on
me
your
finish
body,
the
right?
shit that
you
I
need
was
a wide
saying.
angle lens
What
so
the
that you can
heck?
actually record wide shot.
I'm not listening to you now. So, because they know that it's creating a problem, they have to send Neil deGrasse Tyson to just make up some excuses just to back up their bullshit. They know that it distort the straight lines, and that's why in the jump, Red Bull jump, Felix Bongard or Neil deGrasse Tyson, one of them is a liar because Felix Bongard said that he saw the curvature by his own eyes in the interview, and Neil deGrasse Tyson said that he can't see the curvature, even that billionaire who went 60 miles above the surface, that he can't see the curvature from there. So
Of
they
course you
know
can't.
that
60,
it's creating
60 miles is absolutely nothing. Like here's a picture from the Chinese space station spacewalk.
Hold on. Before you post that and explain it, the issue I have is you guys are showing a video claiming to show something curved, but you are also acknowledging that the way it's being filmed curves images, right? Like, do you not agree with that? Like,
Sure,
you're agreeing that they're using a camera that is not representing reality, and then you're saying that is reality.
No camera represents reality.
And then no, I don't.
No. So do telephoto lens? Do they represent reality? If curved lenses don't represent reality, does a square lens represent reality?
I don't know about all these lens.
You don't know.
Statistics,
that's
dude.
a really good point.
I don't know about all these.
You do
hold
not
on,
know.
hold on.
You
But
do
you're
not
not. But you're jumping ahead of whatever I just said. You are showing a video claiming that something is curved, but you are acknowledging that the video is being filmed with something that curves images, right? That's the problem I have.
No, you're right.
Exactly.
I can jump in, mate. Okay, yeah, go on.
Yeah, correct. Hollywood.
Okay? You're asking why are they using this lens? Okay, and the reason
it appears
if you use a square or telephoto lens, right, you are going to be getting a more zoomed in image. Okay, if you use a curved lens, you're actually going to be getting light that is below you, above you, and to the sides. But if you use a telephoto lens, you're basically carving out a square in front of you, which is why telephoto lenses are mostly used from long distances, because you're only really going to be able to capture capture your subject from a distance. That's why you used a macro lens or like a telephoto lens with a macro lens adapter if you're using like a body cam, so that you can actually get all of the things that are happening around you. Otherwise, you're literally going to be only capturing stuff that's happening 10 meters in front of you, and anything that happens within a meter of you is going to be lost, right? It's just going to be ambiguous.
Those are just stories. It's not the truth, because they
No, you're
use
asking why they're using a curved lens.
I will tell you why they use the curved lens, because they think that it will fool people, and they have
you because you
not
are a fool.
It fools you.
It didn't fool me. I don't think that the Earth is a globe, but they use those lenses because they think that it will fool people. And when they are debunked, even like I told you, Felix didn't just use cameras; he said it. But when we debunked them, we showed them the camera that was inside that capsule where Felix Brongard was. It shows the flat horizon. Then they sent Neil deGrasse Tyson to just make some excuses that we won't see the curvature. Yeah,
Hold on.
exactly.
Look, I posted 2 pictures from the Chinese space station, right? Like, both of these don't appear to be using curved lenses, right? If you look at the solar panels, I've drawn like a white line on the top of them, right? Like, they're both completely straight, yet you can see the curvature of the Earth in both pictures, right? So I guess that would be alright evidence. Like I'm specifically.
I'm gonna put an argument out there that it looks like the curvature is different in both those photos.
Well, yeah, it is.
Yeah, they could be different.
How is that possible?
They could be
if they're
different
the same.
distances.
Oh my god! And what about the color?
Different areas.
Color.
Camera settings.
One looks like Mars, and one looks like the ocean.
Yeah, because one's probably taken over the ocean, and one's probably taken over like desert regions. Like I don't.
Probably, or what? Like what? Like.
I mean, just this.
Is it the same camera? Is it the same camera taking both photos, or no?
Oh, I don't think so. Looking at the color grading. Like the one on the right seems to be a lot less saturated, right? Even when you look at the astronauts. It's also going to be like where the light's shining, right? Like the astronauts on the right one seem to be underneath it, so the light's not reaching them as much. Same with the camera, right? If the light's not reaching the camera, you're going to get a different result. But yeah, I'd say the Chinese ones are quite good because they're obviously using different cameras than the US. So it seems like a better place to go. Maybe if I go Russian space. Russia is Mir still in orbit? I actually don't know.
I thought flat earthers didn't believe anybody's been to space, but you guys now believe that the Chinese astronauts have been to space.
No, I mean they're not a complete. They're not a complete hegemony, right?
Oh,
like
this guy thinks the Chinese have been to space.
But wait, you
and he
said
thinks
that
they do it better than the U.S.
But you said that the Chinese didn't use distorted images, because in the beginning of that video that you sent, it shows flat horizon.
Yeah, no, they do.
Yeah.
Well, let's have a look.
Yeah, that panorama.
You're talking about the video with the curved lens?
The video, the Chinese spacewalk that he sent the last part. Just go to the first part where they show perfectly flat horizon.
I didn't send the video, no.
You sent images. Did you watch the video?
Okay. Yeah, I watched the video.
I can show you that.
Let me grab the video again.
Again, when is all this fancy space technology, industry, innovation, iteration gonna allow commercial travel to that area? How long is it gonna take?
Well, I mean, we can't answer that question. We're not space engineers.
Well, I mean, then how come? I mean, like, I can go on a list of all these NASA projects and their budgets, and they're not that much compared to some of the money that people have, individuals have, let alone corporations that could do the same thing if they just spent the money.
I mean, not
Like,
really.
no, but it's like, okay, hold on.
Okay.
I'm just gonna I'll bring this back to you. You brought up Blue Origin. Let's talk about. We could talk about Virgin Galactic, and we could talk about the other. I can't remember the other one right now. The third one.
So Blue Origin's budget is
regardless,
10 times less than NASA's budget for the fiscal year.
Dude, Bezos literally he sells like $1 or $2 billion worth of Amazon stock every year to fund Blue Origin. Okay.
Yeah, that's nothing compared to NASA's budget, even now.
NASA's budget is $25 billion a year.
Yeah,
But
exactly. They're not. Hold on.
Yeah, and they're doing they're supposedly doing way more than
they're
just
not.
going to space.
You're forgetting that this is a joint effort, right? NASA is one small part of the funding that goes towards ISS.
No. NASA on their own can launch and do everything that you say they can do, right? They don't need all this other extra help. They have internally capability to do everything. I'm just saying, if you're a billionaire or a multi-billion-dollar corporation with the kind of funds that match NASA's capability of their budgets of these specific missions, not the whole fucking budget of NASA for all the people that do all this other shit. I'm saying, if you want to go to space, it doesn't appear to be extremely expensive compared to the amount of money some people or organizations have, and it seems to be limited to only 1 or 2 of these space organizations that are capable of accomplishing this, when the reality is this whole, like, it's already been done and it should have been iterated upon to make it easier and easier. And this was done before they had before they had computers, and you're saying that they're going backwards in time and not being able to do the things they used to be able to do.
It's not that they're going backwards in time. It's that it would be absolutely pointless because the cost per seat to get into low Earth orbit is absolutely fucking obscene. Like you.
No, it's not obscene. That's what I'm telling you. It's not obscene. How much money? How much money to get into orbit? How much? Hold on. I'm
about to tell you, man. I already know what you're like. Right, so the Blue Origin seats are about $250,000 to $500, right, and that barely gets you out of the atmosphere.
No, that's way more than that now.
Well, it's not.
You say 500 is the upper end? Sorry, that's accurate?
Yeah, 500k. It's 450k for the current Blue Origin flights.
And we already went over this. You're not going to space, and that's the issue.
And that's what I'm getting at, right? If you did want to go into actual orbit, the ticket price would be approximately $50 million per seat. Do you think Blue Origin is going to spend all that money to get one person that might be willing to pay that?
It's not going to be $50 million per seat. I'm going to show you the budget of some of these missions, dude. It cost $80 million to send a fucking helicopter to Mars, dude.
Helicopter to Mars?
Yeah, you believe that's real?
Did we even send a helicopter to Mars? Like, what? Are you on about the fucking Ingenuity, of course. Okay. Well, yeah, the price of sending Ingenuity is fucking tiny. It's like a drone. Of course, it's going to be far cheaper. I don't see the argument there.
The argument is, why wouldn't Bezos just build a fucking orbiter? Why would he build this bullshit up and down amusement park ride?
Because it costs $50 million per human seat.
And you don't think he has $50 million?
No, he does. I just don't think there's any incentive to do that because people wouldn't pay that.
Okay, so, dude, you don't think that these fucking egotistical billionaires would pay $50 million to go be an astronaut? You're out of your mind.
Well, evidently not. Otherwise, he would have done.
I would pay $50 million to go to be an astronaut if I had $1 billion. That's no question.
That's probably why you don't have $1 billion.
What?
If you're going to spend, like, they earn money by not spending $50 million on random shit, right? Like, I'm sure I know it's not random shit and it's incredible, right? But he's obviously made the decision that not enough people would pay for that and it wouldn't be commercially viable. Otherwise, he would be doing it. Like, he's obviously going to earn a lot more money from selling a hell of a lot more 500,000 tickets than he would doing the 50 million. Because the amount of money he'd have to, the amount of 50 million tickets he'd have to recuperate to get to the budget.
Do you think Blue Origin is a profitable entity?
Oh, I don't. I would imagine they are, given their private enterprise.
Well, that actually, I would say that's the opposite. I'd say when you're private, you can do whatever you want. When you're public, you have shareholders to appease, and you need to be profitable at some point.
Well, yeah, we don't know if they're making profit or not.
And so Virgin Galactic, which is a public company, is in the fucking shitter right now because it's a fake ass bullshit rocket ship. and they ain't making no money because it's not fucking real.
Well, they've barely done anything yet. That's probably why they're not making any money. They're still in like investment stage, right?
It's because no one wants to fucking fly high. They want to go to space. They don't want this in between bullshit, dude. Whenever, how many years is it going to take for computers and technology to increase where this gets easier? Like, that's the whole point, dude.
Well, I don't know. It depends if fucking Moore's law's actually still a thing, which it looks like it's not. So we're probably going to slow down on that front of progress quite a lot.
So they made you believe that those things just cost a lot,
and that's why.
Well, they do, yeah.
Yeah, like people, everyone believe that iPhone costs a lot, and they buy it high price. They don't know that it doesn't cost even $10 in the construction of the phone. The phone just costs $10. The budget for the phone is just $10.
It's the experience they're paying for and that they're willing to pay for.
We've already launched private enterprise.
You believe that you are buying quality. You are buying the.
I just think that this is entirely irrelevant to the point at hand.
Precisely, and those things. Yeah, but it doesn't cost that price that you with what you are buying it.
I mean, can we try and keep it on subject? I'm well aware that the iPhone is worth more than the sum of its parts, right?
Doesn't cost that. Just look at that lander where that they used to go to the moon. Do you think that shit will cost all that money? Why?
Yes. Why? Well, it was very expensive back then as well.
Because of some cartons and aluminium foils.
Is it alright if I continue the conversation with the other people? Because I do think you're kind of.
Have you ever seen the lander? What they used to land on the moon?
Yes.
Why that thing?
The cost of creating it didn't. The cost of creation wasn't that much. The cost of getting there was the cost.
Getting there.
How does that? What is the cost of getting there? Or what do you? How does that cost so much?
Yeah, because it's the name. You get
fuel?
there, you will have to pay so much. No, why the fuel? Why they will just slingshot themselves from because they were orbiting the Earth. They will slingshot themselves to the moon.
I'm very glad you have really high knowledge of astromechanics. I assume you've got a degree in such, right?
Thank you, brother. I was a glober. I wasn't born a flat earther. Just because I couldn't find any proof for the globe that I turned flat earther. So
not really much of a conversation to be had here. But okay.
So there is no just sheep, some scrap attached together, fuel to burn, go to the space.
Well, no, the technology
required. The shit come back just alone with the gravity. The gravity will just pull the shit back to the ground and put some parachutes there to just make the landing.
I mean, you're missing like a huge part of the puzzle. Like you have to pay staffing costs, right? Like salaries have to be covered. There are hundreds of people working on these things,
Bro, you can't,
on relatively high salaries.
You can't just keep claiming money, dude. There's so much money out there.
I absolutely can keep claiming money.
No, because there's so much money out there, and there's so many people that have a lot of money, and organizations that have a lot of money, and they just simply cannot replicate what supposedly has been done.
They absolutely can replicate that. They just don't want to because it's completely pointless.
I know that's what you think, but dude, let's be real.
I'm being completely real here. I'd rather you didn't appeal to like patronization. Come on, let's just use common sense.
Let's
buddy,
be real. Why would Bezos create this bullshit fake weightlessness trip when he could just go a little bit higher and go around the Earth once or something?
Because it costs a lot more.
How much more would it cost for Bezos to go up a little bit higher and orbit the Earth.
It's not just a little bit higher. That's like the problem here. It's much higher, and then there's huge safety concerns with bringing private citizens to space that haven't really like. There's a lot of costs you're not considering here, like a hell of a lot.
They are part of the government. They work for us.
Government.
So
You know, like the original lunar lander cost what 118 million for NASA's contract, right? Like that's not really that much when you think about it. Considering salaries, considering safety protocols, considering the tech they had to develop to go into it, considering mission control.
No, but you're like considering all this research and development costs that has already been done, dude. You can wipe that all off, bro. All you have to do is replicate it and then improve upon it ideally to make it less expensive, more efficient, whatever you want to say, dude. You're acting like they have to recreate the fucking mission from ground up. That's not how like history and innovation works. You don't.
You have to rebuild the rockets because we don't have working Apollo rockets anymore.
Yeah, but you don't have to do all the other research and development. You just
still have to pay hundreds of.
Okay, we've got to end this conversation because we're just arguing about the hypothetical. The Earth is going to need to be proven to be a ball in a vacuum of space first. So let's get to proving that.
Well, we've already been over that, right?
Right. So we debunked the Earth curve. So I guess there's nothing else to talk about.
Well, no, I don't think you've debunked the Earth curve personally.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's definitely been debunked, and the Earth is measured to be flat. So we don't have to talk about this anymore.
Naturally, I would disagree.
Oh, well, who cares if you disagree? It's subjective. But you don't believe in the objective, so what does that matter? I guess we can stop talking to you then, right?
I suppose so.
Okay, great. Thanks for stopping by.
GG.
Anytime.
So space is real because we can't afford to go there. Okay.
That's fucking funny.
people who were paying taxes, they already died and they didn't profit from that space. They were paying for nothing. As humans who pay taxes to NASA, we should have a tour there just as our
return on investment.
Yeah. People paid so much money in taxes and they didn't profit from that. They already died.
I mean, if you look at the percentage of the entire budget that was NASA in like 1969, for example, like the percentage of your taxes that went there was very small. You didn't really pay that much at all.
I would argue that there's a larger percentage than it is now.
Well, of course, the NASA budget was larger. Plus, private enterprise is somewhat taken over, right? Hence why Mars missions will probably be SpaceX.
The Mars missions, dude. You're
Yeah,
so
pretty
far
sure.
ahead of yourself.
Pretty sure the Mars missions are contracted to SpaceX, right?
What, future or past? Future.
Hmm?
Future missions or past missions?
I'm just saying, here's the point.
Future. I'm talking about Mars. So
Yo,
future.
Brexit, but I want this space stuff to be real. I thought it was so cool when I was young. I want to be an astronaut, and I don't know. I guess I think differently than you. I'm more critical of the industry and trying to figure out why we can't do some things we used to be able to do. And I guess it's easier for you to just write it off as money and all these other excuses, but it doesn't make sense to me that everything else in the world evolves or innovates and gets better and more efficient, except for this industry.
But it has got more efficient. Like the rockets we've got now are far better than the Apollo or Soyuz rockets that we had in the 70s, right? But the point is, it's kind of how you mentioned earlier about return on investment, right? Like it's pointless going to the moon again because we've done what we needed to do. The whole point of getting to the moon was a show of arms, right? Like there's a reason it happened in the Cold War, right? We wanted to get there first so we could say that we got there.
That's a cool story, dude. I don't know.
Okay,
I think that people would want to go there more than once just to study it.
but we have been there more than once.
I mean, like more than a few times, and also things have improved so much.
But
Then
there's nothing there. There's nothing there to study,
things have
right?
improved so much. If things have improved so much, then why hasn't a human left the Earth's atmosphere since 1972?
I mean, they have left the Earth's atmosphere, right?
No, since 1972, no astronaut has gone past the Earth's atmosphere.
Astronaut, no. Piece of equipment currently
Oh
sighted.
yeah, I suppose the ISS is technically still very high up in the atmosphere, right? So you're kind of right.
Yeah, it is. It is still in the atmosphere. Since
Well,
like,
there's
things
just,
have not,
there's just no. Go on, sorry,
things have
finish.
improved so much, but we have not shown that things have improved so much. We have not done anything more than we have since the moon landing. Really?
Well, I mean, if you want my
That was
genuine,
50 years ago.
if you want my genuine take on this, we've moved towards a more materialist vision of society, right? Like, post World War II was very much an era of like symbolism, right? Like, the nation rallied behind 1969, right? It was very much like, we're doing this to show that we can. We've moved into a far more pragmatic era where we really care about cutting costs and we care about doing things that actually like benefit people.
Were
and stuff.
you around back
To my
then?
dismay. No, of course not. I was born in the 90s.
I would think that we would want to do more research with the new technology we've created here on Earth anyway, to go back to the moon and analyze it and collect more samples at least.
Yeah,
But we
with
don't-
better,
why-
with all of our better instruments, with all of our better tech, with all of our better cameras, with all of our better whatever, dude. It's like, people go? It's not like we go to the Titanic once and film it. They went back recently, supposedly.
Yeah, but like if you
Why
look
do
at-
they keep going back to the Titanic?
So look at Apollo 18, for example, right? Like this is like I think like a fairly good demonstration about what I'm trying to talk about. The reason Apollo 17 was obviously the last crewed mission to the moon, right? Apollo 18 was cancelled because of money, right? There was no justification to go back there. We've done everything we need to do. There isn't anything on the moon, right? Like there is no point in going back there.
They only went to one small area of it, dude. How do
No,
you
but
know?
yeah, but
Why wouldn't they go to all the areas of the moon?
Because the
at this
moon
point?
isn't very far away. We can see what we don't need to go to the moon to
You
know.
can't
what's
see the
there.
backside of it.
I swear, if we continue to argue along the narrative lines with no evidence, this is going to be pointless. Somehow he baited everybody back into talking about the imaginary.
Yeah, no, I think the dark side of the moon argument's quite a good one. Obviously, the fact that we can never see that or analyze it.
You don't even know what the moon is.
Okay. Well, I'm using the moon to describe the thing that is there. And obviously,
What's the moon?
Well, I believe it's a globe.
I don't care about what you believe it is. I want to know what it is.
Well, I rely on the testimonies of the astronauts who went there, and I believe they were being.
Okay, so this is coming from your priest. This is all just hearsay from government agencies that there's no validation to be done, right?
I mean, you've said it yourself. You agreed that you appeal to authority, and you just keep doing it, and it's just kind of disingenuous to like the reality of the
It's
situation.
not disingenuous. It's just how I come to believe what I believe.
I know, but we all know that. We all were taught that. We were all taught to believe that, dude.
I
And
know,
we all
I still-
got
I
that.
still
And
do.
No, we will.
What we're saying is we've essentially outgrown the narrative and the fairy tale, and you are still stuck in it. That's what we're saying.
Well, yeah, from your perspective, of course.
And from your
No, it's objectively true. You don't believe in the objective truth, right? So you're still stuck in a paradigm. You don't look at any other information. You argue against or kick against any other particular information or evidence and just stay with the narrative.
you're defending it. What's the adjective?
It's like Stockholm Syndrome.
Yeah,
I just
something like
believe
that.
that to believe in flat Earth, you'd have to rewrite the entire system of physics as we know it. And I find the idea that
Great.
physics.
Actually, that's just a baseless assertion fallacy, and there's no evidence for that.
That's
so we're gonna
I
throw that out.
massively disagree. Again, like the gravity wouldn't function as it would.
You can disagree all you want to, but we're not throwing out anything as far as physics is regarded, like the second law of thermodynamics. We're holding tight to that.
Sure, well, some physics you might hold tight to, but a lot of it is disregarded if what you
And
say is true.
what is the stuff that we're not holding to, by the way? Specifically?
I've already gone over general relativity and special relativity.
Oh, okay. So I asked you for the hypothesis, and you have yet to provide that.
Yeah, we'll circle back on that.
Well, again, it's an appeal to authority. I'm not familiar with general relativity or special relativity.
You're not going to provide the hypothesis, even though you say we're denying general relativity and you don't have any evidence for it. Sounds like you're the one that's denying the physics.
No. Just because I don't have evidence for it doesn't mean evidence doesn't exist.
And the physical evidence for the gravity bending of pseudo-Riemannian force space, you have that then. Let's look at it.
There is evidence for it. But
Okay, so who does? Why don't you get us the hypothesis like I asked you to do about an hour ago?
Because I'm not a physicist.
Is it scientific?
Okay, so just because you're not a physicist, you can't access the information, the hypothesis that's been tested to prove the bending of pseudo-Riemannian force space?
It would be absolutely pointless because I wouldn't be able to comprehend it.
Okay, so when you're going to stop appealing to it because you don't know anything about it, sounds like you're denying physics.
Well, no, I'm appealing to the physics that they say is true, right?
What physics would that be that you've demonstrated and also provided the
I haven't
hypothesis for?
demonstrated it because I'm not a physicist.
I see. So you're just kind of skirting around the idea of physics and appealing to something you don't even know if it exists or not.
Oh, well, I don't know for sure, but I think I very much lean on the side of it does, given that it seems to explain phenomena in general.
What explains what with demonstration, please?
I can't demonstrate it. I'm not a physicist. I've already gone around this.
Okay, so I guess no demonstrations of the physical claims he's making, the physics claims that he's making. It seems like he's denying them. Sounds like projection.
Well, no, I don't think it's projection.
Really? So you're the one denying physics today. We're asking for it. You're not providing it.
No, I'm not denying physics, no.
Okay, so then get us the
Denying that
hypothesis.
I'm denying that I know about that physics. I'm not denying physics. I'm denying that I could know.
Okay, so in physics, we have an experiment to verify and validate empirically this idea of the bending and warping of pseudo-Riemannian force space. I'd like to see it.
I mean, you can look that up.
I be labeled as some kind of physics denier when I'm asking for the physics right now.
But I don't understand the physics, so I can't give it to you.
Okay, so when maybe we should stop appealing to things that you don't even know if they exist or not.
Well, no, I think it's fine to appeal to that. There's a lot of things I don't personally have experience with.
So if I appeal to unicorns to prove gravity, is that okay?
No, because experts don't appeal to the unicorns.
Well, what experts? There's been no experts even referenced in all this diatribe you've been bringing in here.
I'm a unicorn expert.
Physics consensus.
Physics consensus? Oh, so now this is an appeal to consensus fallacy. Are you like a physics denier?
No. I just think you're being...
So why are you appealing to consensus and getting rid of physics now?
Because physics is the consensus, so I'm not denying physics.
Oh, so in physics, there's a consensus that they have an experiment that verifies the bending and warping of pseudo-Riemannian force space. I'd like to see that, please.
Well, I don't have it because I'm not a physicist. We're just going to go around in circles.
So it doesn't matter if you're a physicist or not. The great thing about this is that you can go get the papers and the experiments that verify your position, right?
I can't
Because you're appealing to people that are doing this. And I'm sure by now all of the consensus information and all the experiments that have been conducted are publicized and easy for you to reference and bring in here and show us what experiment was done. Or is it possible that you know they don't exist?
I've already told you multiple times, right? It's pointless.
What is for?
I actually have no idea. Could you show it to me? This guy's I don't know what pseudo-Riemannian force space is, Callie. Can you show me pseudo-Riemannian force space and how it bends and warps? I don't know. Can you show it to me? Someone tells me it has something to do with gravity, and I would like to see if you have any evidence for it. Is this your claim, Callie? Yeah, so I guess Callie doesn't know what pseudo-Riemannian force space either is, right? So nobody here can tell me what it is or show it bending and warping.
Yeah, so what's the P and not P? I don't get it.
No, maybe listen a bit more.
Yeah, what's the P and not P is the question.
Wow. What an amazing question. So we don't have any evidence for pseudo-Riemannian force space, certainly no evidence for it bending and warping, other than an appeal to consensus fallacy, right?
Well, no, because everything is contingent upon you also deny, so it's kind of pointless.
Oh, I'm asking for the evidence, and you're appealing to consensus. Sounds like you're a physics denier.
Well, no, I'd appreciate you didn't keep repeating this because I've already told you that I'm not denying physics. I'm just.
Well, if you're appealing to consensus, you're appealing to physics, and you're certainly getting what I'm asking for. I will keep interrupting you because I'm really hoping that you'll stop saying I want to appeal to the consensus and not give you the evidence. I'm hoping that you'll stop doing that and actually give me the evidence that I want, but you don't have it.
Well, I mean, now, especially now you've muted me, I'm just not going to engage.
Go ahead. You can disengage. Does anybody else want to ask this guy for his evidence for the bending and warping of pseudo-Riemannian force space?
Or evidence for anything else he said that he doesn't have?
Right. I mean, how many baseless assertions can we have in one day? This guy's got to be close to some kind of record.
One second, you guys think you can't bend space and time? You must be flat earthers. Like, isn't it so easy to bend space and time, to bend a concept? Dude, it's like so simple. Like, just bend the concept in your mind, make up a story in your mind and believe it. There you go. So simple.
The crescendo to the point that says who was trying to bring up, when you keep saying the physics, you'll find that Einstein's mathematical equations are not physics. There's no scientific experiment which natural science like physics would rely on to demonstrate this. This is
Mathematical
math.
evidence is still evidence, right? You don't need a lab theory to know that something's true.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you this. Is three-dimensional space, height, width, length physical?
Yes, everything is physical.
No, not the physical thing like the table or the wood or the atmosphere or the mountain. The three-dimensional coordinate system itself, height, width, length.
Well, no, that's theoretical. It describes the physical.
No, yeah, that's not theoretical. It's abstract.
Well, yeah, abstract,
right?
that word, yeah.
Yeah. So not physical in of itself, correct?
Sure. The phenomena you're measuring is physical, but the thing we're using to measure it isn't.
Yeah, so the first three dimensions of this four-dimensional coordinate system are an abstract coordinate system, not physical in of itself. Okay, so that's going to be really hard to do physics on things that aren't physical, isn't it?
But you're doing them on things that are physical. The phenomena it represents is physical, and that's what you're measuring. You're not measuring the abstraction. What's the word? Sorry.
The three-dimensional coordinate system isn't physical in itself. Space, absence of anything that we can describe as height, width, length, give a coordinate system. This is abstract. This is conceptual. This is not physical.
I disagree for sure.
Okay, would you like me to go and get you some definitions for this?
No, because the coordinate itself, the thing that it points to, is physical, and that's the thing we're measuring. The things we use to measure it might not be, but that doesn't mean the phenomena isn't physical.
Okay, do you know how space-time works and what a tensor equation is?
No.
Okay, so the displacement of mass within this four-dimensional coordinate system bends and distorts that coordinate system, the height, width, length, and time. Is time physical?
Hard question. Just sort of, yeah.
Sort of.
It's got to double check if it fits in the globe.
Yeah, if space-time is a phenomena, then time can't be separated from space itself. It is technically a physical phenomena.
All right, okay. Do you know what a reification fallacy is?
No.
Okay, taking non-physical things and giving them physical attributes. This is what the space-time fabric is. Taking non-physical things like a coordinate system, height, width, length, and time, and in your mathematics you can bend and distort that coordinate system due to the displacement of math. That's what the tensor equation does. Bends, distorts, stretches, curves that coordinate system.
Yeah, I guess space-time wouldn't be a physical medium, right? Like it's
Good. So not a physical medium, but it's said to be doing physical things. It's said to be warped and bent because of the displacement of math. It's not physics, definitely not science. It's a mathematical construct.
Yeah, sure, representing the effects that we see happen to something. Like we have to come up with a name for the phenomena.
Yeah, given an explanation using this coordinate system, yes, but it's not physical in of itself. Doesn't always work. Dark matter, for example. The crescendo to this point is Einstein, not physics, not natural science. Can't be, because it's a conceptual medium.
I don't really know enough to argue with you or support or argue against you. So yeah.
Okay, mate, no worries. I just wanted to bring that point up. Amazing what you can do with math.
I'm always amazed by the leap of faith that Globers have, and all these concepts and the stuff some old fart has once said and written down. Whose wife was his cousin, I think. I mean, it's all relative at the end of the day, obviously. In a world of just let's make everything relative, so belief systems
No,
going to be relative.
Jedi, you're right. It is a mathematical construct to describe what we observe in real life accurately. And it does a very good job. Like, we measure things to, like, the desk when it comes to time dilation. Like, their understanding of these tensor equations and time dilation to know how far away these satellites are from each other. Like, are you denying, like, all that radio technology that they have? What's up?
Yeah, sorry, Callie, you were breaking up for me then. I didn't catch everything that you said. Do apologise, mate.
They measure time dilation when they're pinging radio signals back and forth between satellites. That is based on Einstein's tensor equations.
Okay.
Are you saying that doesn't give them accurate, like, distances and readings of, like, how long it's taken for these signals to bounce around? Because according to them, they know where they are with their satellites to the accuracy of, like, microseconds.
That satellite's where?
Above the Earth.
Okay.
They're pinging their signals around, dude. Satellites are they're connected to base towers, and based on how high the satellite is above the Earth is going to determine how much time dilation is affecting the signal. And they do all the math and calculations with the tensor equations that Einstein came up with. And it is a mathematical construct, considering that space-time is curving mass, telling it how to move. Yeah, it is based in that, but it's given them accurate distances and time.
I get the
for, like, where they are. So
I get the mathematical construct, but you've just added physicality to space-time. A three-dimensional height, width, length coordinate system isn't physical in of itself, is it?
But they ran with it because of the accuracy of the calculations, based on the presumption that space-time is telling mass how to move. So there's that going on. Like, you could really indulge in that, all that stuff, and there's tons of fucking information about that.
Well, space-time's just a mathematical construct to explain the phenomena that happens to things, right? Like, it's not necessarily a thing in of itself, but the effects that it has are real. They are the physical things.
So not actually bending and warping of space-time, but we can mathematically see and say it as such.
Yeah, there's bending and warping. Those are the physical things, but we don't. But the space-time itself isn't a physical thing necessarily. The same way that, like, space isn't a physical thing, but it's still there, right? It's probably, like, the best way to put it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, dude. It's not physically there. It's just a good way of backwards engineering observations. I'm getting what Callie says about the satellites and stuff, but we're going to have difference of opinion of how far away these satellites are above the Earth or in space or whatever.
Yeah.
I get it's a good way of explaining phenomena, but it's not a scientific way of explaining the phenomena. It's just a retrofitting of what we see, and I'm going to explain it in this way. That's awesome stuff.
Like the core problem is like any claim that I make. So like the whole like radar thing, like with the time dilation when radar signals get too close to the sun, like that's contingent on other things that you also don't believe. So then I'd have to go into that bit, but then that bit's also likely contingent on other things you don't believe, and we'd have to go like cascading down the whole physics system in general. And like I can't do that because I don't have the know-how.
I'm glad you brought that back up. Are you talking about radar pings off of the sun?
And we're talking about like how when waves travel near to the sun, they experience time dilation and travel at different relative speeds to what they should, I suppose, is the way to put it.
Yeah, being as you said radar, as in they'd have to come back, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Yes, so coming off of the sun.
Yeah.
Okay, you can't bounce radar off the sun, it's a black body.
You bounce it near the sun, is what I mean. If radar signal goes near the sun.
Near, so not off the sun then.
Well, yeah, not off the sun, but like near the sun.
And it comes back.
Yeah, let me. What was it called? Erwin Shapiro did an experiment in the 70s. I will find it for you just so I'm actually accurate here.
No, I appreciate that. If you've got literature,
You know,
I'd love to see.
the sun has it. The sun has
here you go.
its own atmosphere. Like, it's bouncing off of those. Whatever you
I'm just
call
going to grab a
them,
cup of tea
radiation.
really quick. I've linked you the Shapiro time delay thing, which
I'll
is like
have a
a test for general relativity, I suppose, by passing signals near a massive object. I will be right back.
Cool, appreciate that, man.
Kelly, you were the one talking about the time dilation and GPS, right?
Yeah, I'm not an expert. I just, I indulge randomly.
No, that's fine. I just posted a what I call proof for GPS proving time dilation in the side chat, so you can take a look at that.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Mark. I don't know if everything I said is exactly how it works. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I'll read that.
It was close, but and I think mine is better, humbly, but it may not be perfect. So you can read that and critique it
in a minute.
While we're waiting, I've got some questions. If anyone is interested.
Just ask you a question, buddy. Somebody will answer at some point. I'm just reading the document at the moment, so it might not be me.
Oh, fair enough. Thank you for letting me know. It actually comes off what you said, sir, about how far the satellites actually are from Earth. Is it that satellites are real, but they're not in orbit necessarily, but they still are there? Or is it that the satellites are just not there? None of it's real. I didn't understand where the line was.
Come on, somebody can give an answer to this, man. If I start talking, I'm not going to read this document, so please, somebody else help him.
Well, it'd be good. Hopefully it's one or the other. Not trying to create any kind of false dichotomies or anything. I just wanted to understand if the view is that the satellites are there, they are moving around, but there's this contention around how far they actually are from us, the observer, or if there are no satellites at all.
No, there are satellites, mate. It's just the juxtaposition between the flat Earth and globe Earth explanation for what they are and where they are.
Understood.
Yeah, that's only different. Geeks, is that Geeks that we know, or Geeks somebody else?
Well, I'd say it's probably the first one. Hello, mate.
Okay, mate, how you doing?
May I ask? I know this might seem like a silly question going on from that, but may I ask one more specifically about that? Because when the satellites, so if satellites are there, so you can actually see them traversing across the sky. Is that correct? So I've seen one, but I don't know if that's not the right claim to make. They are observed.
Are you talking about looking up at the night sky and a point of light is moving across the sky, and we call that a satellite?
That's exactly it. That's exactly it.
Yeah, I get you. I don't think anybody would deny that we see something. It's just a contention of what it is and where it is.
Gotcha. Okay.
NASA freely admit that they put high altitude devices like satellites and all of that type of equipment, and they hang it on the bottom of high altitude balloons. So we could be looking at reflections off of those, couldn't we?
I see.
Okay.
So this is the sort of strange question, and I don't know if it's just not worth even thinking about because it's so bad. But here it goes. So I saw one the other day, and it was traversing across the sky, but I'm not on the top story of my apartment complex, right? So I was looking across to the other one, and as it traversed, it disappeared behind the building that it ducked behind. I know it sounds silly. Basically, as it was traversing, it disappeared. The question is to do with the horizon. The reason why it disappeared for me looking at it go behind the building is because I can't see past that line of sight. With the horizon, does that not happen because it just stretches on forever? Does that make sense? That question.
Yeah, I guess when you point out that I can't see that satellite because it's physically blocked by that building. When the satellite goes beyond the horizon, Globe Earth claims that it's physically blocked by the curvature of the Earth. Flat Earth explanation is the horizon is your limitation of view across a flat surface.
Gotcha.
Things above your eye line with distance will appear to go downwards. Like when you look at street lights or a corridor, the ceiling appears closer to the floor with distance. So the satellite appears to be going down, but that's just an appearance, an optical phenomenon. When it goes past the limitation of your view, known as the horizon, you can't see it anymore because you can't resolve what's beyond the horizon.
I understand. So the reason why I couldn't see it with the building is because the building was closer to me. It was my angle of view, right? So what you're saying is with the limitation of our view that is defined as the horizon on flat Earth, it's the limitation to what we can see. Why is that different to me being able to see the satellite when it's further away than, I guess, what we would determine to be the horizon? Or is is that incorrect? Have I got them the wrong way around? The horizon, the limit is
Yeah, I
further
don't know.
than.
I don't know if I want to start that again because you slightly confused me, dude. So do you want to maybe
Let me
start?
try. Sorry. I confused myself on this. Right. Let me start again. I'll do my best. Okay. So if I replay back to you what you said, the horizon on flat Earth is defined as the limitation of the point at the point where we can't see that far anymore. Is that correct?
Yeah, the horizon is a limitation of the view across the surface. Yeah.
Across the surface, I see. Right. And that then, what you're saying, I think you've answered my question, which is the satellite doesn't apply regarding that limitation, because even though it's further away than what I'm assuming our limit is on the flat surface, even though it is further away, because it's not on the flat surface, it's not the same thing. Is that any clearer?
Yeah. These are two slightly different things. So I can't see that satellite because the fucking building's in the way is physical obstruction. I can't see the horizon beyond. Sorry, I can't see the satellite when it goes beyond the horizon. Is a slightly different argument. This is a perspective argument. It's not a physical obstruction. It's an obstruction due to perspective.
No, I appreciate that it comes across as like a demand for dual answer. So let's take the building out of it completely.
Okay.
The satellite is further away as it traverses the sky relative to me than again relative to me the horizon, which is being defined as the point at which I have visual limitations. The satellite is further than the distance of the horizon relative to me. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, much further.
Right. Okay. Then I don't understand how I can see the satellite. Oh, it's because it's not on the flat plane. So the flat plane means that there is a limitation put on your ability to see however far. But if it's not on the flat plane, i.e. a satellite, then your limitations, well, they're not the same limitations.
No.
I'm really sorry. This is coming across. Did that make any sense?
Yeah, it made some sense, dude. You're fine.
So is that the determining factor? It's that it's the on a flat plane. There is a limit to how far you can see, and not on a flat plane. There isn't a limit to how far you can see.
Not on the flat plane, the curved surface. Then there is still a limit to how far you can see across.
No, I mean the satellite. Sorry, I mean the satellite. So it's not on a flat plane to us. Is what I mean.
Yeah, I get you. We have to remember how we view the world, right? So, for example, when you observe the satellite, let's try to make a hypothetical out of this.
Mm-hmm.
You saw it come up from the horizon over your head and then towards the horizon. Now, this is just perspective, how we view the world. It's like an arc or a dome over your head. It's like a protractor in some ways, right? So just because the object appears to come up from the horizon doesn't mean that it's actually touching the horizon.
Gotcha.
Like when we look down the street at night, the actual height of those lights above the surface of the road physically doesn't change. They're all 20 foot above the surface, but they appear to get closer to the surface the further we look down the road. So this is akin to a satellite. It's going away. It hasn't changed its altitude above the surface, but because of the way that you, me, and everybody else view the world, then it appears to go downwards towards the horizon.
Understood. there's one piece of the puzzle that hopefully you'll be able to help me with. It's again, it's coming back to the limit, I guess, of our visual capability.
Yeah.
What do we know what that limit is? Like, does that limit have a size and a unit? Do you know what I mean? Like, is it quantifiable what that limit is?
Yeah, it would depend on the physical size of objects, the distance, and the reduction of angular size. So you can have massive objects beyond the horizon, like a mountain, that you can still see. But the mountain's fucking massive compared to you. Eventually, if you're far enough away from the mountain, then eventually it will become too small to see. But if we're talking about limitations of our view, it depends on the optic.
Gotcha.
It depends on the size of the thing in question. And
It's
if
more of
we're
an equation than just a number. Is what you mean? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank
No
you.
worries.
Very, very clear. And apologies for taking a while to explain it. Very patient of you. You're a gentleman, sir.
No, you're fine, buddy. No worries at all. Listen, I've got to dip out for 5 minutes. Hopefully, if you've got any other questions, somebody else will pick it up. But I'll be back soon, buddy.
Take care. Bye-bye. What a gentleman. What a nice chap. You could all learn a thing or two off this guy.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, absolutely.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Welcome. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Can you still hear me?
You're a little scratchy, but I can hear you.
I'm on the toilet right now and I'm gonna prove that the earth is flat.
I'm not really interested in listening to your potty talk. You can maybe come back and talk to us when you're done going
I'm
to
not
the
actually
toilet.
on the toilet, bro. What are you on about? Why? Okay. Hello?
Hello?
I'm back. I actually was on the toilet. I lied when I said that I wasn't. I'm sorry.
Okay, that was just a little weird. That's all. So, what are you up to?
You literally okay. Well, okay. Listen. So, do you believe? Wait. What? Are you a globetrot, or are you a flat earther?
No, I do not believe in the heliocentric model at all.
Fuck is that, bro? What's the
That's
heliocentric model?
that's the whole solar system and the spinning Earth and all of that. I don't believe
You
in any of
don't.
that crap.
Holy fuck. Wait. So what? Hold on. So wait. Okay. When you look outside and you see these lights in the sky, what are those according to you?
They're just lights in the sky. I've never been to them. I
What the
don't
fuck
know
are
what
lights
they
in the
are.
sky? What are lights in the sky?
Well, the sun lights the sky for our daytime light, and the
Okay.
moon comes out at night, and we get a lesser light at nighttime from the moon, and the stars also give off some light. Isn't that interesting?
Wait, am I retarded? You don't believe in that? You don't believe in the? Wait, what?
They're just lights in the sky. I don't believe that they're light years away or any of that crap. Everything that you
Why?
see out there is just here.
Why don't you
That
believe
is
it?
everything. Because I haven't found any proof for it. All I find is stories when you go looking into it.
Wait.
You have to just
Wait.
believe. And I
Okay,
don't
so
want to
hold on.
believe something. I want to know something.
Okay, Plumbob. When scientists say that in 10 years there will be a meteor coming real close to Earth, that you might see it. It will look like a falling star, only more cinematic. I don't know if you've seen that video from Russia where the whole fucking sky like turns blue and shit, right?
Yeah, it's cool, isn't it?
Scientists, have predicted that. Like based on calculations, they can say that okay, a certain fucking meteor will be that close to Earth and it will cause a huge cinematic event, right? How do they predict that then?
They do that by taking elevation angles to the stars, or to, in this case, to a body of a meteorite or whatever, and they're able to plot its path, and they can make calculations and assumptions on how long it'll take for something to spin around our heads and come back and in view at a particular point in time. I don't have an issue with that. But that doesn't prove globe Earth. That just proves that somebody has found something, a repeating pattern, that they're able to say, "Hey, this is going to happen again." The same as the eclipses. They happen. That's nothing fancy there. They've been predicting eclipses, going way back to the early days.
Fuck me, I feel so lucky. I in my head I have this library of humans with obscure. I'm sorry, I don't want to offend you. According to me, my opinion, obscure opinions, right? And you just made it, man. You made it in my fucking museum of interesting people. I've never
Okay,
ever heard
great.
someone say that. I don't want to offend you. I don't want, like, that's not my point. It's just so interesting to me that you have this completely different worldview than me. It's like I've never heard
Well,
someone
do you
say
have
what you just said.
proof? Do you have proof that you live on a globe? Do you experience the globe? Do you feel it moving? Do you see the curvature?
Well,
Like, what are your
if I
experiences in your day-to-day life?
Whew, oh, that's a nasty question. You know when I'm gonna answer that, I'm gonna say, well, basically nothing, right? Because I don't look at it, I don't analyze it, I don't study that shit. I study history, so yeah. But nothing. But I do know that this weird phenomenon happens when I stand on a dike looking at the ocean, and I see this huge fucking boat who was real close to me, moving away from me, and it's at the end I only see the mast, I only see the top of the ship and not the bottom of the ship, not the entire ship.
Interesting. Would you expect to see it disappear from the top down?
I would expect it to disappear from the bottom down, from the bottom up.
Yeah, because that's where it gets to the limiting point of what your eyes are capable of seeing.
But it happens with a camera,
Not a good argument. You can just zoom in.
Whoa, hold on. Okay, let's fundamentally start with this. I'm not discussing this topic. I don't know jack shit about this. I just really want to hear from someone as Plumbob with an opinion that I've never fucking heard in my life before. I'm so interested in that. So whenever you ask me something, how I view something, I'm not saying it's the absolute truth. I don't know jack shit about this topic, okay?
Hey, Eddie, I tell you what, let's just go right down to the brass tacks. Why do I think the Earth, actually, it's not why I think. Why do I know the Earth is flat? I know the Earth is flat because that's how it is measured. Okay? Your latitude lines come from flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. Okay, the star in the sky, and that's what gives you your latitude lines. And then the location of the sun is what gives you your longitude lines. That's where your time zones come from, along the longitude lines. So you've got the sun and you've got Polaris. Now, Polaris, when you're looking at it, if you're right underneath it, you're at the North Pole. Okay, they would be at 90 degrees to you, right there. Okay, if you move away from it, it starts to drop down towards the horizon. You're not going over a curve. You're just walking away from Polaris, and you keep walking. And we'll assume that you've walked all the way to the point where Polaris is now on the horizon. You just can't quite see it. It's just there. Guess where you are? You are now on the equator. That is the definition of equator, the minimum elevation angle to Polaris. There is no curvature required. It's just an angle. Angles require two straight lines, and there you go.
That's
and
not specifically true, Plum, because if you're in the southern hemisphere, you can't see the
you're
North
going
Star Polaris,
to
right?
use different stars. There's
Exactly.
about
So why
58
can't we
stars
see the same stars from the southern hemisphere?
because you're too far away from them.
No, that's not
why.
how it. That's not how it works. You'd use a telescope and you still be able to see them.
Because you can't see Polaris when you go past the equator.
Why?
You cannot see it. Okay. Now there are reports that you might be able to see it. I think
why can't you see it?
It's down on the horizon. You can't resolve it.
So why is it down on the horizon? Why can't we see past that
Because
point?
you walked away from it. You moved away from it, and perspective took over, and it dropped down to the horizon.
I'm sorry. That breaks all laws of perspective completely. Right? There is no vanishing point if there is no medium from which to view something. Okay, the atmosphere is a consistent density. The only way this makes sense is if space is filled with a medium that constricts the possible viewing of things, which it isn't, right? Unless you're suggesting you have proof that space itself is filled with something other than a vacuum that would constrict the ability to see something. That would give it a vanishing point. Much how atmospheric density can obscure views of things because you have too much atmosphere between you and the object you're observing, right?
You're smuggling your claim of outer space in. You just said, we know it's not such and such a medium, and we know it's a vacuum, so now you got the positive claim.
Indeed, right? But if you're making a positive claim that that's not the case, then you should be able to prove that.
No, you made the positive claim of space. You should be able to prove that.
His positive claim was already underlined in his original point, right? If there is a vanishing point, then there must be something that's responsible for that vanishing point. So you'd first have to prove that.
Yeah, it's not our problem.
Well, it is, because that's an underlying positive claim. If you're asking me to prove my positive claims, I'm going to have to ask
Yeah,
you
the
yours
burden of
first.
proof is on Plumbob.
No,
He
burden
made a initial claim.
Space. He's like, hey, there isn't some weird medium.
Hold on, Heretic.
Right.
No, I did. No, you're correct. You're correct. I made a positive claim, but I made that for a purposeful reason, right? Because I knew you were going to ask me to prove my positive claims, which then means that I can ask Plumbob to first prove his positive claims. Then I'm more than happy to go into mine.
All I can tell you is that the minimum elevation angle to Polaris is the equator. That's the point where Polaris is on the horizon. If you go any further, you can't see it.
I know, and I'm asking you why.
All I can tell you is it appears to be perspective.
We don't need to know.
That's certainly not true. We know it's not perspective, right?
And it's something else, but it's what happened.
Why is it not
It's reality.
perspective, Brexit bot? Why is it not perspective?
Because your perspective doesn't change. The zooming changes. The perspective does not. The only way the perspective could change is if the North Star is much, much closer than we think it is, which is then another positive claim that you'd have to prove.
No, it's not. It's just a possibility. We don't have to prove anything. Doesn't matter why it happens.
Then don't make claims.
Just what happens. Well, you don't make claims. Let's see if you can pull that off. Why does it happen?
Damn. Well, no, there's no need. You're pushing this back to me. That the claim is that the Earth is flat, right?
Brexit bot, just entertain it. Just entertain it, Brexit bot.
I will quote Plumbob.
Why does it happen? Why does it happen?
Because the Earth is round.
Okay, so you are actually the one with the positive claim. So that necessitates a geometric horizon and a curved surface of the Earth and all bodies of water. Can you show us that?
All right, we can absolutely show you that there's a geometric horizon because things disappear past the horizon.
Show me the geometric horizon, then that's 1.2 miles times square root of observer height in feet. If your interpretation of what the horizon is true, that's where it'll be. Prove that.
We can. Objects disappear behind that.
You didn't prove that it's 1.2 miles times square root or any of that. You didn't prove that it's the result of a curved surface and it's at that geometric distance and that's what it is at all. You just asserted it.
That's the only thing that could be responsible for that.
That's just asserting it again. So are you ready to tap out so we can carry on talking to the new guy?
Brexit bot.
Absolutely not.
If I may, as a complete retard on the subject, if I may, can't it be that the Earth is flat, but you have like different elevations when a ship, for example?
No, because it wouldn't be
goes out of-
consistent. It wouldn't be consistent around the entire globe, right? You're correct that it could be that, but all it is the cascading amounts of different terrain elevation just ends up being a flat Earth because it's consistently the same around the entire Earth, especially if you control for the effects of atmospheric refraction, which is the reason you can see further than the horizon itself would suggest.
So I'm going to mute Brexit bot until he posts proof or a measurement.
Don't do that. Come on, don't do that. Don't do that. Come on.
I'm also going to finish my sentence, so now you're muted too. So I'm going to put him on mute until he posts his proof that the horizon is geometric, and he needs to do something more than just simply assert that that's what it is, and that's all it could be. That's just fallacious reasoning. We need to see whatever measurement he has, anything. So proof that it's geometric horizon because that's where your claim ends up. That's what it necessitates. If the star is vanishing like that because the curved surface of Earth is getting in the way, then you're talking about a geometric horizon. We can show you horizons that are 10 times, 30 times in excess of the distance that would be. So that can't be what the horizon is, but since you've made the claim that that's what it is, you can just post your proof and that'll take you off mute.
Bro. Just this is the problem with this VZ. People get muted so many times. Like, I'm in here as a complete retard, just asking questions, and I was about to get. I was muted.
That was okay. What was going on with you and Plumbob, but then he wanted to butt in and try to steal.
No, but I mean, just let him. Let's have an interesting conversation about this. Let's not.
Yeah, we let him go, and then he made an assertion.
But come on, let's just unmute the dude. I was listening. Everyone was enjoying themselves.
Fucking said, bro. I'm not unmuting him because he's now in a loop of just. I already just told you. He's in a loop of just reasserting.
Well, what do you want to do? Do you want to talk to people who already agree with you? Let's have an interesting.
No,
it was really interesting to listen to.
You can keep having your conversation with Plum Bob. Don't worry about him. When he has proof of his geometric horizon, he can then be back on the mic to tell us all about it. How about that?
Why would you have a conversation?
Don't worry
like that?
about him, dude. You have your own conversation. He's not your problem.
Oh, it just was really interesting to listen to.
Was really interesting to hear him assert, just assert his claim over and over.
I haven't seen Plumbob providing any sources for his claims.
Okay, so
you
what?
haven't muted him. You haven't muted him. You come on.
Stop being an idiot, dude. He's a mod here for one thing, and for another.
Doesn't matter. Okay, so what does that matter? You're being a mod that suddenly that rules don't apply to you.
I'm not gonna entertain your fucking concern trolling, you twat. Like, get
I'm
back.
I'm not trolling.
Fuck off.
Has Brexy bot been fully cooked? I've been away for a while.
Well, I just asked him for geometric horizon proof, and this other troll, Karen, just wanted to whine and endlessly about it instead of continue the conversation, which the guy he wants so badly to be unmuted interrupted.
But let's just give it to Brexy bot that he has been going strong for a long time. For a few hours at least. So, commendable effort on the side of the globe. We appreciate you, brother.
So what do you guys think that Elon Musk is doing? Just out of curiosity.
Working to the government, NASA.gov.
Having lunch right now.
Right, but I mean, like, you know, like, where's the rockets going? You know, I mean,
into the air.
so are like, where are the satellites?
They call it satelloons.
Oh, they're on balloons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, that's a pretty big conspiracy. Like, look,
it's not. It's about physics. It's about physics. Can you prove that space? It's possible that space. It's possible that space to be a vacuum next to this gas pressure that we are breathing. It's not possible.
Look.
I can give you a citation from NASA. I can give you a citation from NASA. What is gas pressure? It requires a container. So
no,
anyway.
Correct. Look. I'm in, for the record. I'm somewhere in the middle. Like, you know, I'm a layman on both. I couldn't prove one way or the other, right? But like, I do think there are some things that are pretty damn weird on the globe, like the pressure thing, right? The answers that I get are like super convoluted, and it just doesn't seem right. But there's also things on the flat Earth that kind of scratch my head too, like satellites. Or like,
I can post a video from NASA, and they are saying at the beginning, a well-kept secret, and they are putting satellites on balloons.
I'll watch that. I'll watch it if you post it.
Yeah, if you post it, I'll watch whatever you guys post.
I'm gonna post it, and then I can post. I can post
the answer for like the plane.
I can post about satellites. Ex aerospace engineers from NASA. They write a book saying satellites are hoax and the Earth is flat. So what? You know the problem? Ex aerospace engineers. Anyway, I'm gonna search.
Yeah, I mean, look, but like, man, dude, like thousands of people would the work was at, and they would have to know it's on a dam.
Yeah,
you know that's. I mean, like.
You know, there's an astronaut. You know, there's. You want to know? Listen or not?
Is like,
you think at the top there are not flat earthers? You think at NASA, for example, there are not flat earthers there?
No, look. I'm not saying that, man. I'm just saying.
There was an astronaut. The video is not more available, but you know, it's like 1 gigabyte. But that astronaut. You know, there was a guy, he speaks Spanish. He did spend 1 month at that house astronaut. That guy was a glober. But the astronaut still said to tell this. No rockets went out. There's a barrier. They hit this barrier. They never went out. This is from an astronaut. And he did said, from above, Earth is not a ball. And that guy did a video, talking about that, but of course he didn't say what is the name of that astronaut, because the guy didn't want to know. If someone knew who he is, he was not already alive. So anyway, so even that guy was a glober, because when he received, when he did this,
a couple of
just
questions,
let me finish. When he
I
did
apologize. Sorry.
I'm gonna finish. When he did receive that information, he did a video, and he did spend like 1 hour talking about electric circuit, talking about capacitors, all the capacitors, and Tesla, and so on. But when he did receive that information, he was a glober, because he did receive the information, and he did said, I don't know, if Earth from above it has some kind of refraction. So you see, but he did receive the information, he did pass the information. But that's very interesting, from an astronaut. Anyway,
May I ask a couple of questions, sir?
I'm gonna get the video of that satellites from NASA. The satellites.
My questions are, so the other astronauts are lying when they say it's a globe, yes?
Well, we have Buzz Aldrin saying we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. So
Yes, but the ones that are saying it's a globe are lying, yes?
they went to space.
Yeah, they're lying.
They went
Correct.
to space.
Which one said it? Which one said it?
Are they lying, sir? The other ones.
Which one said it? Which ones said it?
Okay, so this one.
What do you mean, which ones? I don't understand.
You said the ones that are saying it's a globe. And yeah, so no. He said the ones that are saying it's a globe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which ones are those? Who's that?
I don't know.
Yeah, not a lot. Yeah, I'll agree with you on that one. Not a lot of like I don't really know of many astronauts that just come out here and they're like, "Hey, it's a globe." Like they don't really say much of anything. Like the vast majority of them. I mean,
So
you
none
got
of
like
them,
plenty
none
of
of them have
interviews.
said it's a globe. None of them have said it's a globe.
No.
Okay. Just wanted to know. Thank you.
No, I mean I'm sure.
Well, you don't know of any.
That like.
No, I'm agreeing with
said
you.
you don't know of any.
None of them have said it's a globe. None of them. Because I don't know.
No.
You can't name one.
Yeah, I'm the one.
I'm agreeing with you, sir. None of them have said it's a globe because I can't name one.
Maybe one has said it's a globe.
Who? Which one?
They said that before they went up there.
Which one?
I don't know. Maybe. I said maybe.
Okay, maybe. Which one? Maybe.
No. Maybe Chris Hadfield, maybe before he claimed to have gone up there and played guitar, he said it was a globe. But in an interview on TV, he said it's just flat and gorgeous to see.
Okay.
So
which ones are telling the truth?
Look here, I gotta admit this too, right?
Oh, I'm unmuted. Freedom.
I do think it's pretty weird how negatively you guys are treated just for believing in flat Earth, right? I think that's pretty damn
Yeah, if anyone's got any videos of the whole horizon thing not
Who
being
did said we believe in flat Earth?
Brexy, you're going back on mute if you're just going to blurt in and interrupt the current combo. Obviously, wait for a break to transition.
I do apologise. I didn't hear anyone talking because I had Cyber on local mute from a different channel.
It's not the belief. It's not the belief.
I've unmuted him now, though. Go on.
When someone spends a lot of time, and even crossing a lot of information, even from physics and etc. Yeah, that ball is impossible. So I see no problem we have a guy that did work at Antarctica, and he was a glober, and now he's a flat Earth guy. Very interesting.
How many flat earthers are there in the world?
Ask to the top. At Brazil, there's 1 million. And every day, more people are waking up there. 1 million.
And in America?
I don't know.
Not many.
But, you know, at
1
Brazil,
million?
1 million at Brazil, you know, I don't know the population of America. But, yeah, there's
330 million.
No,
How the fuck do you expect somebody to answer that question?
Well, there's been surveys, right? So there was a Polls 2021 survey, which they
Shut the fuck up with your survey
Oh,
bullshit.
fucking hell. All right, Sunshine.
Yeah, it's like he's running around counting them all. Hold still, I've just got to count yours. Are you a flat earther? No, fuck.
Well, yeah, that's literally how you do it, right? You just ask people if they fucking believe in it. Like, about 10% of the US population think the moon landings were fake and Earth is flat.
Is every flat earther going to admit it?
Yes.
No,
Oh,
they won't.
how do you know?
Well, we can control for that, right? Maybe it's slightly higher than 10% then, but it's still a pretty good portion of the population, to be honest. 10% is quite a fucking lot. That's what, 30 million people in the US, if not more.
You know, people are working, you know, professors, you know, those guys never gonna tell that the Earth is flat, you know. But at least I know one from Brazil, you know, he's a geophysicist and seismologist. It was at the top, you know, at the São Paulo University. And to get that place, you have to be the best of the best. So, and his co-worker, he was a flat earth guy, and he did send some videos, and he was getting, you know, very angry, because there were videos he didn't have the answers. So anyway, but the guy is now a flat earth guy. So, you know, it's danger for those people to, you know, tell the public they're this flat, you know. They are working, they have to receive money for their work to teach at school, so. And there is engineers and so on.
Cool.
Ball edge thingy.
We are not here to make you believe. You know, I don't believe in flat Earth. I know the Earth is not a ball, but I don't know the shape of the Earth, and we don't claim the shape of the Earth. But it's at least we know that we are living in the same plane of existence. You know, but I don't want you to believe. I want you to receive the information, and then you think by yourself.
What do you think explains gravity, Miguel? Kind of went over this one with some other people.
Yeah,
earlier.
it's easy to debunk gravity.
Okay. How's that?
Okay, so can you show me a curved frozen lake? Because I want to see that gravity holding and curving that water. And
I like the fact that you added frozen. I like that.
Yeah. And we have there's a video 21 miles and no curvature there on a frozen lake. So.
Yeah, but I'm talking about gravity.
Even accounting refraction. So in 21 miles on a frozen lake, there's no curvature. So
I'm talking about gravity, though, right? Not the curvature.
But if you want to talk about the raising things, you know, I did just debunk gravity. You have to show me that in a frozen water, you have to show me there's a curvature there. So in 21 miles, they didn't find any curvature, even accounting refraction. So that's 21 miles.
Have you got a link to that?
If you want, I think. Let me see. Just a second. So if you want to talk about, you know, why things fall down.
Yeah.
That's another story. Let me see. But let me get the video. Let's see. Okay. See, frozen lake. I think my college. They have the let me see. Okay, I'm gonna post this one. Oops, not past. Just a second. Okay, so copy again. It's 4-in-1 measurements. even accounting refraction. So that's the video. Why things go up. You grab a pencil, an object, and I'm asking why that thing went up. Who has the cause of that? You are the cause, right? You did raise up. But, if you raise up something, an object, what happens to that, let's say, space that object was occupying? So air is there occupying that space, So, and then you drop that object, and what happens? So, air has density, and that object has density. So, who is more dense and less dense? So, air is less dense. It go up, but that's because
but density comes from gravity.
It's because of buoyancy. It doesn't go like that. Just up and down.
I think you're misunderstanding it a little bit, right? So, density only happens if there's a force being applied to the object which is dense, right? So density only works under a theorem where there's a force pulling down, right?
I'm gonna post this object then, okay?
Yeah.
I'm gonna post this object inside the liquid. Now you're gonna tell me why it's not sinking. So let's see. And
in order for density to work as a phenomena, you require a force pulling on that, right? Because obviously, the force pulling on objects.
How about not from me, from this physics? I'm gonna post this cut right there from that guy. So anyway, I'm gonna post. Let me see. Iron inside this liquid. Let me get it. Where is it? Here. I'm gonna post. This is an anvil, iron, and the guy is applying a force on that liquid. So explain me why there's no gravity, pushing down that anvil. That's iron.
What do you mean explain why there's no gravity? That's just because there's different buoyancy of the objects.
Yes. So it's a buoyancy. Thank you. And density.
But buoyancy only works. No, but buoyancy only works.
Thank you.
Please don't be obtuse, right?
And the guy is applying a force with his hands, and it doesn't go down. So where is your gravity?
Oh, it does go down when he applies the force.
It's about density and buoyancy.
If you're not going to let me talk, we can't really have a discussion, right?
Yeah. If you don't want to accept, this is buoyancy, then density. That's your problem.
I mean, you've got to let me do a rebuttal, right? Otherwise, we can't really have a discussion.
Well,
the object does go down when he pushes down on it. You can see it being submerged. It only returns once the force is removed.
Where is the gravity here?
The gravity. What do you mean? Where's the gravity? The gravity is holding it down to the water.
Oh, are you claiming that gravity is the observation of something moving? Because then you can't say that.
I'm asking you what is responsible for the force in which.
But what are you observing? What are you saying an object moving? What are you claiming?
So we know that there is a constant 9.81 meters a second force pushing everything downwards.
No. Stop saying we know. I'm saying
no. But we do know that is something we absolutely know.
No. Because it sounds like you're arguing about something only about moving objects.
Yeah, no. So I'm not making
anything that's not moving doesn't matter, right?
Well, no, because everything is always constantly moving. There's just an exterior force going against
that. Sounds like bullshit to me.
I'm sure it does.
Everything is constantly moving, dude. Are you serious?
Yes.
So you're telling me that the mouse on my desk is moving right now?
Well, yeah, because obviously I think the Earth's traveling around the orbit of the sun, so everything is moving.
All right, well then that's some fucked up shit you got going on in your brain.
Of course, but try not to do emotional arguments, right? Don't say oh, this is fucked up. This is this.
Dude, there's no proof. So you're saying the whole world that you exist in is moving, but you have no evidence of that.
I mean,
what is your evidence of the world? What is your evidence? What is your evidence of the world moving?
Okay.
What is your evidence of the world moving?
Can we stick on gravity for a second?
No, because that's the point I'm trying to get to. I'm breaking down.
I don't want to.
Moving thing.
We were discussing gravity, right?
Yeah, but you say Earth is moving. So if I raise, if I go vertical in an airplane, vertical, do I will see Earth moving beneath?
No, because you're not high enough.
Huh?
No, because an object. This is say you're stood in the back of a pickup truck, right? if you jump whilst the pickup truck is going 70 miles an hour,
Well, the
you won't
airplane is
fly
not
off
in the. Yeah, the airplane is not in the truck. The airplane is
No,
flying
but
vertical.
it's in the atmosphere, which is also moving at the same rate the Earth is rotating, right?
Oh yeah, why we have winds moving, clouds moving in every direction every day?
Because of
So
the
it
wind.
debunks that. It debunks what you did said. Right there.
I certainly don't think it does.
I can post it.
So if
You
your
made-
Earth is
you
causing
made-
the
you made
wind
the positive
to
claim,
Brexit,
right?
shut up. If your Earth is causing the air to move with it, explain a wind that's faster than the Earth is spinning.
I've already explained that.
For example, no, you haven't explained anything. If
okay,
the
do
Earth
you want me
is
to explain
spinning
it?
west to east, please don't talk over me. I'll hit the red button. If the Earth is spinning west to east, as it's claimed by ballers, how do you explain a westerly wind?
Quite easily, right? So it's
Because
the same.
the Earth is causing the air to move. Remember?
Well, I mean, yeah, sure, but if you don't want me to interrupt you, you're gonna have to give me the same diligence, right? So on back of a pickup truck, same example. If you run in either direction, you will counter that velocity that the truck is currently moving at, right? You will still be able to go left or right. You will just have an underlying velocity in the same direction that the car is traveling. But from your perspective, you won't be moving because the thing under you is the thing that's moving, right? It's
Explain
exactly the
this.
same.
Explain this. I did post
Well,
it.
you might not
Explain
think
this.
it does, but that's fine.
If you
No,
think
Miguel, hold up. He
Go on.
hasn't finished explaining this. I would like to know how your wind is accelerating or moving faster than the alleged item underneath it, which you claimed is causing the movement in the first place.
Yeah, again, very easily. If you're in a train, you appear stationary, even though the train is moving, say 200 miles an hour.
This has nothing to do with it. You're talking about one
It does,
point of
it does,
reference
it does.
that's nothing to do with the motion.
No, it does.
See, the problem
It's
you've got
exactly the
in
same.
fluid dynamics, mate, when you have an item causing the fluid to move, the fluid does not move faster than the item causing it. So how do you explain a westerly wind whilst we're moving from west to east?
Well, you won't let me explain it because you reject the idea of the train analogy, so I can't.
Because you keep using these non...
Yeah, it's stupid, dude.
Well, I don't think it's stupid. I think it's
trucks, dude. We're talking about the wind.
I know, but the wind acts as a person, right? There's being a force extended on the air that's independent from the medium it's belonging to, right? In the
So
same
it's
way that if you're
independent now. You said it was a part of the Earth. The Earth was
No,
causing it.
it is-
can't
it
be
is-
independent and connected at the same
no, it's
time.
independent in that aspect, not entirely.
Oh, so in
right?
your example, it's independent, but in reality, it's not.
No, that's not what I said at all.
Advises with him.
I can't really have this conversation if you're just going to do this. I'll be honest.
Well, get your
Try
story
more.
straight, son. Is
No,
it
my
connected
story- my
to
story's
the Earth or
perfectly
not?
straight.
Yes or no?
It is, but an aspect of it is independent, even if the whole phenomena is not.
I'll say one part of it is because it's your story.
Well, no, not
It
'cause it's
either
my
is or
story, that's-
isn't.
No, that's not how it works. Only Sith steal
It
in
is how it
absolutes, and I
works.
don't. I only
If
Sith
the
steal in
air is
absolutes, and I
connected to
don't
the
steal
Earth,
lightsaber.
we would have Coriolis and all these cool effects. If it's not, we go up in a hot air balloon, and the Earth would rotate underneath us.
It wouldn't, no, for the same reason that you don't move.
Oh, you
whilst you're
just proved a
within the-
stationary Earth. Well done.
Well, no, I didn't. If
You did-
I
you
can
did
explain
the Coriolis.
if I can explain the train example,
You
right?
did the Van Coriolis right there. If you
Oh,
say
no, I didn't.
the Earth is moving with the air at the same time,
Okay,
so
well,
where
sorry,
is that
you guys,
Coriolis?
I'm not allowed to explain clearly, so I'm just going to stop talking until I'm
Yeah,
allowed
I'm
to.
gonna post this, and then you have people will watch this because you are not presenting anything. You are
Well, I
just
haven't been
talking.
allowed to present anything.
making
I thought
claims
for
and
more than
not
10 minutes.
posting things. You are making a claim that Earth
Well,
is moving
it's
with the air,
an explanation, right?
but
so,
you are not posting anything. We are the ones.
well, you
posting.
don't even need to post it. If an
I'm
explanation.
gonna debunk you
explains
right there.
something.
I'm gonna debunk
I haven't actually been allowed. I haven't.
Please,
Miguel, I haven't been allowed.
Done.
Sorry, Jedi. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, moderator involved. So guys, please stop the over talking. It's causing audio chaos, and everybody likes to follow along with the argument, but we can't. So please, I know it's sometimes people get emotionally involved and want to prove their point and blah blah blah, but at least let everybody else speak, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like, if you want to debunk what I'm saying, Miguel, you're going to have to let me say it because
I just
again, I've been-
debunk you right there. You want another one from 121,000 feet?
I've tried to be civil.
Earth
with
is not
Miguel.
moving.
But clearly, we can't get anywhere with
If you
this.
have proof, post it. You and Peter, If you have proof, post it. Videos and so on.
You don't necessarily need like a proof of this, right?
I
With,
just
like,
debunk you right there.
Okay, please, can you stop interrupting?
No Coriolis?
Miguel, please, with respect, can you stop interrupting me?
Yeah.
Okay,
What do you want
right.
to talk? Your favorite color?
Okay, right. So, In the same way that someone teaching in a classroom doesn't necessarily need to post proof to their students of something, right? Explanations can serve as proof, or at least and be analogous to the proof, right? Which is what I was trying to explain with the wind.
Explanations are not experiments. Explanations are not experiments.
I can give some
not
proof
observations.
I can give some proof after the explanation, right? But I want you to understand what I'm fundamentally talking about before I post the proof, which I don't think is unreasonable.
Bibbidi bobbidi boo.
Yeah.
Are nothing to do with what we're talking about. While you've got one frame of reference, whilst we're on an alleged spinning ball with a constant change of frame. So yeah, your train ride just went out the window.
Well, I certainly don't think it does. I think it's perfectly analogous to the wind. If you have a force being exerted on a phenomena that exists within Earth, it can still have a differential in velocity because the force being exerted on the phenomena is not being exerted on the entire globe, only the phenomena mentioned, right? Which is why I brought the train example up. If you're traveling 200 miles per hour on a train and you get up out of your train seat and run forward, from your perspective, you're only traveling 7 miles an hour, say, but in reality, you're traveling 207 miles an hour. The wind is very much the same thing. The wind is still traveling with the speed of the Earth.
An enclosed capsule. Take the roof off the train and do 200 miles an hour, and watch what happens. Go around the corner and do 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, if you took the roof off the train, it would be fine. We have a roof, though. It's called the atmosphere, right?
No.
Yeah, the atmosphere is dense. The atmosphere is dense and large enough to function as a roof in this example. That completely works.
No.
He's got a lot of crazy ideas.
I'm interrupting for a reason. No, the atmosphere isn't the roof. That would be the gas everybody's breathing in the train. The gas, and I'm fucking annoyed that I have to keep saying this. Gas does not contain itself. You need a container for that. That's why the roof is on the train, keeping the gas there. You remove the container of the train, and if the high pressure in the gas has an outside lower pressure, it will disperse into that. Please stop saying gas contains itself.
No, it doesn't contain itself. Gravity contains the atmosphere, right? The container for gas.
Show the experiment. Show to us the experiment of that. Right
we
now.
don't need one. It's
Oh,
there.
you don't need one. So you can make. Yeah, you can talk about Narnia. You can talk about that. Show me that experiment. Gravity holding gas, please. You have one.
With respect, Miguel, I'm only going to engage. I'm only going to engage with other people because they're being far less rude.
Yeah, because you are not presenting anything.
No, it's fine. If Jedi wants to ask me the same question, I'll absolutely respond to it. It's just you've been very rude so far, so I don't really.
No,
feel
I'm
like
not
giving
being
you the time
rude. I'm asking you proof. You posted anything?
No, but yeah, but that's probably the.
You didn't make a claim that the air is moving with the Earth at the same rate. But how can that be possible when we see clouds moving in the opposite direction?
I refuse to interact.
It's not working. What you said is just a lie. It's not working.
Again, if Jedi or anyone else who's been
I did post many things, and you didn't post anything. So thank you.
Again, if anyone else in the channel wants to ask the same question, I'll happily answer it.
Proof and shut him up. Do it the easy way. Here's your proof. Walk away.
What do you want proof of?
Well,
anything that you've been talking about, literally.
Yeah, I want this proof.
Fuck, dude.
The proof is the ability to.
Gravity holding that gas because we did make a claim.
We
so I
know
want
that.
the experiment. Yeah, I want to see that.
We know.
That gravity holding gas. Please show me.
Jump.
It's pseudoscience if you cannot.
No, Miguel, jump.
Bro, what about jumping? What about jumping? See, that's what I was trying to get at earlier, dude. What are you saying? You're saying gravity is jumping?
Yeah, you jump. That is an experiment to prove gravity, right? I'm not. Before I go, no, you gotta let me finish. You gotta fucking let me finish, right? Or I will literally just fucking leave.
That's proving jumping, dude.
No. It's proving that there is a force that is holding us to the surface that we find below us, right? And I'm not making any. Yes, it does. I'm not making any extraneous claims about what else gravity is. In this instance, when I'm referring to gravity, I'm doing so on the basis that there is a force.
Okay, so
You have made extra.
Hold on. If I push a soccer ball underwater and then it goes back up, what is the force that makes it go up?
Buoyancy.
And how is that any different than what you're saying?
What do you mean? How any different?
That if you hold a soccer ball in the air and you let it go, what's going to happen?
It will fall down because there's a force.
So why not buoyancy anymore?
What do you mean? Why not buoyancy? What?
Humans don't have force, you know. Humans,
it's the same vector, dude.
Humans don't have muscles that can exert force. Yeah.
So you have a force that goes up and a force that goes down, different forces that are competing.
Exactly.
That's magical.
What do you mean it's magical? That's really easy to observe.
To jump, a human to jump does have to exert force with muscles. Yes or no?
A human that jumps has to exert force with
You
muscles.
know what is force in physics? You know the definition. Go watch it.
No, again, Miguel. Okay,
in Olympics, when they are jumping, they are exerting a force with muscles. Yes or no?
I'm sorry. As I said before, I'm not.
You are just a waste of time.
Do you have to provide a force to lift the soccer ball off the ground, dude? That's a simple question.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you need to apply a force to the soccer ball to be able to lift it off the ground, right? Hence why you're using muscles.
So it goes back to its equilibrium, bro.
Okay. What? I don't really understand the question.
For some reason, he thinks the buoyancy only applies for things going up.
Well, no,
you said earlier
is the result that go on, sorry.
You said earlier you don't want to add to it, right? But you did add to it. You said observing something fall is observing that there's a force, right?
Yes.
No, it's not. Why do you? You've added extra there. Observing something fall is just observing.
You made it fall.
Observing something fall is simply observing something fall.
Why does it fall?
No. See, now you want to add to it, like you said you didn't want to.
That's not adding to it because no, T-Dub, please come on, don't do that, right?
That is it.
No, right. So if there were no forces,
the whole point is nothing is constantly moving, dude. There's nothing constantly falling that you can do this against, bro.
Nothing's constantly falling because there's a resultant force going against
constantly moving and all this bullshit, dude.
I'm
constantly moving.
I'm going to stop talking because I'm getting interrupted way too much, so I'm going to stop.
Yeah, gentlemen, please. Like there's like 3 people talking to him. T-Dub had a point just a second ago, and you all started talking through him. It's like, guys, please. The guy's been perfectly reasonable for the last 3 hours. I get that.
That's a strong statement.
Well, obviously, I've not been reasonable in terms of what I believe from your point. No, it's fine, Hollywood. Obviously, I've not been reasonable in terms of like what I believe, but I am trying to at least be fucking like civil and allow like the same generosity I give to myself to you guys, right? Like T-Bone. I've got to do it one at a time, right? So I'll try and go with what T-Dub was saying.
I heard you say it earlier too, about half an hour ago. You said we have this velocity of 9.8 meters per second squared, which is of a force, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to chime in then, but I didn't. Yeah. How is that indicative of a force?
Well, it wouldn't go anywhere if there was no force, right? It would just stay. When you let go of that soccer ball... It's just an
observation.
When you let go of the soccer ball, it would just stay floating if there was no force applied to it.
No, but you're saying there's a... Hold on. This is how I feel about this, too, is that you're saying that if the soccer ball will constantly accelerate at 9.8 meters per second. But in reality, if you drop a soccer ball from a fucking airplane, it's going to reach terminal velocity. And all these other things are going to, there's no evidence of it constantly accelerating. Right?
Yeah.
Is that too simple, or am I like retarded?
It's because
nothing ever constantly accelerates.
Yeah, I can explain this, right?
In reality.
Yeah, no, I can explain this because that's because of drag, right? So when drag is equal to the weight of an object, right? So the faster something gets, the more drag is applied to it, right? So eventually you get to an equilibrium, right? Where the object is traveling so fast that the drag is equal to the weight and there is no net external force on the object, so it will fall at constant velocity, right? It's Newton's first law of motion.
No force?
No, equal force. There's no continuing. There's no continuing greater force being applied to that would cause.
It's all relative. That's the whole point. Dude. It's relative observation.
One moment. Are you aware of a man named Einstein?
Of course.
He said it's not a force.
Well, I'm using force in the colloquial term, right? Something is being applied to something.
specifically regarding the motion of objects, Einstein said Newton was wrong.
Well, yeah, he said curvature of space-time as opposed to force, right? But it still functions as a force. So for the purposes of conversation, I still think we could say force.
No, it's not a force.
If anything, well, I mean, you guys don't believe in space-time, so it is a force for you, right?
No, we don't believe it's a force.
What is it then?
What is what?
The thing that causes objects to go down.
The fact that they're out of equilibrium.
Exactly, that implies a differential in force.
That implies that they got somewhere by force.
Precisely, that's what I've been saying this whole time.
No, dude.
Can we discuss this whole thing?
No, because there's nothing moving in my room right now, dude. All these objects are sitting there. There's no gravity.
Yeah, because
dude.
it's on the ground. Because the mass of the surface. Sorry, Albo, did you want to say something? I didn't mean to.
No, I think Crypto was trying to get in, and I think Hollywood
sorry,
spoke
Crypto.
over him.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I didn't realise I was interrupting combo. But you can carry on if you want. I'll come in when.
No, go for it. Man.
No, Crypto. I think you were coming in, and Hollywood spoke all over you.
Yeah, you're good, bro.
Okay, cool. Yeah, the whole thing's going down thing. I don't know if we've discussed this, but that's actually not true. That's not a true indication of that interaction.
No, it's not true. Yeah.
So let's say you take a football. I refuse to say soccer ball. I don't care how many Americans.
Thank you. Yeah, a good man.
You take a football, right, which is round, and you kick it with your foot, and you drop it. Okay. So now that ball that was in the air is now on the ground. What's happened to the air that was where the ball is now?
You're breaking up a little bit.
I didn't catch anything I said after what happens to the air because you started lagging out a bit.
Am I back?
Are you able to type what you said, or are you driving or something? If you could type, I can respond to it there.
So annoying.
Crypto, one more.
Yeah, isn't it crazy that we have all these satellite technology for communication and all this shit, and we just have shitty cell phone?
If I'm not, yeah. Am I back or am I?
Yeah, you're right for a second. Try and get it in as quick as you can.
Okay. Okay, so I drop a football. What happens to the air where the ball now is?
It was displaced by the ball because it's more massive.
Right, but the reason why it doesn't matter. The air is displaced upwards relative to the ball, right?
Yes.
Fantastic. So it's not that things go down; it's that there's an interaction between density and more and less dense objects, right?
Yeah, but density requires a downward force; otherwise, things would all just float.
No, because that's not true. That's just your interpretation of an observation that doesn't imply that.
No, but what density is dependent on mass, and mass is only caused by a downwards force. Without a force going downwards, there is no mass. Mass is just the resultant equation.
Yeah, so what you're doing is you're taking the mathematical description of what's going on and then saying that because maths, therefore reality, which is fallacious.
No, I'm not doing that. It's just you require... You can't have something going... You can't have densities interacting with each other without a downwards force. You require a force to cause the differential of density in the first place.
Why can it not be an upwards sky attraction that's attracting less dense things?
It could be.
Sure, so then there's no downwards force required. Why can it not be an equilibrium between two Gaussian surfaces?
Two Gaussian what? I don't understand that.
Okay, well that's another possible explanation, and there's many others. Like, dude, it doesn't need to be a downward bias. I think you guys need to get that out of your head. You're just saying that because you already believe it.
Well, I don't think so, because all things naturally trend down when they're placed in a medium of their own density.
All things.
No, they don't.
All things.
That's just wrong.
Well, yeah, hence why the atmosphere is more dense the closer you get to Earth, right?
No, that's got fuck all.
That's just a lie. So
Is it?
oxygen trends downwards in the medium of oxygen?
Yes.
So what happens to the other oxygen that's not trending down? Does that just stay there or go up, or what does it do?
Well, no, I mean, in the same like, what's the best way to explain this? Like, I'm not really qualified enough to explain this, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not true. What you're saying isn't true, dude.
Well, I certainly don't think that. You still require, and you can't have mass is a result. You can't have mass or density without gravity. It's part of the equation, right?
Yeah. What is mass?
I know. That's what I said to you. That was my criticism of you before. It's part of the equation, so it's a mathematical description that you are saying, therefore proves reality, which is fallacious.
No, but you wouldn't. The difference of weight in objects wouldn't function without gravity, right? Without a force of 9.81 meters squared going down, but it perfectly predicts the interaction between objects of different masses.
But that's a different statement to your previous statement. Your previous statement was
it's an implication of it.
No.
Gravity in the equation with magic, and so now magic is causing that, right? Because it's in the equation.
No, because it doesn't perfectly predict the outcome.
Yeah, it does. It's all the same numbers. I've just put magic in there instead of gravity. So magic is now the cause.
Yeah, but sure, whatever you want to call it, you can call it that. You're just describing a phenomenon. Yeah, well, sure. If you want to rename gravity to magic, that's fine. Magic is still the same. We're still describing the same thing, regardless of what you call it.
No, we're not. We're not.
We
actually
are.
not. No, we're not. So my theory.
Go on.
You've got a theory of space-time. I've got a theory of Gandalf, right? So my theory is that Gandalf casts a magic spell that causes the density gradient. So because there's an equation, that means that Gandalf is real and that magic causes that, right?
Well, no, because I didn't say anything about a cause. I just said there is a force. I'm not talking about the cause. I've specifically left that out because obviously the other components of gravity, such as the cause being space-time, I don't understand it because I'm not a physicist, and two, a lot of people in here don't believe that, right? So I'm purposely leaving the cause out and just measuring the fact that there is a downwards force, irrespective of what causes that.
So we're just agreeing on an observation, and we're both observing that denser things fall relative to less dense mediums.
Yeah, exactly, and that
we know that already.
Yeah, but that falling requires a downwards force of 9.81 meters squared.
No, you said downwards bias. That's a different statement.
Well, sure, but I'm saying
introducing cause. You've just introduced cause, dude.
I'm not introducing cause. I'm just saying that there is a force that goes down, and we can observe that. That we don't know what causes it, right? Well, we do know what causes it. Obviously, you guys disagree, right? Science knows what causes it, but you disagree.
But you're declaring a cause for the motion. You're saying the cause is a force.
Yeah. I'm saying there's a cause to the motion, but I'm not saying what causes the force. Yeah, you're correct.
And why that anvil is made with iron is not sinking?
With respect, I'm not going to engage with you, Miguel.
Yeah. You don't have it. Your force is not working there.
Am I allowed to local meet Miguel?
Because you are ignorant. You know what is that liquid?
Hey, hold on, dude, calm down, dude.
You know that liquid is mercury. It's more dense than that iron, so that's why.
Again, Miguel, I'm sorry, but
your Star Wars force is not working there. So thank you.
Miguel,
I'm not buoyancy and density.
With respect, Miguel, I said I'm not going to engage with you. If you want to have a conversation with someone else, I'll happily take a backseat so you can talk. But I don't want to engage with you.
You're good, man. You already spoke to him. You don't want to have a conversation with him. I think you're having a conversation with Crypto at the moment, right?
Yeah, I think Crypto and where's he gone? T-Dub as well came in earlier. But like anyone else that's been civil for the last 3 or 4 hours, more than happy to answer even the same questions.
Sorry for interrupting, Crypto. Just carry on.
No, you guys crack on. I think I'm going to go through a bad patch of reception in a sec. So.
Yeah. But Crypto, if you're back at your computer at any point and you want to have like a proper convo where you're not lagging and stuff, I'm more than happy to, because like I do think what you're saying is quite interesting, and you clearly have like a bit of fucking knowledge on this stuff.
Can I ask you something on Brexit?
Of course, mate.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Crypto. So if I've got an elastic band, right, and I stretch it out, yeah?
Yeah.
And I let go of the elastic band, and it snaps back and hits me in the finger. Okay, what caused that force? Was that a magical sideways force?
What causes elasticity? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. What caused the elastic band to snap back and hit me in the finger?
Elasticity. So like
Yeah, what
when you
caused the elasticity?
The electromagnetic force.
Yeah,
in,
so like
in a
when
sideways,
you
sideways vector.
yeah, like when you
Who's
stretch.
that?
Go on, Kerr.
Who was that? Electromagnetic force? Who said that?
That was
I said
Curveball,
that.
I think.
Who said that?
I said that.
Can you be quiet, please?
Brown
I'm talking. I'm asking.
said it.
Well, no,
I'm asking Brexit a question.
If Curveball's more apt to explain it, which I
There's
think he seems
another,
to know a
there's
little
another
bit more.
whatnot. Brown, Rec, yeah. And
If you want me to
Curveball.
answer, I can though. So
Well,
there's
you got two whatnots there. So what causes the force? Is that a magical sideways force? Is that right?
I wouldn't say
So
magical.
I can prove a magical sideways force, right? So if I stretch that elastic band sideways,
No.
and then let it go, right? It should just stay in space, right? But
no,
because there's a magical no, let me finish. Because there's a magical let me finish. Because there's a magical sideways force, it snaps back and hit me in the fingers. Right?
No, I wouldn't say it's magical, no. There is a force, but it's not magical.
Where's the force then? Why is it snapping back and hitting me in the fingers?
Because of the elasticity of the object, right? The object
Yeah, so how is the elasticity? How are we seeing that elasticity?
Because
every it's going to sit there. If before you stretch it, it's just going to sit there, right? There's going to be no obvious elasticity, is there?
Yeah, because that's just equilibrium.
Looks like a bit of string, doesn't it? Just looks like a round bit of string.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the equilibrium
if
force.
You stretch it, which causes you to see some elasticity, right? Elasticity to take action, take effect. Yeah. So when you let it go, what causes the force?
Entropy.
Is it magic? So what caused it?
Entropy.
Entropy.
Yeah.
I don't think entropy is right.
Okay.
No, it is. That's what makes things stretchy. Genuinely.
That's what makes things stretchy. Okay.
Entropy is not a force.
So you're obviously sitting on the
statistical analysis.
No.
Sitting on your desk, right?
So
what makes it stretchy?
Entropy, right? So when chains are aligned, for example, when you stretch
entropy,
you've got try and let me explain if you can.
No, I'm just trying to clarify. So you got an elastic band just sitting on your desk. It starts stretching out on its own, and that's entropy, is it?
Yeah, right. So every object seeks.
Okay, all right. No, I got that. I'm just jotting it down just so I can track with it.
Okay.
So entropy, elastic band stretches on its own, which is equals entropy. Okay. So what causes the force?
Entropy itself.
On your finger,
right?
snap on your finger.
Well, I mean, you're causing the force by stretching it, right? Are you asking me what the force?
Oh, finally, I'm causing the force by stretching it. A bit like picking up a soccer ball, right?
Yeah.
So you have a soccer ball on the ground, and then you pick it up. So you're putting energy into that. It's potential energy. Then you let it go. It's going to fall to the ground.
Yeah.
Just like the elastic band's going to snap back. So no magical force.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Thanks. Okay. Carry on.
But wait, so just so I understand, I guess I don't know what you mean by magical force. But like, if you take two magnets, right, and you pull them apart in a sideways force, and because they're attracted to one another, when you let go of the magnets and they're sideways, they'll snap back into one another. That's the same. That's the same force as in a rubber band. They're both the electromagnetic force.
Just so we are sure, are we arguing math here?
To some degree. Well, I don't think we're arguing the math is wrong. I just think we're arguing if it exists in the first place. Well, I thought Daz disagreed with me, but I think he agrees with me.
No, guys. Like, I mean, what brought you here? Like, I mean, I have issues, mentally, issues, blah blah blah. But like, you argue with like, what is happening?
If you've got issues, may I advise you seek medical assistance? Go to your doctor. This is not a forum for people with medical problems or mental problems.
That's rich coming
Amazing.
from you.
Nice. And are people actually arguing math here?
Not really.
No, we're not arguing math.
Okay.
Well, that was an interesting interjection. Let's get back.
No, I want to hear how this will continue because, like, I hear the introduction. So let's see.
I should probably sit back and listen then.
Yeah, right. Me too.
Yeah, you're going to fucking lose, so it's going to be very easy. Let's go.
Okay. I don't understand why you had to swear, but okay.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Well, I can't remember where we were before Daz, so it's a little reset, I suppose.
What about entropy?
Well, yeah, that was just regarding the elastic band. Right? And Daz,
so entropy is a problem. Okay.
Well, are you some kind of side?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Fucking sorry.
Right. Let's put. You obviously want the attention on you, so let's give you something.
No. You know, I apologize. I won't say anything. I apologize.
Okay. You don't want to be asked a question so you can get involved in the conversation?
See. No. No.
Okay, well, stick yourself on mute, and then we'll talk. If you want to interject, buddy, please do, but try not to interrupt.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
No problem at all, my friend. No worries at all.
yeah, I guess I can go into the elastic band for fun. Obviously, entropy is a state of disorder, right? And it's the natural state of the universe. Hence, why common knowledge seeks the heat death of the universe will happen, right? Everything will someday return to a state of complete disorder. The polymers inside of anything stretchy, or anything at all, right? Because every single piece of matter has some form of elasticity. It's just not normally seen on like a colloquial level, right? If we use like a rubber band, which is something that we can see is stretchy, when the rubber's stretched, all the polymer chains inside of an elastic band become aligned in a single direction, right? Which returns it to a state of order. Obviously, an object seeks to be entropic in its natural state, so as soon as you let go of that and don't apply a force to it that gives it order, it will just return to its natural state of disorder. Because when a rubber band isn't stretched, all the polymers are just basically in a tangled mess of disorder.
Well, no. Well, that's one. I mean, that's one example with an electric band with a band. But like in a spring, you have like an ordered metallic crystal, and when you deform the spring, you are introducing like deformations, and you are making it more disordered, and then it returns to a state of order. So like it really depends on like the actual material you're talking about. But fundamentally, it's always the electromagnetic force.
Fair enough. I don't really know much about the
Yeah, like I think the better example is just to imagine like two magnets being held sideways. When you pull them apart, they want to snap back because there's an attraction between them. And the same thing's happening in a rubber band. Like the individual molecules of rubber have an attraction to one another, and it's just whether or not the state of matter before you deformed it is more attractive than the state after you've deformed it.
What the very fuck? So just very. Sorry, just very quickly. I posted.
You know what? I'm actually the dumbest person here.
That's
honestly.
But maybe you should watch the video that I posted in the chat, which describes entropy with a very simple experiment. I'll talk about the experiment very quickly. We've got two containers separated by a wall. One side has got gas, the other side is a vacuum. When we remove the wall, no energy has been put into the system, but entropy increases. The gas fills the space. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. And the stretch is exactly the same thing, right? The second law of thermodynamics is responsible for that. I do think it still occurs in springs as well. I think your idea of like the spring being more ordered when it's not in a push down state is wrong. I'm sure the polymers itself, the actual molecules that make up the spring, are in more of a disordered state when the spring is not being compressed. I'm 100% sure of that, Curveball. You're right insofar as the EM force is still somewhat responsible for interactions there, but I don't think it's mutually exclusive to what I was talking about.
Yeah, but entropy is a statistical, like it's a statistical analysis. It's not a force. Like the reason that entropy increases is because of the way that we as observers differentiate between like microstates and macrostates. So like it's not that there's a force happening. It's more that like our classification changes. So it's not like it's not going to like perform work or make things happen. It's just that it happens naturally because of the rest of the laws of physics.
Well, yeah, entropy itself is not a force. It's just it's energy, I suppose.
Can we possibly like take this back to the channel topic somehow, like before we get too far off in the weeds?
Yeah, well, I'll be curious to think what Jedi, because I think me and Jedi see eye to eye on quite a few things. Jedi, I'll be curious to see what you think about what we were going into earlier, right? So we were talking about wind, in the atmosphere, and like how does wind travel independently from the, speed of the rotation of the Earth, right? And I brought up the example of like if you're in a train and the train's going 200 miles an hour, you can run forward 7 miles an hour. And then we got onto the topic of like the roof, right? The whole atmosphere. I think that's how we got into gravity in the first place. So are you not convinced that the atmosphere acts as like a roof in that analogy?
The atmosphere doesn't contain itself. When we were having the conversation earlier, you even said, no, that's gravity.
Yeah, exactly. But I think, I don't think it requires like, the roof doesn't contain itself either necessarily, right? Like the train, you still require the resultant forces that would contain that, right? Otherwise the roof would just fly away. I think the atmosphere follows the same thing.
The roof is solid matter, and we're talking about gases.
Sure, but like...
So the solid container is the thing that's containing the gas. If you were to remove that container, then the gas fucks off. That's why I dropped the video.
Yeah, I agree completely. But the gas doesn't fuck off, right? Because we've got gravity holding it down. So it still functions as a roof in that sense. It's just not completely analogous.
I hear you. So that's the claim.
Yeah, that is the claim.
Yeah, so that's the claim that gravity is overcoming the second law of thermodynamics, violating it as such.
I don't think the atmosphere violates the second law of thermodynamics, right?
If the gas is not expanding into a vacuum, then yes, it is.
But there's a stronger resultant force, so it wouldn't.
So
there's like,
okay, I get your claim. I get the claim that you're saying that gravity is the thing that's causing this pressure, stopping the gas from increasing in entropy and dispersing into the vacuum.
Yeah.
We've only got one question now. What gravity? Sorry, actually 3 questions. I do apologise. Which gravity are you talking about? Can you scientifically verify it? And can you demonstrate it negating entropy? So which gravity are you talking about?
Yeah, when I say gravity, I'm like not dumbing that down, but just talking about the force that we experience that pushes us down to the surface of the Earth. I'm not talking about space-time or anything like that. Just the force we observe.
And you described that as the phenomena of things accelerating to the floor at 9.8 meters per second squared, didn't you?
Yes.
Awesome. Does gas do that?
Gas does not.
Oh.
No, gas does.
Oh, it does. So gas that moves freely and randomly in all directions only changes its path when it has a physical interaction with another gas molecule or something else physical like its container to achieve pressure. No. Okay, please tell me.
It's because of the hydrostatic pressure gradient, right? Like diffusion spreads gas molecules out. The pressure decreases as the altitude increases, right? So you get an upwards force, which is hydrostatic lift acting on the volume of gas. There's an equilibrium between pressure, density, and the resulting force of gravity, essentially, and that's what pressure gradients are.
Pressure gradients are a variation of temperature. Pressure gradients are also caused by gas production cycles. Where's the gas produced on the Earth, my friend? Do you know?
It's just been here for a very long time. I don't necessarily think it's produced by all sorts of things, right? Trees, for example.
Where's that? That's on surface level. Oxygen produced by phytoplankton in the sea, surface level. Methane vents, surface level. So the gas is produced in chemical and biological cycle at surface level, and then expands upwards into the available space. I'm still waiting for the phenomena of gas accelerating down at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Well, they are. We just know there's another resultant force that causes them not to hit the ground.
They are. But so show me.
What do you want me to prove? Hydrostatic pressure gradient? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm not asking you to prove gradients. I'm asking you to show me gas accelerating the floor at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Well, I can't because there's another resultant force, so it doesn't accelerate down.
Okay,
but that force still exists, though. It's just not. There's another force acting upon it that doesn't allow it to accelerate down.
Okay, so for example, you know what a vacuum chamber is, correct?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. And when, say, for example, we've got a nozzle halfway up the vacuum chamber and we turn the nozzle on and we let the gas back in, which way does the gas go?
It just fills the container.
Awesome. So the gas moves freely and randomly in all directions.
Wait, hold on.
Still,
I have a question.
Still waiting for the acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared.
Okay, well, I have a question in your experimental setup. So gas is just a collection of particles. Is your contention that if there was a single oxygen molecule or a single nitrogen molecule, that single molecule would not be affected by the downward force that everything else experiences?
I'm waiting for the observation of it being so.
Well, okay, but like in your theory or in your mind, like is this effect of gas expanding against gravity? Does that only happen when there's a collection of multiple particles, or does it happen even with a single molecule of a gas?
The only thing that changes a gas's vector is a physical collision with another gas molecule or something physical, the walls of its container.
Yeah.
People are asserting, just to be clear, people are asserting that gas falls down at 9.8 meters per second squared, and I'm still waiting for that observation.
Well, there's a force applied to the gas. Sorry, Curveball, do you want to go first?
Yeah. No, I'm just trying to confirm. So you are saying that a single molecule of a gas, like a single molecule of oxygen or nitrogen, will not experience a downward force. Is that what you're saying?
I'm waiting to see it.
Okay, so you don't believe it until it's been demonstrated.
Until somebody can show me. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. You can move on.
It's required in the calculations, right? Like you have to factor in the 9.81 force being applied for pressure gradients to even exist in the first place, right? So, like, you're completely right. And go on, sorry.
No, you are absolutely 100% spot on. When we look at the atmospheric barometric formula, you'll find gravity accelerating gas at 9.8 meters per second squared. I'm still waiting for that observation. We don't observe this in Africa. It expands upwards. Outwards.
But we wouldn't observe what we do observe if there wasn't a resultant force pushing it downwards at 9.81 meters a second. We see gas the atmosphere, like how gases act in the atmosphere, right?
And what's that action? Are you talking about a gradient?
So your example of the vacuum chamber is good, right? So it would react differently if we didn't have the 9.81 meters per second force pushing it down, right?
Would we?
Yeah.
So the gas would still feel the limitation of the container, whether gravity was there or not?
That's a good question, to be fair. I'm not entirely sure.
Cool.
Is there an explanation for why, like, a particle, like why a gaseous, like, again, if we're talking about a single molecule, like why a single molecule of nitrogen would react differently than, let's say, like a single molecule of sodium in terms of being attracted downwards towards the ground?
Just the difference between how solids and gases. I mean, sodium wouldn't if it was in gas form.
Well, no, but I'm saying if it was in solid form, but we're still talking about a single molecule.
Well, if you had a single molecule, it wouldn't really be any form. You require multiple molecules to have form.
Well, that's a good point. But that aligns with my belief that a single molecule would be attracted downward. But he's saying that he either doesn't think so, and I'm just wondering at what point would it switch? Is it 2 particles? Is it 4 particles? At what point would it switch from being attracted downward to suddenly not being attracted downward?
Well, it depends how the particles formed, right? Like you can have 4 particles make a solid or a gas depending on how the particles are interacting with each other, right? Is there a weak, a strong nuclear bond or whatever? I can't remember the name of it. It's been fucking ages since I've done school.
It's not his claim to prove. It's not Jedi's claim to prove.
Jedi.
So if you're camping in a valley, there's been cases of people dying because carbon dioxide is heavier than normal, like, atmospheric air, and the carbon dioxide will settle and suffocate those people. You can do the same experiment in, like, a coffee cup. You can breathe into a straw into a coffee cup, and you can, like, fill it full of carbon dioxide, and then you can pour that mug over a flame and put it out because the carbon dioxide, like, spills out of the cup. So isn't that an example of a gas that is being stopped from expanding upwards due to a downward force?
This gas is denser than the atmosphere, so sinks. If you put the same gas, like we had in the experiment earlier, into a vacuum, the gas will expand this carbon monoxide or dioxide, whatever you said.
Right, but isn't the reason that differently dense things have forces on them is because of a downward force. I mean, like, if you get rid of the downward force, then there wouldn't be any different behavior
there wouldn't
on
be
different
density.
density.
Right. Exactly, Curveball. That's kind of what I went into earlier.
Okay,
You require for densities to interact with each other, for buoyancy to exist, for any kind of resultant force to. It's all contingent upon mass or density of an object, right? You can only have mass or density if you have the resultant force going down, which is why objects don't have mass in a vacuum. Or at least in a vacuum without surrounding mass, right? Not in a vacuum chamber on Earth. Obviously, you're still resultant to the forces of gravity on Earth, right? So like you can't really do vacuum-based experiments on Earth insofar as determining how they would act in a massless vacuum like the ones we find in space. But even then, you're still beholden to certain forces of gravity because you can't. There is no area without massless objects within some kind of range. Even if you were millions of light years away from the next nearest object, you'd still be precluded. That gravity would still act upon the object.
Right. Or like in free fall, like in a plane parabola dive.
But you can see that with. I mean, the problem with this is we do have experiments that have been done, but they've been done on the ISS, and I don't think we can use that as proof here because some of the people think that the ISS isn't real or in a no gravity zone.
You keep all right. I'm sorry. I want to clarify words. When you say mass, what do you mean?
The weight of an object.
Is that a scientific definition? Because you said weight. Weight is a vector down. Weight is a pressure vector downwards. That's not mass.
Well, sure. I guess the amount of substance that makes up an object, but you need to, you can't really have mass without a force, right? That's what defines mass.
Right, I'll see if I can find this for you, dude. So we always get
the quantity of matter in an object would be the best way to put it, right?
Yeah, the amount of substance in the space.
Yeah,
or the resistance to acceleration.
Yeah,
I'll see if I can
inertia.
I'll see if I can find this citation for you because it's kind of interesting. But please carry on talking. It's going to take me a couple of minutes to find it.
That's cool. I need to go have a real quick cigarette anyway. I'll come back in a couple of minutes.
All right, man. Let us know when you're back. Right.
Speaking of rotation, sorry, Jedi, just
go
on. Sorry, I'll wait.
No, just carry on.
Just quickly, I just wanted to say, one of our citations has a broken link, and I wanted to talk to you about it. I was thinking maybe you'd repaired it or found the repaired version or something, but we can talk about it later. I just wanted to just mention it, and we can catch up later or something.
Which one are you talking about, dude? Which one's broken?
Colorado State University. The hypothesis is a special kind of prediction.
Oh, that one. Yeah. I'll I think I found that the other day. I'm looking at two things, buddy. You have to give me a moment to try and find that one as well. But yeah, I'll re-upload that one on the fixed link.
No worries. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries, dude.
You guys try not to swear.
Fuck off.
You try not to swear, guys.
Fuck off.
Fuck off.
At last, loser.
No, it's good advice to try not to swear, but the problem is don't be telling other people to do that. Like, follow yourself, and then
Yo, I'm just trying to spread the word.
Yeah, I got it. And it's a good word to spread.
Thanks. Why don't you tell everybody as well, eh?
I do. I call No
Thanks,
Foul Mouth Friday.
I love
Thanks,
horses.
Start with 1 day and then pick up 2 days and 3 days.
Just making sure there's no swearing. Yo, is the earth flat or?
Yeah. The surface of the earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat.
Oh, okay.
I'm back, by the way.
Yo, but who asked?
You just did.
Yeah. Yo, is this live streaming on YouTube?
Yep.
So could I get the YouTube banned?
Yeah, you probably could, but that's why we're here with a mod. To if you start saying some stuff that's gonna break TOS or play music, we gotta be ready. Always
So
gotta
what
be
kind of
ready.
thing could I do to get it banned?
What you're doing now?
Being dumb and boring. That's all it takes.
Oh. Do you like deny the Holocaust?
Off topic.
Wrong server.
Yeah, look at the channel rules. That's not like gonna be a YouTube thing, but yeah, if you want to talk about that sort of stuff, just look up I invite you to Google Operation Paperclip.
No, I don't have Google and Gooba. It's banned.
Or whatever you look up then. Whatever search engine.
Yeah, we use libraries.
Check out Operation Paperclip.
No.
Was that the one where we stole all the Nazi scientists?
There you go.
Yeah.
That's what you call denial of justice. People say, hey, flat earthers, you're conspiracy theorists. You must deny justice to victims of war crimes. No, that's actually
Yo, this is off
NASA.
topic. We should talk about flat Earth, guys.
Well, no, it goes to why they would
So,
lie. I tied it in. See, if you missed it, I tied it
Oh,
back
okay.
in.
I didn't listen.
Yeah, it was quick, wasn't it? I got it
Yeah.
right back on topic with why would they lie? This is generally the second proof that a lot of globalists go. First, they say, here's a photograph from space. But they don't know that it's not even a photograph, it's composite imagery. Then number two, it's like, why would they lie? Well, you got there. They would lie to get war criminals escaping justice so they could build better weapons. There's a reason why they would lie. And it was a conspiracy theory. And it took whistleblowers to blow the lid off it. And when they finally got busted, they didn't even give a shit. They said, so what?
Does anybody know the Russian equivalent to that? Because the Russians did the same thing, and
Hide
I've
on a
been looking
ball.
for it.
Everybody has mapped it out. How could you possibly hide from all the military superpowers on a fucking ball when
Yo, so
in a
what
Like,
hole?
happens if you
does
follow
nobody know
the
the Russian equivalent, bro? It was the
Where are
same
you
thing as
running
Operation
to?
Paperclip.
No, the
But
Russians,
the Russians
did
did
it above. The Russians did it above board. It was they had trials and people were held to
Yeah, there was
account.
just a name for it, and you
It
know,
wasn't.
I want to write it down so I can remember it, but I haven't been able to find the name of it.
Yeah, the Russian version wasn't a conspiracy theory. They were just straight up with it. They would have mitigating circumstances for somebody who could perpetuate their war machine.
Yeah, they
Yo,
put
I
a
got
bunch
a
of
question
Nazis
about
in the
flat
Russian
Earth.
government, bro.
Oh,
I got
yeah.
a question. I got a question.
And then they did the space race with all the Nazis in America. It was kind of weird. It's like a bunch of Russian Nazis versus a bunch of
Nobody went
American
to
Nazis.
space. They can't even run off a ball. They can't even run on a ball. You can't even keep going. You got to look.
I
Why
agree.
did you
I mean,
stop?
I don't think there is space.
No, listen
I'm
though.
a flat
If you
earther,
have a
but
map, listen though. If you run north and you keep going north to go south, to go north to go south, and no one could ever catch you, and then you could take off left and keep going east, and then come back from the west and keep doing, and then switch up, and then switch up. No government could ever like.
yeah, the flight pattern is that like is that what you're trying to say? Like the flight patterns and the
No,
way
I'm
we
trying to
travel
say.
around it is
No, I'm
like
trying to say the dirt and the water.
Yo,
The
what would
dirt and
happen if
water,
you
brother.
walk off the edge of
Where you
flat Earth?
fly over. So like, where do you like? Where would I run to if the government knows every direction to hit me at tomorrow at noon, and they're coming from the east, the north, the west, and the south, and they're going to stop me
I guess underground. I don't know, but that's where they're going to.
underground?
So
So they're not going to go down there too.
no, I mean I'm not saying that. Like
They'll just say
I
cave,
mean I guess
stop,
there is nowhere to
here,
go.
everybody. There's a cave. Nobody go in there. No government people go in that cave. Nobody.
Has anybody seen the? It was a documentary called The Hollow Earth Theory, and it was about like a bunch of like Nazi conspiracy theories and like a bunch of crazy stuff. But it's been like wiped from the internet. It came out like 5 years ago, and it was on Amazon Prime and Amazon Video, and now like you can't
What are
find
all
it
the
anywhere
directions
at
you
all.
can
Like
run to
not even
Antarctica?
online, nowhere.
How many different directions can you run to Antarctica? Can you run to the north and go to Antarctica straight directly, or can you run to the west and go to Antarctica directly? Is that like if you just went straight
Well, I don't
west, would
think
you
there,
hit
I think
Antarctica?
there's I think it gets to a point where you would definitely be like guided off by warships before you ever actually got to like the mainland of Antarctica. And like from what I've seen, there's like 2 points of Antarctica that like poke out. One's by like New Zealand, another one's by like Argentina, and that's not necessarily mainland Antarctica. It's almost like if you were to look at Florida as an example, it like sticks out kind of like that.
No, but what if you
And
try
then
to go
once you
south
go
to the
from
other
Florida into
way?
the mainland, then you
No,
would
no,
get
no.
into the United States.
Listen, stop. To prove a globe, you wouldn't want to keep going the way they tell you. Go that way. That's where the Indian went. No, 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 no. If you want to know for the fact, you go the opposite fucking way and get there. Where can we
Yeah,
go
but
the
what I'm
other
saying
way and get
is,
to Antarctica? The other
what I'm
way,
saying
brother.
is,
Not Argentina, not any of that spot right there. The other way, the backside, from the back. I want to
okay,
go to the
so
back door
who's
of
taking
Antarctica.
these expeditions, bro? Who's gonna go, bro? And are we taking a plane
No,
or a
I'm
boat, bro?
asking how would a glober, brother, if you're not a glober and you don't understand, I don't know. What is the
I'm not.
back
So I
way
mean,
to
that's
Antarctica?
probably.
Really simple question. The back door to Antarctica, where's that at? I don't want to go on the front way. I don't want to go to the one base where you got to go and where they got their flag and the 50 people waiting, waving there at you. I want to go the back door.
Well, that's my point, bro. You can't get the other way, bro, because there's a bunch of warships leading you off. Like, you can't even get to the 60th parallel without, like, literally every nation, Australia, Japan, all these
How many
warships, like,
warships
literally
do they
guarding the
need?
waters.
You think they got a 360 fucking whole surrounded thing of warships?
Yes, absolutely, bro. Yeah.
Son of a bitch. How do they
100%. You
keep
can
them all
see all
fueled?
these videos of fishing boats getting a little too close to Antarctica, and they literally come on the radio. These massive warships are like, yo, turn around, or like, we're going to
They
have to,
must
like,
be fueled
literally,
by
like,
water,
direct you off a
their
course.
water power. What
You
would be
can't make it
fueling all
past the
these boats?
60th parallel without government permission, bro. You just can't do it. And if you do make it past, eventually they're gonna come looking for you, even if you did somehow make it past the 60th
Where are
parallel.
you getting all your fuel for all these endless amounts of boats that got to be fueled around Antarctica? Like, how you getting it to like?
You know what is interesting? You know, that map they are presenting, they don't have a single station in the middle. Isn't
Oh,
that
we don't want
interesting?
the middle. We want to go to the
Yeah.
back door.
So they all have stations around, and not in the middle. It's very interesting. But if you want to go to, if you want to go there, yeah, I recommend you go to McMurdo Station and beyond,
No, 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 no. We
beyond
want to
that
go to the
that
back
place,
station.
beyond that place, there's an interesting there.
Where's
Something.
McBacko Station? Not McFronto. McMurdo Front Station. We don't want to hit McBacko, McMurdo Back Station.
Or
We want to hit the
you can
butt of
use
Antarctica.
multiple drones, and so on.
You can use a drone.
Yeah.
Is that what they fly to go to Antarctica? They just do all this stuff with drones?
If you want get the all quantity of fuel to stay there for a long time.
Well, you just use solar power if they got 24 hours of sunlight in the air every day of your life. For
24.
6 months.
We have a guy that
Solar
did spend.
power.
We have a guy did spend. He talked with Nathan Oakley. He did spend 18 months there, and he's saying there's no 24 sun there. So yeah,
No,
very
I'm not
interesting.
saying there's 20. That's not what I'm saying. I want to know how we can get to the back way of Antarctica. I don't want to go the front way where everybody has to go. If it's such a free travel and everybody can do all this willy-nilly stuff and Globers believe all this crazy fucking nonsense,
Do you
tell
have the
them to
money?
go the back.
Do you have a lot of money?
Money for what?
Yeah, you know that's these submarines. You know the narco submarines.
What do you need the money for?
Yeah, if you want to go there, if you don't have money, well, how can it be possible to be there?
Oh, you just need a boat,
or a submarine,
solar panels, an electrical water
You can't
pump.
just go, bro. You literally can't just go. Like, there's so many people that tried to
Where
do
would
what you're
you
saying,
go?
and they had money for a boat, and they're not able to even make it half the
No,
distance,
I
bro.
don't
Like,
think you
once
guys
you
are
make it
answering
to
my
the 60th
question.
parallel, you're cooked,
My
bro.
question
You're
is not
cooked. They
about
won't let you make it.
transport. My question is not about transport. I don't give a fuck how you do it.
Okay, but
Just
that's
get
how
her
you
done.
got is the back door. Any other way, but
Where's
the
the
only way to
back
get there is
door?
through these two ways that they
Where
give
do you go
you.
to get there? Where would you even imagine to go to get to the back door is what I'm asking.
How you
Okay,
want to
all
go
right. Because
there
like the
without
answer
any
truly is
transport?
there is no back door, bro. Like they're gonna
So
just like
there's
stop
no
you. Bro.
back
Like
way to a whole fucking island like America. There's no front,
I mean,
side, and back. What are you crazy?
I'm sure
People,
there is, bro. Like
There's a
just
top
take
and
a
a bottom
boat,
and a
right?
left and a right to a fucking America. There has
people
to be
use
the
Like just
same
take
thing
a
to
boat.
Antarctica. What's
people
the
use
back way?
transports. Yeah, people use transports to go to point A to B, but you don't want transports.
I don't know what. Why is this so hard? Which
I don't think there's an answer to
country
this
or
question,
city do
bro.
we go? What city do we leave that's right next to the back of Antarctica?
The back? What do you mean the back?
Not the fucking front, brother. You're talking a whole nation like America, and you're a little guy, and I say go there, and you're Columbus, and you hit Plymouth Rock. That would be considered the front, where you hit the little
Okay.
rock called Plymouth Rock. That's a little bitty fucking rock. That's
All
the
right.
front of that area. Now you'll have a top, a right, and a left. So the front, the first part you hit would be considered your front. Now, how do you go the back way? How do you get
So
there?
maybe like the Indian Ocean area?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I'm asking, brother, like, where would you leave to be the closest? Like, so say if Argentina's only 500 miles away from the tip of McMurdo Base, right? Where's 500 miles from the back of the tip? From the butt, like from the butt cheek. Where do we get to the butt cheek of Antarctica? Where's the closest to that? What land? What actual place?
I think it's
Couldn't
all
even answer
flat.
that.
I don't think there is any back.
Isn't that weird? Don't you find that weird on a globe? What about the side way? What about the right side entrance? Like a side door in a movie
Of a
theater.
globe.
Your buddies let you in the side door of the movie theater where they can't let you in the side door of Antarctica? Not the back door. Nope, that's blocked. Not the other side door? Damn. So there's no other way to get to Antarctica on a globe than just go that way, one way on this one little stretch of land, like a little rope line. Isn't that weird?
So, Dimok, what you're saying in essence is what we need is for somebody to do some traveling and go to, say, South America, up the tip of South America, and find Antarctica, and go around Antarctica and come back to the tip of South America and back home the way you came. That's what we're looking for, right?
Yeah, from the back way, and then they'll come from the back, and then they'll see, oh, there's McMurdo there after we're almost home. And then they'll pass McMurdo and hit like Australia, all the Argentina, whatever, and then come home this way. Yeah, from the back door. Yes, sir.
Yep, and it's never happened. Never happened.
I mean, we can't even like. I want this question to be fresh because I mean it is a good question. Like how, like if this area, if they say Argentina, the tip of Argentina is really close to McMurdo, and you could put the ruler there and see the difference, right? Where's close to the back? That's all.
I will suggest to you to go upside direction, from north of America and going up in that direction. Not it's not there's not up. So going in that direction instead of going to the south of South America.
You're saying the back. You're saying the back door presupposing a globe, though, right?
I'm saying the back door would disprove, right? Yeah, like if they had a 360-degree way to get there, would be more affluent idea that it could be a globe. If there is no other way to get there and you have to only go one way, how in the hell can it be a globe? How?
You got a good point. I mean, I think you're right because they basically show the front of the globe the whole time. And
Correct.
so, yeah,
And you're always the center of the reference frame. You're always the bullseye, no matter
yeah.
what you are, no matter what camera, no matter what. You are the bullseye on the earth, and it's impossible. It's like if I go above a mountain, or the mountains,
You are cutting off.
You're roboting. Yeah, you're
Mr.
roboting. I
Roboto.
couldn't understand the last part, but I think I know what you're saying. So, like, if it's a globe, then they should be able to go from north to south and come up to the back side of Antarctica. That makes sense. Yeah, they should be able to, but they
Yes,
can't.
sir. Yeah. And you should also be able to see the edge of the earth appear to you. If you're flying over a hill in a helicopter, the edge of the hill stops and you keep going. You look back to see it. You don't look below. You're not. It's not always below you, and you're not always in the center of it. Like you're never moving. You have to get to the edge of the object or the attribute of the thing that you're over. If you're flying over it, across it, you have to see the edge appear near to you. The globe has to have an edge, a stopping point, not where you just keep looking and see Earth. Like it has to have this. These two things have to be
Oh,
done.
holy retardation.
Okay, what do you mean? Why do you feel this is retarded?
There's no edge on a sphere. What the fuck is he talking about?
How do you drop down below it then? How do you not hit dirt and
There's
water
no
then?
below.
Get down around it then.
Below to what? Below where? What are you talking about?
Down below your feet to fly to Australia from where I'm at. So if I'm not in
That's not
Australia and I'm on the
below.
top of an imaginary ball, how do you get there? You don't fly into the dirt and water, do you? Going vertically down? You're supposed to hit nothing going down to get around there, right? Where's that
What are you
spot where your
talking about?
helicopter's hovering above no dirt and water? I know it's hard for you to not to understand how to traverse a ball, brother. It's okay. You'll figure it out.
Yeah, just keep talking.
You'll
Just keep
figure out
talking
your
if you don't
drone's not
understand it.
touching the water and dirt when it goes down vertically to go around it, down below it and back up, down below and back up. It's not touching. So where's that spot? Where's that edge of your globe where we can see any of your
Yeah, where's
flying
it? Yeah. Just
go have not
tell
earth
me
underneath
where.
it?
Yeah. Tell me where
Yeah,
on a
where's
globe
no
is
earth
that?
and water
Yeah,
underneath your
hold
flying object
on,
so it
dude.
can go down? Where's that at?
Talk. And I know that the mods. I know that the mods that you're. Yeah, I know that the mods that you were talking. But hold on for a second. Tell me where the edge of a globe is. Go ahead. Where?
Well, if one doesn't exist,
Where is
it
it?
doesn't exist. If you had a globe, it would be the
Yeah,
whole
exactly.
fucking thing, bud. The whole thing is the edge surface. Everywhere you stand
Yeah,
at
there's
the
no
edge.
edge to a
Look
globe.
forward. You should see the edge not be
What are
there
you
no more.
talking
You should
about,
see no
dude?
horizon on a
Okay,
ball.
yeah, hold on a second. Let me try to help this out. So DMOC saying that instead of always going from South America to Antarctica, how come there's not possible for people to go up, back, and around the other direction? Why is it that only the one way to get there? On the ball,
There's if you're in South America, more
Yeah, that's-
convenient route.
yeah, but why is there no others? How come you can't get there from anywhere else in the south, like Australia?
Does anywhere else in the south go there?
No, but you should be. He's saying on the ball, you should be able to.
It's not that it's impossible. It's just that it's more convenient because there's spots that you can actually go to there. Yeah, that's the thing.
Why can't they get to it from, like, let's say Vietnam or something like that?
They could, but why would you do that when you have South America? It's just less convenient.
Or South
It's like,
Africa.
for example,
Why not
it's
South
like there's an easy route. It's like there's an easy route. It's like there's an easy route to a location, but you want to take the long ass way for a dumbass reason. Like, makes no sense. There's no below, Quad. There's no below. What's below? What's below on a globe?
No,
What are you
he's saying the
talking about?
reason why it would make sense is because this idea that they can guard it.
Stupid.
They wouldn't be able, like the whole idea about building a wall on the ball. He said, "Hey, it's really dumb to build a wall on the southern border because on the ball, every direction will get you to where you want to go. You don't need to go the one direction. So a wall only works on the flat Earth, like the Great Wall of China. So now you got a ball. Why is it only this one naval blockade across the Southern Ocean or in and around South Africa or South America, the only spot they patrol? DMOC's looking for, hey, let's go through the back door. Let's sneak around the blockade and get up in there.
Crit, you have persevered to confuse the audience, as Gregory would say. No walls.
You cut out there.
Oh well.
Someone, come on, don't. No one hit him with the mute, did they?
Yep.
Yeah, there's some weird guy that keeps muting me and banning me in this server. I don't know who the hell it is. I don't know.
Yeah, we're sorting it out. Just bear with it.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of wiggle room with interpretation on if someone's being bad faith or good faith, and it happens every server. You're not going to escape it. Every channel is going to have people who have their different takes on, you know. My take is generally that each day, you know, let someone give them a shot, give them a chance to see if they're ready for a conversation. You never know exactly what's going to spark, like the flat smack. You never know what the flat smack's going to be. So if you get there and keep throwing people out, they never get to their flat smack because they're always worried about what they're going to say, if it's going to be a problem or whatever. As long as you're on this side of the server rules, you're good with me.
I know, Crit. You love me. I'm your favorite Glober.
Yeah, I mean, even if somebody gets a little on the wrong side of the server rules, if you can have a conversation with them and they realize they done fucked up, that to me is even better. You know, you're like, okay, you know not to do that again, right? Check. See, for me, if someone says like, hey, I just banned this person, do they know why they were banned? No, they have no clue. That's like counterproductive. Like, they don't know what happened.
Well, that's Ego Slave for you. He randomly, like, I came in here, I think 2 hours ago, like, I uttered two...
Well, don't be stirring shit, dude.
No, he's not here. I'm saying, like, but I muted myself, and then I got banned randomly. Like, what the hell? Just, I was randomly listening to a conversation, didn't even do anything, and he randomly banned me.
I mean, there are people who get to persona non grata, where it's like, you're just done. This guy is no longer welcome. But even those aren't permanent. You know, they can be, you know, undone.
I heard Trigonometry Man debated Nathan Oakley recently. I can't even debate Nathan Oakley anymore because, like, school's obviously been back. So, like, at 9 a.m. I'm at fucking school, so I can't even debate Nathan Oakley. But I heard the Trigonometry Man was trying to debate Nathan Oakley last week or something. I don't know. Jedi, why are you setting that guy up to get muted, bro?
I'm not. The lad's really like smart and intelligent. We've had a good conversation with him for like the past 4 or 5 hours. I was just inviting him to an event, dude. I know you've got personal beef with Nathan Oakley, but it doesn't go for everyone.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm curious to see how that goes with his questions.
Yeah, it'd be awesome, dude.
This will be the second one. The first one seemed to go fine, so...
Check.
How about those gas behaviors, huh?
Lumpy gas in the vacuum.
Yeah, I have one for you.
No, you don't.
You got lumpy gas in the vacuum?
Yeah, I literally have that.
Get the fuck out of here, Peter.
Shouldn't even let him talk.
That's like a
sound like idiots.
disqualifier. Yeah.
Wait, what if he does have lumpy gas in the vacuum, though?
We discussed it with Crypto the other day.
You can't
he
have
kind of
lumpy
gave
gas
up.
in the vacuum. Just like you can't have bendy PSI either.
Well, not exactly,
You
but
can't
you
have
know.
windy tornadoes, no hilly tornadoes, no mountainy tornadoes, no curving altitude.
Yeah,
You
like
don't
you
have
cannot have
anywhere-
Demok on
you don't have
mute, for
anywhere
example.
0
You cannot have
inches
that either.
goes below your feet. Show me where 0 inches high goes below itself, and we'll be on
Oh
a
my
fucking
god,
retarded
here we
call.
go.
Here we go, Matt.
Here we
Here we
go.
go. Where can you hover in your helicopter and say, "Look, Mom, I'm down past that curve, flying around this ball"?
Hey, Matt,
Instead of
should we
saying, "Look,
tell
Mom, there's
Demok that
certain water
Jesse's doing
underneath
the
my
experiment?
helicopter. I'm never flying vertically down around a ball ever.
I mean, it's
Could never
entertaining, man. I
happen."
don't know. It's just funny.
Did you
Well,
hear
when you
about
fly past
Jesse's
the
new
cliff, what
experiment?
happens?
No, he
When
doesn't
you
have
fly
any
past the cliff,
experiments.
When you fly past a real cliff or an edge of something, its attribute is there. You go past it, the edge stays there, you hover out there. You can get your selfie stick and touch the fucking helicopter that's not over the cliff that you're on. Do you
Hey, Demok, I
understand?
have
That's
good
what we're
news for
looking
you,
for.
buddy.
Where's that spot of Earth? Where's
Hey,
that cliff spot that
Demok,
shows Earth's edge?
Demok, chill. Remember how you told me to swim through the water and come out on the other side?
Yes, down. Yes, down through your beach ball.
Someone's
Beach
gonna
ball water.
actually do. Yes, somebody's going to do a version of that experiment for you, buddy. You're
No,
gonna
I
be
don't
very
want
happy.
no crazy version. 33 degrees, 45 degrees, straight down to the surface.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bob, I got to jump in here because this is very interesting. Because I was thinking about this the other day. I was thinking, Neil deGrasse Tyson and other astrophysicists, theoretical physicists, blah blah. They say that tides are caused because there's a constant equatorial bulge on the Earth caused by the sun and moon, and the Earth, the land mass, right, rotates, spins through that bulge, right? So the submarine should just be able to just stay in the one position and just pop out.
Yeah.
But there's a problem. We have land at the equator, so bye-bye bulge.
No, it's where your horizontal becomes my vertical. That's where you put a long, say you had a 50,000 foot pole and you set it down on the ground. I would see it go up in the air if I was on the side of the ball. You would see it going out into the sunset. Stupid. Where's that?
I wish you would. I wish somebody would launch you on a ball into the outer space, Demok.
Prove it. You're outer space.
You'd have to launch me on a ball because we don't
There
live
is no
on
outer
one.
space, so my dream
You'd
will
have
never
to make
come
a ball. Yeah, you'd have to make a ball and launch me in air. Sorry, space. Sorry, globe. No existence.
Can I put you inside the ball?
I can put you at the top of a rocket.
Like Gagarin?
And you can breathe. Like a rat on
Listen,
space.
we know a helium balloon.
We talk about
is better
gas
than any
behaviors,
rocket you ever
or
had in
should
your
we
life.
talk to Demok?
Yeah, your rockets are failures compared to a helium balloon. My money's on the flat Earth helium balloon.
If I show you from NASA YouTube channel a SpaceX rocket and there's something passing by, and breathing, do you accept it or you will deny it?
I don't like to look at NASA stuff.
Oh, you don't like, but yeah, you don't like to see the truth. So
Could I ask a question? Could I?
Yeah, dude.
Thank you. Okay, I would like you to imagine a golf ball in your hand. So you've got your palm out, and there's a golf ball. Is it possible to create something that is 10 times bigger than that golf ball? Obviously, you won't be able to hold it, but is it possible to create something 10 times bigger?
Yes.
Like a bowling ball. Go from
Yeah, exactly. Let's upgrade to a bowling ball. Yes. Right. So now take the bowling ball, and is it possible to make something 10 times bigger or 100, let's say 100 times bigger than the bowling ball?
Yes.
Like the Death Star.
Well, no. Like something that
Can you just proceed to the next point? Yes.
Okay. Is there a limit to how big you can make that golf ball?
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
And what is the limit?
The limit is the amount of matter and the size of the universe. 2 limits.
Okay.
You're welcome. Now, next.
Wait.
Can we talk about gas behaviors?
Sir, you have not answered my question.
I have answered all your questions.
Peter has a topic he wants to get in here. He's just chomping at the bit.
Yeah.
Peter, relax, dude. Just take it, kick back, put your feet up.
Let's talk to a drunken guy. Okay.
Oh, you rang?
So the limit is everything, the matter in the universe.
Yeah, and the size of the universe, right?
Sure. Is that bigger?
Yeah,
is
look,
that bigger
check this out.
than our boundary?
Geeks, you could take
which one?
All of it.
No,
the matter and all the
whatever
matter
you call
in the
universe, whatever you call universe could be just the Earth, or it could be the cosmos. Whatever you believe in, If you're a flat earther, then universe you should understand as Earth with the container. Okay. If you're a glober, you believe in the big expanding whatever.
Well, no, because I want
That's
to
your
make
limit.
a golf ball. I want
That's
to
your
make a
limit.
golf ball that's,
Okay, keep
that's
making the golf
100
ball.
times big. But is it
And
possible to do it?
eventually you're going to run out of material.
Well,
Right?
it's ever
Eventually.
expanding though. That's kind of like the question, like, hey, could God make a boulder that he couldn't
Good
lift?
crit. Then let's forget about that. You'll
In the
run out of
heliocentric
material.
model, no,
You'll
but
run
you
out of
just
material.
you
Stop
expand.
spiraling, crit. You'll
It doesn't-
run out of material.
It just
So there's a
expands.
limit
Finite
to the
amount of
amount of
material.
Not
It's a
in
final amount of material.
not in heliocentric.
Where
It's always expanding.
you mean on
There
Earth?
is a finite amount of material everywhere. It doesn't matter if you're a flat earther or a glober. There's a finite amount of material.
Until
You
on
will
Earth.
run out of it eventually.
So as
That's
you're
Game over.
creating this bigger and bigger ball, it's not reached the limit. What is happening to all of the materials
It's
that
growing.
we've
It's
used?
becoming bigger.
No,
becoming
the
bigger.
material that we've used is disappearing.
It's in the ball. It's in the ball.
Okay, so what's left when we've reached our limit?
A little bit more material, and you're gluing it on top of the ball, gluing it, and eventually you're going to run out, right? Everything will be in the ball, and you cannot grow the ball any
Correct.
further.
So
Go play with
what-
Legos, and eventually you'll run out of your Lego blocks, right?
and what is left?
And then your mommy can go buy you more blocks, but eventually Denmark will stop producing Lego blocks, and you'll run out of Lego blocks in the entire world, right?
I kind of got you on that one, didn't I? All right, thank you, guys.
You're welcome. What an idiot that guy is.
That's geeks. What are you talking about?
You know, he's just a boring, slow-talking troll. The worst kind.
Isn't that you?
No, I'm a fast-talking troll.
You are fast talking.
Yo, guys, to the people who believe in flat Earth, do you think like all of the scientists and
no
all of the
believers.
institutions
No
are
one
lying?
believes in the flat Earth. Belief
It's
is
not
not.
Shush.
Yeah, belief is not required. It is what it is, even if someone believes it so or believes it not so.
So, do you believe Earth is flat or it's a globe?
Okay, there's no belief. It's not a belief. Okay. You
I
have
know
to
the
remember,
universe is flat. The
the
universe
first-
is flat,
the
measurably.
first step you have to realize is belief is not required. There are some things that are true and some things that are not true. And belief won't change fact to fiction.
Okay, do you have any beliefs?
Yeah, there's all kinds of beliefs.
Okay, can you tell me your one belief that you have?
Well, I mean, it kind of like varies on, the
Yes,
scope
two
of the
for one.
conversation.
Yes,
Yeah,
two for one.
I'm trying to maintain the topic of the conversation at the same time.
Seems like you're afraid to answer.
And you believe that?
Yeah, because
Okay.
I would
Now
have.
you can
I would have
completely-
answered. I would have answered in 5 seconds, but you're taking forever.
Well, no, I'm trying. Okay, I'm trying to think of a way of answering the conversation. I believe science will save humanity, and I believe this because at some point people get sick of fighting, and they'll settle all conflict with experiment. Now, I don't know this will happen. Probably won't. There's a chance that people will reject the scientific method and just resort back to bombs and bribes instead of logic, reason, and science. But I believe that if people do embrace the scientific method and they have a conflict, both sides would be able to set up an experimental model and demonstrate who is right and who is wrong.
Okay, that's a long guess belief, but I get that. That's fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll say
honestly-
really quickly. I believe science will save humanity.
Okay, so you would refer to something as a belief that you don't know is 100% true, right?
Or something that I've got some kind of bias or some sort of, emotion attached to it. There's some sort of subjective lens I'm using that, because in a way it's quite counterintuitive, because a lot of people who claim to have science are using it as a weapon. So someone could just as easily say, I believe science will destroy humanity. That's kind of what Einstein had said that. Einstein told Eisenhower, or Truman, told Truman, if you do this, if you drop that bomb, I do not know what weapons World War III will be fought with, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. He believed that science was going to destroy humanity. And I would say, yeah, I would disagree. I believe science will save humanity.
Okay, I think he had a follow-up question, so maybe we can move to the next step of your inquiry.
So a belief would be kind of like an opinion, something.
Or
that
were
you
you
hold-
just trolling, brother? Were you just trolling
No,
Crit,
no,
or do
no.
you have some? Is there something interesting?
No, I guess
after
what
this?
I'm asking Crit, I had different question, but from what you said, like fundamentally, aren't we all making, if we like really go philosophical assumptions? For example, I believe that my name is Nika, but maybe it's not. Maybe, for example, my parents are lying to me or
Brain
something,
in the
right?
jar. Brain in the jar.
Yeah, you went into absurd. Yeah, I can see right now that your name is Nika. It says right there, Nika.
Yeah, but that's that's like 100% a fact, right? Maybe
Yeah,
I'm
say
lying
if
to
I
you.
don't believe it. Say I believe it otherwise. Does it change your name?
Sure. So what I mean when you said the Earth is flat, that's a fact or something like that. You said, right?
No,
It's not
that
a
wouldn't be
belief.
a
You said
belief.
it's a fact or
That,
something like that.
yeah, that would be a fact. That's demonstrable. The Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. And believing it curved won't change that. You could just sprinkle in,
Okay. Yeah.
take
Yeah.
a huge hit. Hold on, take a huge hit of meth or sniff some paint. It's not going to curve straight lines.
Okay.
Won't
Sure.
happen.
So you're saying, oh, you are not saying. You pretty much mean that Earth is flat. That's a fact. So
You
my
can
question
bank
was,
on that. You can right now. You could use the Earth as flat and stationary and construct anything you needed to. You could build a deck in your backyard, a pool. You could use
yeah, of course,
indoor
we will not
plumbing.
notice the Earth is global flat if we're gonna build a desk because it's huge, right? We will not
Oh
notice
yeah,
any
that's why
difference.
people say it's locally flat, and where they get fucked up because they sprinkle in the belief of not flat. So they walk themselves into a contradiction by believing something that is demonstrably false.
Yeah, so my question is, you think all of the scientists and all of the huge institutions are just lying to us?
No, they are lying to you.
They're lying to us and none of the information leaked, and like all of them are conspiring against us to make us believe Earth is round.
No, this is the thing. Science is built on disbelief. You disbelieve what someone's telling you, then you check it. You check their work, repeatable, observable, and measurable. That's where you got it. You know they're lying because they wouldn't have to tell you their results and never show you their process. If they cut out everything they did to get to the conclusion, then just tell you the conclusion, then just tell you, trust me, bro, you know it's
No,
full of shit.
there is process, there are facts, there is footages,
Well, let's go
there are
through it. Let's go through it
pictures,
step
but
by step. Let's go through the process.
no, you would say about all of this that it's fake, right? They're just lying to us or something.
Let's go through it. Let's go through step by step and see what we come up at.
No, if you just Google
What step one?
images of Earth, or
Google
if
it?
you like you took the footage of
Your process? Is that your process?
Just Google it up.
Sorry?
You just Google
That's
shit
the
up.
process.
No, I'm just saying, why would I even look into the facts when I can just see that all of the institutions and all of the scientists agree on this fact?
So if they just agree on something, are they like orcs in Warhammer? It just makes it true. Like they all agree that red paint causes vehicles to drive faster. It's something.
Sure.
It's true. Just because they just agree. It just takes 51%. 9 out of 10 doctors tell you a
If there
walking
is like
strike
no, I
will
get
help
your
you
point.
win the big race.
No, I get your point, Chris. Okay. If there is scientific consensus and there are like huge
So
institutions like
popularity
NASA,
contest. So replace
no, no,
experiment, replace methods and practices, replace any sort of robust version of determining truth with just a popularity contest. Just vote. Let's do consensus. Hey,
wait,
you
do you
guys
believe
all
in
agree?
scientific?
Do you
Do you
everyone
believe in
agree?
scientific consensus or no?
That's not a
Well,
thing.
hold up, because is this consensus? You think that this consensus is based on methodology, processes to reach that conclusion?
Yes.
Did you check?
No.
What step in
So
the
that's what
scientific method
Chris
is
is talking about. Right?
consensus? What step is that?
Wait,
Let's
what do you mean? What
I want you to
point do
go
you
through
think you
step
might
by step. So
pick up?
where did you add consensus into the step by step
No,
process?
no. I'm really curious. What point does T-Dub think he just
He's
made?
trying to change the subject.
Yeah, he's trying to get a golden parachute here.
Do I have to check like every single thing? For example, if
No, you don't have to check every single thing, bro. But you do have to
okay,
check
then
on
what's
the
your
things
point?
that. Listen, you have to check on the things that matter. Like if there's a question that's being raised, like how did they figure out the size of the Earth or any relevant information? Then it's incumbent upon you to figure it out. So if you're gonna make this like claim that, well, what do you mean? I have to check everything? No, it's a specific claim that's being challenged. If you're not able to do that, and if you say, well, I just believe just to believe, then that is upon you. Nobody's gonna convince you otherwise because you just believe something to be true based on some information you receive. But the scientific method kind of gives you at least a standard to say that you know something because it's been tested, and you can actually repeat a test and then therefore verifying the validity of the claim. Do you understand? That's the process.
Yeah, yeah.
And if these people are doing that,
Yeah, I'll
then
I get your point. Yeah.
you're in
I
right
get what you're
standing.
saying.
Right. So are
But
you now saying that according to the Earth being a globe have verified the claim that the scientists, according to you, have already said that it is? Have you checked?
So I'm sure I haven't checked to respond to your question, but I'm sure if we were to talk about the facts, whether the Earth is flat or round, I would probably not be able to give you better arguments than you would that Earth is flat because I haven't done any research about this. But my point is different. My point is if there is some scientific consensus on such a huge fact, the planet that we live on, if there is like a pretty much even not, this is not a discussed point, right? No serious people talk about whether the Earth is flat or round. This is just a
Well,
fact.
we are.
And
We're talking about no. We don't
yeah,
take
we are in a random
information for
Discord
granted,
channel,
sir.
random people, right? We are not
No,
scientists.
it doesn't matter. It
credible.
doesn't matter. You can't
Our
put
reputation is
people.
not behind this.
I'm sorry, but you can't put people in a hierarchy if there's not a method that you can verify that what they're saying is true or not. So if they tell you some random claim that rainbow unicorns are making the clouds, form, then if you can't test and verify their claim, then it's just a belief that you have.
Okay,
So you just
can you
believe
tell me?
things, right? So
Sure. Can you tell me
right.
why do you think these people are lying?
It's not about the lying part. It's about the validity of the claim. Can you
So you
validate
think
what
all of
they're?
the scientists
Can
are
you?
wrong? They just made mistakes?
No. Okay, listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Are you able
I'm
to
listening really
validate?
carefully. Yeah.
Are you able to validate the claim that they are making about the Earth? Yes or no?
Am I like myself? Am I able to?
Well, that's what validity is, sir.
No, so my question was different. Why do you think they're lying?
Okay, so you're not going to answer my question. You're deflecting to something that you want to ask. Is that true?
So it depends on the claim. If, for example, there is some complex physics topic, maybe I would not be able to, but I think I
Is
would
this
be able to.
complex? Is this complex physics, sir? The size of the Earth?
Yeah, it could be.
It could be. Is it, though?
Could be.
Is it, though?
I'm telling you, it could be. Either way.
I know you're saying it could be. That's suggestive. I'm asking you, do you know if it is or not?
Yeah, I gave you a response. You just don't like it. And
Do
when I
you
asked you a
know
question,
if
we're
it's
talking about.
complex physics?
No, listen,
Sir,
listen, my guy.
sir, no,
I
we're
asked
not
you a
going to listen
question.
to
If you are
you.
talking about not answering
No,
the
we're not going to
questions,
overtalk
I
me.
asked you.
You got a
I
chance.
asked you a
Stop
question
talking.
first. Do you
You
think
could be
they're
honest.
lying? Do you think the
Okay,
scientists
you're
are lying?
gonna be honest. You're gonna be honest. You're gonna be honest. It's simple. Just answer the question.
What's the question?
Is it something that you can say is complicated physics or not? You have a choice
What? The
between the
size
two.
of the Earth?
It's complicated. It's yes. That's what we've been talking about. Can you track with the dialogue, sir?
It depends. Like, can I measure? Like, can I myself measure the size of the Earth? No, I wouldn't be able to.
I'm asking the question, and you need to answer, is it complicated physics, yes or no?
Probably not.
Okay, then. We'll go with
Okay.
that. So if it's not complicated physics, then it's something that a person can actually investigate and research and probably find out. So if that is the case, then how did they do it or establish a method to do it a long time ago? Because
Okay.
they're
Can you
telling us that
answer my question now? Can you answer my question now?
we're on a logic path, sir. We cannot deviate from it. We have to
No,
stay the
I asked you a
course.
question first, and then you changed the topic. Do you think the
No, this
scientists are
topic
lying to us,
has
or
not
why are
changed,
they lying?
sir. This topic has not changed at the moment. We're
Listen,
actually following a logic path,
if you think
and the
just
path of
calling me
logic,
sir and just
and the
keep
path of
asking the
logic,
same
and the
questions,
path of
please just
logic
answer me as well.
is for you to understand that you don't know what you're talking about. So now that you're kind of getting the hint, and you're
What do
realizing
you
at the
think I don't
moment,
know what I'm talking about? About what? I
well,
already told you, if you're gonna
if
start
you stop
arguing whether
interjecting,
the
you'll find
Earth is
out.
flat or round, I will not be able to give you better arguments. I already concede
It's
that.
not.
My
It's not
question was
about better
different. Do you
arguments,
think the scientists are
sir.
lying to us, or why
It's
they're
not
lying to
about
us?
better arguments. It is not about better arguments. We're trying to figure out if you can actually understand if the information about the Earth being a globe can be substantiated with evidence or not. And it sounds like you said it's not complicated physics, probably. So therefore, anybody could probably look into it and find out if it is or not.
Okay.
Right? Okay.
Yep.
So now that we're here, let's see if anybody in the past has ever figured it out. Now, do you think, in your mind, because obviously you've been told that the Earth is a globe, do you think someone figured it out in history? Or do you think we just recently in history figured it out?
No, I'm pretty
How
sure
old
it's
do you
been
think
known
this
for a while.
information? Okay. So how do you think we figured it out, sir?
No idea.
How's it possible? No idea. Okay, so now that you said that, which is kind of like what I've always known you were going to say, I don't know, no idea. I think that it would be incumbent upon you to actually investigate how long ago have we known that the Earth is a globe and figure out the method by which somebody established that it is. And then
Okay.
you could
Yeah,
come
there are
and
two
then
points there. Listen.
and then
You've
sir,
been talking
I
for a while.
wasn't done yet. I was not done. So
No, I get your
after you
point.
do that,
Listen, there is no
sir,
point for
no,
you
you
to
don't
keep
get my
talking.
point yet because I haven't finished it. So
I don't need to
finish
hear the rest of your point because I
okay
can guess.
then. Well, why don't you just leave then? If you're not going to be here for talking, then just
Why would
leave.
I leave? I have different question. If you don't want to answer my
Because you're
question,
not
just will ask
listening at
someone
the
else.
moment. You're not listening at the moment, and this is important for
Because
you
it's
to
not
establish.
relevant. It's not
Okay, so
relevant.
you're just
Alpha
gonna
Betas.
keep doing. You want to be entitled and do what you want. This forum was designed so that people that have questions about this need to understand a position that they don't have any information on, which is your position. You don't know. You just said so yourself. You just said I
I have
don't know.
completely different question, and you just keep talking about different topic. So that's why I'm trying to
No, this
interrupt you,
is not,
because
sir.
if you don't
We've
want to
been.
answer this
Okay,
question,
look,
then I
see,
will ask
you're
someone
not
else.
you're not entitled. You're not entitled to speak whatever you want and however you want. This forum, like I told you, is designed so that you can understand how much you don't know and what steps you need to take to figure things out. That's what we're doing. We're helping you understand what you don't know. And I think that's the problem. It's not your silly questions. It's the question about why are you answering I don't know to the thing that I'm asking you. Because everybody, if we're supposed to know that the Earth is a globe, it should be surely available to everyone. Now, you're not going to sit here and act like we're going to listen to your questions because you think they're important. You don't know anything, and we're going to start you from ground zero so that you can start figuring it out.
No,
Got it?
Alpha, can you stop for 10 seconds so I can...
Are you listening to what I just said? I want you to repeat what I said. If you were plugging your ears, meanwhile I was speaking to you, you're not going to last in this forum. So what did I just say?
Yeah, and you're one with an
It doesn't
among
make
90
any
IQ
difference
is not going to
because...
last long here.
Okay, so are you going to be able to repeat what I just said? Yes or no?
Yeah. You said you want me to teach something and to start from ground zero. But my point is way different. You know some talking points, and you really want to say all of those talking points, and I'm just not interested in that.
Okay. Then you see that little knob, turn it and walk out of the door. Because if you're not interested in having a conversation with people that want to engage you on the topic, the very specific topic, if the Earth is a globe or not, then why are you here?
I don't engage with people who are mentally ill terrorists.
Hold on.
I'm
Flat
asking
earthers are
completely
terrorists.
different question.
I'm not
I'm not sure
talking to
why
you.
this is relevant.
This is relevant because everybody who comes in who doesn't understand the information, they need to have some information unfolded in their mind, because everybody here wants to talk to you about that very specific information, about the gaps of knowledge that you have about the Earth. You don't know this gap right now.
Sure. Listen. I have a question, and I want the...
Once again, your questions will be addressed after we talk to you about the information that's gaps in your knowledge, not before. You want to ask some questions, we do want to answer them, but if you're not willing to engage in the information you have no idea on, why are we going to talk to you? You're just going to overtalk us. You're just going to continue to do what you want. This forum, I told you, exists so that people that don't know if the Earth is a globe or flat can have that information substantiated.
Troll? Are you just a troll and you're just wasting my time?
No, then you can just leave. You're a troll if you're not here to engage. How about that?
And you just keep talking about something different.
Once again, you fucking idiot. It's not a different topic. The shape of
Guys,
the Earth.
is it me or
damn, dude. What do you mean, is it just me? You're not here to... Do you know what this forum is all about? What's this forum about? What's this forum about?
Oh, so you are mod and you can mute me?
What's this forum about, sir?
Oh shit, like small bit of...
What is this forum about?
Damn, you're such a powerful man, you can...
Yeah, I know that. So now let's get to the part where I'm asking you the question, what is this forum about? And you to answer it.
Okay, I will answer your question, okay? Can you repeat the question one more time? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
What is this forum about? What is this forum about?
I think this forum is about the people who have the power of mods to mute people. And...
I think I know what it's about. It's about flat Earth.
Oh,
yeah,
10 points.
Great.
Yeah,
But
Nika,
thank you for that. We're waiting for this guy to answer the question. Let's see if he's gonna get out of his feelings and just talk with the panel here.
Yeah, Nika,
Sir?
everything
I'm
was
super
going
chill,
good.
yeah.
Nika, everything was going good until you decide that you're going to take control of the conversation instead of just talking. When you were talking, everything was fine, and all of a sudden now you come out trying to swing the big dick like you're the guy running the show. If you're going to act like that, just get the fuck out.
Yep.
There's plenty of other people to talk to.
Yeah, and the case is here. We don't want that to be, but you're the one that's going to dictate that. You don't have to, but your actions will be the result of why you're going to be muted or escorted out. It's up to you. You got a choice. Now I'm asking you again, what is this forum about, sir?
Okay, so is your life dedicated to build this flat earth cult, or what's going on here?
No, we're here. Go ahead,
question?
Jedi. You want to answer that?
Well, no, it's because he asked you a question and has still failed for him to answer your question. If you answer Alpha's question, we'll move on. You've been here for 5 minutes, dude. Why can't you just
answered like 10 questions and I still don't have answer on my question, so I'm not sure how that is fair. I only had one question like 40 minutes ago and it's still not answered. I've heard all of the talking points about different topics, but my question is still not answered.
Okay, so
That's my only problem.
Okay, so it would be answered a lot quicker if you just very simply answered Alpha's question in good faith.
Yep.
I mean, that's
all
a
you need to
rhetorical
do.
question. The question that this guy is asking me, what's the name of this channel or something like that? It's obviously Flat Earth,
No,
but my
that's
question
not
was
what I
completely
said.
different.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
What did you say?
What is this forum about? I want you to tell me what you think it's about, and then we can either say you're correct or correct you. What is this forum about?
I feel like no matter what I'm gonna say, you're gonna tell me it's wrong. But I think its forum is about debating whether Earth is flat or round. Am I wrong?
Yeah, that's incorrect. So this forum is about an interrogation process for those who believe that the Earth is a globe, and we're trying to figure out if people
Oh shit!
are actually, yeah, we're trying to figure out if people are honest to have a conversation to know how much they don't know, or if they're just going to be trolling this forum. So you don't know right now how much you don't know. That's the reason why we need to have this conversation with you. And it's going to expand your knowledge at least to the portion where you're going to start to realize, well, I didn't really know that. I didn't really know that. You're going to keep saying that
Sure.
over and over again.
No,
So
I'm sure where it is. I've
now
told you like
now
40
that we
minutes ago that
got
if
that
we
out
are
of the
talking
way,
about the facts, I will not be able to convince anyone here that the Earth is round because I don't have all of the facts. I know very little about this.
that's not what we're talking about. Doesn't matter what you know about the information. You've already said you don't know. You've made that very clear. Now, if you're able to be in here in good faith, like Jedi was saying, then everybody else can talk to you and fill you in on what you don't know. It's pretty simple.
Sure.
All right, then. So we
The
can
thing
begin
is,
again.
I wouldn't listen to anything that you would tell me about the Earth or flat.
So you're just going to be disingenuous then, admittedly. Is that what I just heard from you? I'm not going to listen to anything you have to say.
That's what he said.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm saying that because I think you are super biased from.
Yeah. We're not going to. I muted him, so for a reason.
You're super biased. Super biased to truth.
Well, that conversation went well.
Yeah, this is the outcome. As soon as he doesn't get his way, like an entitled baby, he's going to throw a tantrum and just not answer questions and not want to talk to the individual. So it's me right now, but it'll be you next if you start talking to him. Because he wants to say the questions he wants to say when he wants to say them and not answer anything you want to talk about. He's a dishonest character.
That's all right. We've got plenty of other people in the chat that we can move our attentions to. So if anyone's got any questions, points of view, debates, or anything like that, please unmute your mic and ask your questions.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, I have a question.
What's your question, bud?
I was just wondering about like sunsets, because this is like the number one thing for me when it comes to flat Earth. Like when the sun goes down, right? Kind of look like it stays the same size when it's going down. Like it doesn't really look like it's getting farther away or anything. It's just going behind the horizon. I was just wondering what you thought about that.
Sorry, is this gentleman robot in for anybody else, or is that just me?
Yeah, he came in a little.
Yeah, pretty badly.
Sorry, I can ask again. Is this better?
A little bit, yes.
Okay. So no, I was just wondering about sunsets. Like when the sun goes down, right? It looks like it stays the same size in the sky, and it's like it looks like it's going behind the horizon. And I was just thinking, like, if there's flat, then like, how come it looks like it goes behind the horizon?
Oh, the sun doesn't stay
Like
the
it
same
looks
size.
like
Yeah, it doesn't stay the same size.
Are you sure? Because like,
100%.
I mean, I
Have
think
you
it
ever
looks
seen-
like. I think
I just posted it for
looks
you, kid.
bigger. Like
I just posted it for you.
Yeah, the sun's
like
bigger
the
on the
sun just
horizon.
fades away.
You can actually see the sun
Fades away.
looking bigger on the horizon in more humid climates, and it actually shrinks down to a pinprick on a more drier climate. So
We're sorry, Jenna, Nick, dude.
can't
You're
hear 'em.
roboting. Yeah, you're roboting hard, dude. So you might want to leave and maybe come back, sort your router out or something. Don't want to lose the conversation with you, dude. But you are roboting quite hard, so maybe try to adjust that, leave and come back. We'll hold the floor open for you.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Just leave and come
Thank
back.
y'all.
Yeah, that might reset your connection. Thank you.
I don't mind the conversations, but the entitled ones, they rub me the wrong way, dude. Just those guys that think that they want to ask the questions they want, whenever they want.
What's your MO with Nika? He's a question to be unmuted. It's up to you whether he is or not, mate.
There you go, Jedi.
My man, Jedi.
Oh, good stuff.
So now we're going to hear about how long he was muted. We're going to hear all about Alpha. We're going to hear about everybody else, but the topic of what we want to know.
I'll do this solid, Nika. You had a question. What was it?
Yeah. My own question was, first of all, the first thing I said, I don't know any facts. Like, I couldn't argue with you whether the Earth is round or flat. I just had one question. Why do you think, or do you even think that all of the scientists and institutions are just lying to us? And if you do, why do you think they do that?
It's kind of hard to say everybody who is a scientist is lying to us. They might just believe that the model of the Earth being a globe is reality. They got taught this, so they might not actually be intentionally lying. It's hard to say that everyone's lying, dude. I don't think the majority of people are. They just got taught this and repeat it, right? Same with your teacher at school. Now, you could say that they're lying to you when they say that the Earth is a globe, but that would be with intent. They're not intentionally lying. They're intentionally just giving you the information that they got taught to.
Okay, so you don't think they are lying, they're just, they don't even know themselves and they just repeat from somebody else?
Yeah, it's when you said like the scientific consensus or community. Within that, I don't think every person is. Yeah, maybe there are some people who know the truth and are lying. I don't know why. If that's your next question, why are they lying? I don't know.
Isn't that you believe in flat Earth, right?
Yes, I understand the Earth is flat. Yeah.
And don't you think it's like really important to understand if you think people are lying to us, if that's like one of the options, why would they do that? Don't you think it's important to understand?
It would be important to understand, but for example, I've not gone up to these people and asked them personally why they are lying. So I can. This is kind of the answer to the question. We can sit here and speculate all day long, but we don't know.
Do you have like any speculations why they might have done that?
Thousands, dude. Lots and lots, loads. It could.
So you think
It could be something. It could be something as simple as, well, maybe the Earth's bigger and they're hiding something like extra land, extra resources. That would be a speculation, though, right? They could be doing that. They could be, I don't know, coming up with a new creation idea. The Earth being a ball in the vacuum of space that came from the Big Bang. That comes from.
Real quick about the first point. Why would they need Earth to be round if they are hiding something? Couldn't they be hiding its own?
For example, right? For example, I would say that I'm someone who's of the opinion and probably differs a lot from other people, flat earthers, who says that they're not necessarily lying about the shape of the Earth. They're just lying about being able to gain a vantage point to be able to view it in its not its entirety, but at least one side, right? One full side in its, in full view. Right? That's my take on it. I don't think that they're necessarily lying about, they're not lying with intent to go, oh, we understand the Earth's flat. We can't let anybody else know. Because that's impossible, because you can just go outside and look at it, right? You don't need to hide that out there. You already experience it. You already observe it. You already measure it and treat it that way. So that's not being hidden. That's just obvious, right? The lie is, for me, that claiming to be able to gain a vantage point, to be able to look back and see Earth as a globe. That's the lie. Now, why? No. There's a lot of speculation. It's just, like Jedi was saying, we go into speculation at this point.
Do you think
it's
Moon is
exploitation
round or
myself. I think it's exploitation of a popularly held belief system, because it was already popular before, pre-advent space travel, right? It was already popularly held belief, and some people went, I wonder if we could use this somehow to our advantage, right? Let's say, for a black budget program, we could say we're doing this when we're really doing something else, right? Etc. Or we've discovered a way we can provide the populace with a service, communication service. Now, we don't want people and any old body becoming a competition for that, because we want the money, right? So we're going to tell them we're doing it in a way that they can't verify and that they can't themselves achieve very easily. Right? That's a great way, I'm providing you this service, but you can't do it yourself. You need me. You need this group or this government or whatever. Right? You need this agency to provide this service for you. You'll pay money for it. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Wait, what service? Are you talking about NASA, or what are you talking about?
Anybody that's claiming to utilize the shape of the Earth in order to provide a service to you. Communication services claim that there's these little tin cans floating, in a somewhat empty area space around the globe Earth. You can't verify that. You can't replicate it. You can't do anything to authenticate that claim. But you're going to benefit from that service at a cost, right?
Sure. So you're saying it's financial reason why they are lying.
Could be that the incentive's there, the potential for that is there. Whether it's true or not.
And do you guys also think that other planets are flat as well, and Moon is flat?
Wow. Here we go.
I should have put money on it. So
is it a common question, or why?
Yeah, it's a very common question. So, do we think other things are flat too? No.
It just Earth
the
is
moon
flat?
looks well, the moon looks like a ball, with the shadows on it and everything.
It looks like it could be three-dimensional. You could assert that probably it's spherical. We've got things like it looks circular. It looks like there's topography on it, and like you pointed out, there's shadows. Over the course of 28 days, due to libration, we can see about 55% of the lunar surface. You'd only see 50% of one side of a sphere, so libration moves the moon around, so we get to see more of it. You could infer that that's a sphere. You can't prove it, though, by standing and looking at it. You'd have to go there.
Okay.
What was the
Do you think it's possible to get there?
What, to the moon?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
said to
Not
reside.
even with like a weather balloon or something.
You're not going to get a weather balloon to go for a vacuum without the weather balloon popping.
Oh, you don't think in moon
Okay.
landing it was fake?
No. No one's been to the moon.
Damn.
Do you want to know why?
Sure.
Okay, so the story that we're told is the moon, like every other object, the Earth, the Sun, Mars, Jupiter, Venus, blah, 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 all reside in the vacuum of space. Now, we understand that you can't have a vacuum space not physically separated from the gas that we breathe. To have gas pressure, the atmosphere that we breathe, you need a container to achieve pressure. If there's no physical boundary separating our gas pressure from that increase in spacious space, then the gas would fill that space, violating the idea that you can have a vacuum next to a gas pressure system. You can't have uncontained gas not dispersed into a vacuum. It violates the second law of thermodynamics. You know what happens when you pump up a tire or a ball or a balloon, right? You achieve pressure inside that contained environment. When you open that system and there's higher pressure inside the contained environment as opposed to the atmosphere, then the high pressure disperses into the low pressure. If the Earth is an uncontained gas system, then the gas would fill the space.
Shit, okay.
So if they're saying that the moon's in a vacuum and there's an open system, that can't be true.
Don't you think the air would be affected by gravity?
If somebody could show that to me, that would be awesome. And what do you mean by gravity?
Well, to like hold it down to the Earth's surface, just like how it holds us down to the surface.
Okay. I understand what you mean by it holds us down, gravity. If I drop something, it goes down. But if I uncontain gas, it moves freely and randomly in all directions. Even when I contain gas, gas is still moving freely and randomly in all directions inside that container. We understand where gas is produced on the surface of the Earth, chemical and biological cycles. And its first motion is away, upwards, away from the mass that you are saying is attracting it to it. Gas expands to fill volumes.
Hey Jedi, I have a question.
Yeah.
Gas can't evenly expand to fill volumes if we very clearly have a pressure gradient in the atmos plane.
Yeah. Why do we have that? Why do we have a gradient?
I don't know. I know, but do you?
Wait, are you saying? Wait, quick question. Are you saying there wouldn't be a pressure gradient if there was a container?
I mean, there can be a pressure gradient if there's a container, I guess, maybe, but you couldn't then say that gas actually expands in all directions evenly, because it clearly doesn't.
That's because we have energy. That's because of another variable. That variable is temperature. As I pointed out, where the gas is produced down here.
Okay, so you mentioned that's another variable. How are you going to, because you're going to say it's like buoyancy or some shit, right? How are you going to isolate gas movement from buoyancy? How are you going to show that gas expands and fills a volume evenly whilst removing buoyancy from that? How do you do that? Where's the experiment?
Okay, so I'll evacuate a space for gas. We call that a vacuum. And then I can start putting gas back into that space and watch the gas fill the volume.
Okay. No,
So
here's the thing.
It will press upwards and downwards and outwards. It will press in all directions.
And is that going to demonstrate the pressure gradient we see in nature?
Oh, no. I would have to invoke temperature and gas production cycles to demonstrate a gradient.
Hold on a second.
I can provide the literature that says this from your side. So
Does that mean that you can actually come to a conclusion that you can't show in a laboratory?
I just told you that we could.
Yeah, but then whenever we say that, you say we're wrong.
What have you demonstrated in the laboratory? I'm talking about an experiment. What have you demonstrated with experiment?
That when you remove confounding variables such as electrostatics and air pressure, that gravity very clearly is a phenomenon that one exists, two has a direction that it pulls things to, well, quote unquote, apparently pulls things to. And by the way, you actually have to agree with relativity. You have to agree with reference frames. Otherwise, you can never ever make sense of somebody jumping off of a car or off of a truck or a train and not zooming with the train.
Sorry, you didn't answer my question.
I actually am answering your question.
I'll ask it again. Maybe you misheard it. What have you scientifically verified for your experiment?
I just said.
Okay, so let's go through it. So which one? And we'll go through it.
Through demonstration, we can clearly show that when you remove air pressure and you remove electrostatics, so you already therefore remove buoyancy and any non-gravitational stuff, and yet we still have the classical definition of gravitation.
What is the classical definition of gravitation?
Just things being attracted to each other.
So, like mass attracts mass, that was superseded by Einstein in 1915. You just brought up general and special relativity, and now you're talking about Newtonian mass attracting mass. These are two completely different things, dude.
So glad you mentioned superseding, because superseding and disproving are not the same thing.
Okay. But why are you talking about two completely different things? One three-dimensional Euclidean geometry, and another one four-dimensional non-Euclidean space-time geometry. They're different things, dude. So again, which one of these two have you proven scientifically?
So,
which one of these two gravitational ideas?
I heard you the first time. I heard you the first time.
Good, then answer it. Come on.
Not like you're in a rush.
Just answer the question, dude. It feels like you're trying to trip me up somewhere. I'm asking you a very basic question.
I know.
Which one of these two gravitational ideas has been proven scientifically?
Both, given frames of reference.
Both?
Yep.
Okay.
You realize when...
No, not I realize. I would like to go through the hypothesis for both. Which one would you like to start with, Newtonian or Einstein?
Let's
Einstein?
go with
Newton?
Newtonian.
Newtonian, awesome stuff. So can you provide me the scientific experiment, the hypothesis that has been tested? Can I have the hypothesis, please?
The experiment that proves what?
You said Newtonian.
The experiments actually don't prove anything. That's not true. The experiment that demonstrates...
Okay, so brilliant. Science doesn't prove anything. So what the fuck are you talking about then? You know that science demonstrates cause and effect relationships, right?
It's not the only thing it does.
It's not the only... So it does do this then?
What?
So it does do this then?
Yeah. Science is capable of showing that.
So it does prove things. I'll disregard.
No, it doesn't prove things.
So it doesn't prove things. It doesn't demonstrate cause and effect relationships.
Demonstrating. Here's the thing. It demonstrates apparent cause and effect relationships, and we just have to infer that must be the case for the entire universe. You've probably heard of the fact that you can't ever prove universality without actually having access to all the information.
So you're just going to waffle about how you can't use experiments to prove things instead of provide the experiment for Newton?
No, I'm just being intellectually honest, unlike you guys.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Provide the experiment you claimed.
That doesn't prove anything that you claimed.
I actually don't need to provide an experiment. A demonstration.
Yes, you do.
Honesty, right here.
You do. You said gravity. I've asked you for the scientific experiment that proves it, but you're saying that you don't have one because science doesn't prove anything. I'm going to ask you this question. Do cause and effect relationships happen within the physical and natural world?
Say that again.
Do cause and effect relationships happen in the natural and physical world?
Apparently.
Apparently. Okay. Does heat make water boil? Does heat cause water to evaporate? Does temperature change the state of water to ice? Yeah, shut up, mate. You've got no clue what you're talking about.
Am I muted yet? No? Okay, good. I get to speak. Alright. So, heat and temperature. Well, I mean, temperature, for example, temperature doesn't cause anything. Temperature is just a scalar value.
So heat,
It's just
energy.
energy.
Yes. Does heat cause water to evaporate?
Heat alone doesn't. It actually requires the interaction between heat and the object.
And the object. So the heat causes the water to evaporate if the temperature is high enough.
Well, that's not necessarily true. Actually, there are some configurations of heat that are so high that the water can't evaporate.
The heat is so high that the water can't evaporate.
Yeah, if you end up making the water so hot, the water doesn't evaporate; it just turns straight to a plasma.
So what caused that?
It's fucking ridiculous at this point.
What caused
No, I'm
that?
being intellectually honest.
Sorry,
which
what
you guys
caused
can't do because
No, you're
if
not.
you did,
No, you're not, you clown.
Right now. So did temperature, heat, cause that?
evaporation.
Evaporation, or as you said, so much temperature.
Oh,
heat.
so actually, funnily enough, heat alone won't cause evaporation. It's actually basically that you have like this kind of conflict between the ambient temperature around the water, the heat within the water, the temperature that's
the temperature then,
like the temperature gradient, and how far that allows water to actually move before it can break the surface tension, and also pressure that's acting on the water and the pressure of the water itself. It's actually way more complicated than just simply temperature.
This is why within a scientific experiment we'll have control variables. We'll control for things like pressure. If we keep all things the same and only vary and manipulate the heat, then the heat causes the water to boil. This is year 7 fucking science. You got told how to formulate a hypothesis in the first year at secondary school. You had a Bunsen burner, you had a beaker and a thermometer. You put the Bunsen burner underneath the fucking liquid in the container and you watched it boil and you marked the result. If you're saying that science does not demonstrate cause and effect relationships, then I don't know how far you're going to go in this conversation.
I said it can demonstrate apparent cause and effect relationships.
Apparent.
Yep.
So this apparently causes that to happen.
Yep.
Okay, so it apparently causes that to happen then. I don't like the word apparent. It either does or it doesn't.
Here's the thing. We can't ontologically prove that something like actually is true. We don't have access to the whole
He's back to doesn't prove anything. He gave up.
Well, you definitely can't prove that mass attracts mass. He didn't even try.
Got no science. If he's going to say that science doesn't prove anything, then he's got no science for gravity.
He completely avoids engaging at the level you're engaging in. And I know I don't want to get banned, but I could answer all those questions. I could show a hypothesis and an experiment, and it's simple. But instead of thinking about it, he just goes down the path of nitpicking. Oh, it's not only this. Yeah, water doesn't evaporate just because of heat. You know what's the other reason why it evaporates? Because it exists. It has to exist to evaporate, right? Atoms have to bind together to evaporate, right? So let's go all the way down.
He's just trying to run away from his claim, though. He said something, and then he obviously got stuck realizing, well, I don't have the experiment. I don't have the hypothesis, so I'm just going to nitpick what a hypothesis even is. I'm going to nitpick cause and effect. I'm going to nitpick this and that. Anything to stall from getting to the point that I was claiming.
He says, oh, I'm being more detailed. Yeah, more information is not net goodness for a conversation. Stick to the point and introduce the minimum information necessary to continue the conversation. Not overwhelm people with bullshit. So what, he wants to explain all of quantum mechanics all the way down, including the things that people don't even know yet? Is that how deep he's gonna go? Makes us Globers look bad. I think I'm gonna flip to flat Earth just to spite people like him.
Yeah, it's pathetic.
That's funny, Peter.
I'm telling you, man. Gonna have to.
Now, just a word to all you Globers. If Peter's telling you you're doing it bad, then you're really doing it bad.
Hey, yo, I'm back. Can y'all hear me?
Hooray.
Cool.
Yeah, that's
Okay. So you
much better.
y'all have seen that thing where like it's like sunset and like sun looking really orange, real nice, and it also looks like freaking huge, right? Like, so yeah, I've noticed that more often than not, actually all the time, that the sun is bigger at the horizon than it is like when it's up and high in the sky. And so, like, to me, like, if the Earth's flat, right? I don't know how this is possible. If it looks like the sun is like going behind the horizon, like it looks like it's going under the horizon. Like, I would think if it's flat, it would stay above it.
Are you close to it? Are you looking at it from 1,000 miles or 100 miles away? Where's it at exactly when you're looking at it?
Well, it can be a ways off. It depends on how high off I am off the ground.
Well, how close can you get to it? Can you stand on the edge of Earth and then watch it go down vertically? The edge of the water where there's no water in front of you and dirt in front of you? Who the fuck in their right mind is going to get back and say, look, I see all this Earth in front of me. That must be where Earth stops. Right where I'm at must be where Earth stops because all this Earth keeps going horizontally in front of me forever. And then I imagine the sun going down, not forward that way because I see all this Earth in front of me that way. When can we get to the point where you're standing there where the sun's supposedly going down and like that little line, that magical imaginary horizontal line right there? Who can stand there and then watch the sun go down with no Earth under it? Why is there always Earth under it, in your view? How's it going down into the water and dirt? That doesn't seem possible, does it?
Well, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Like in the flat Earth model, I don't think that is possible because it would have to go under the Earth, and I don't think that happens in flat Earth model.
Exactly. So that's not what it's doing, is it? It's going horizontally that way. Unless a Glober can go find the edge.
It doesn't look like that though. What's the problem?
Stop. On your flat Earth model, it would have to go under. So, isn't in space. Space is fake. Sun's not going under anything. It doesn't have to do anything that you want your model of flat Earth to be.
Right. In reality, it goes that way, horizontally. And
Like, it
nobody
doesn't
can
look like it's
see.
smaller.
Nobody can get close to it to see if it's going vertically down without dirt and water under it. Nobody's done that. So you don't have a globe.
Hey
And you
guys,
don't have
could I
a
be
flat
made a
Earth
mod
pizza.
so I can mute Demok? Thank you.
Mute yourself.
So yeah, like that's the thing is that like I would expect the sun to like if it's getting farther away, right? Because it's going to the other side of the flat Earth. I would expect it to get smaller as it's going farther away. But sometimes
Why?
it just looks bigger.
Why would you expect that?
Okay, so
Because when objects are
hold
far away, they look smaller.
Why wouldn't you
on.
expect
So are
exactly what
you?
you see? Go ahead.
Huh?
So my question is: So are you a Glober? Like this phenomena proves that the Earth's a ball?
No, I'm saying this because this is what makes flat Earth not work in my mind. Because the sun doesn't get smaller when it's setting.
I heard you like 5 times. Please don't. Right.
Super low, Elijah. Elijah, you're super.
Big
Elijah,
Daddy, you're roboting.
roboting. Elijah, you're roboting and you're super low. I don't know if you can hear me. Yeah, you're roboting. You were roboting really bad and you're super low.
Yeah, you know, everyone says when the sun goes down, they say that, oh, the sun went down, right? I mean, there's a reason for that. It's because it really looks like it's going down. It doesn't look like it's, oh, it went over there. That's why people say, oh, the sun went away. That's what they say.
That's an optical
They-
thing, though. We've learned that that's a total optical thing, though, because if you take, like, let's say a drone, and you can see its elevation, and you just shoot it straight across, like optically, it's gonna look like it's getting lower to the horizon. But but you can look at your screen, and it's still the same elevation. It's just going like parallel to the ground, just shooting across. Like I don't know how else to tell you. It's an optical thing, buddy. Like it's not literally going down.
Well, it doesn't look like it's getting farther away either.
No, it definitely looks like it's getting farther away. That's why you know it's getting farther away because the farther away it gets, the more it looks like it's going down.
If you take a look
Well,
in the
how is
chat,
it
there's all
small?
kinds of images and GIFs in there that show you that the sun does change its size as it moves away from you and comes closer to you.
Well, how come it doesn't look like that where I'm at? Like, I've seen plenty of sunsets.
Well, I guess you just need to keep looking.
This is what got
Like, dude, the sunset looks
Dude,
bigger when it's
stop.
moving, right?
Stop
The
with
sun
your
looks big when-
sunset shit. You don't stare at the sunset in a time lapse to see it happen. You have to sit there and then take some kind of gauge and say, okay, the sun is this size now. Whereas I'll go look again. You've never, ever in your life done that.
No, it looks bigger when it's at the horizon, dude. It doesn't look smaller.
Oh, so the atmosphere then, huh?
So again, it does change its size.
Well, I would.
Can you see the live stream? Can you see the voice text right now? I just posted an illustration how one water droplet has a magnifying effect, and that's to illustrate that a lot of humidity in the air also has a magnifying effect. So I think that the illusion, the optical effect you're observing, is an optical effect that has to do with the magnifying effect.
Everyone is roboting today. Is that him or is that me?
That's him, I think.
Him.
He's roboting for me too.
Him.
Oh, that was roboty, dude. Very, very roboty. Might want to leave and redraw, buddy.
Internet's messed up lately. What's going on?
Satellites are fucking up. That's what it is.
Damn satellite.
So, Jen and Nick, the sun can do an awful lot of things. As you've pointed out, it looks bigger on the horizon. This is probably a phenomenon called atmospheric magnification because of the water content within the atmosphere. You can have a shrinking sun as it gets further away from the observer. If you're in a dry climate, so we've got loads of these observations. Some of them have been put in the side chat where the sun appears to shrink as it moves away from the observer.
Okay. I mean, that's cool. I gotta say, I mean, again, I've seen plenty of sunsets, even when it's dry outside in the winters. That sun doesn't look any smaller. It looks either the same size or bigger. And I get that there's probably videos where it looks like it's smaller on the camera, but we also know that cameras have optical effects too, especially like the focal length and the exposure.
Yeah. So
Does it change it?
it might be a good idea to look at the sun with something like a solar filter. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually posted a photo kind of showing you that. Like if you look at the photo I posted where there's like a gray circle, that gray circle is the actual sun, but that huge, beautiful orange glow is not the sun at all. It's just the glare of the sun. But if you were to take away that gray circle, it'll just look like a really big sun behind the boat. But I'm glad you're learning something today, though.
What makes you say the gray sun is that size? The sun is that size of the gray sun.
Because that's the actual sun, way in the distance. That's the actual sun. So like if you had a solar, if you had a solar filter, like for instance, my camera, when it looks like at the sun, when I'm looking at the screen, it adds a black dot, and it's actually covering like the actual sun, and it can create like, that's how I know, like, oh, that's how small the sun looks in real life from where I'm at, and everything else is just like the glow of it. But it's usually on the horizon though when it's that small, or when it looks that small far away. And then also when it's in the sky, it's not as huge as we see it. Like I posted a photo way earlier of when the sun was right across the street, and the sun looked bigger than like two houses, almost like side by side. Like it was humongous. If you see that photo, like I was like, damn, like the sun looks super bright right now. I had to take a picture of it because of how big it just so happened to be. It was just the way the sky was magnifying it that day. The sky is constantly magnifying it. That's why during the horizon, or when it's during the sunrise or sunset, like it's going through the most dense layer, right? Because it's farthest away from you and lowest to your position, right? As you're looking at it, so you're going through a thick, a lot. That's a lot of air to be going through for that light to be traveling through, and it does get magnified. And then sometimes we even have videos and photos of the sun disappearing. You don't even see it set. It just like vanishes, like it dissolves in the cloud. You ever seen those before?
Yeah, refraction, yeah.
Yeah, refraction, right. Exactly. It has nothing to do with the curve of the earth, right? Does refraction have to do with the shape of the earth? No, right? Refraction is an optical phenomenon, right? So every time you're talking about the size of the sun and the distance of it and the way it looks, it has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. It's just refraction. I'm glad you mentioned that, by the way. It's just an optical phenomenon. All right, I'll mute.
He brought up a good point earlier. He said, you said it looks like it's going down, right?
Yeah. Rather than farther away.
Do you think it actually is?
Yeah, because it's very up and high in the sky at one moment, and then it looks like it keeps going down, and I'd presume that it keeps going as
Do you think that the sun is actually like going down, like it's actually moving downwards?
Well, it's more like then the Earth is rotating, huh? It would be like that kind of thing.
So
yeah.
it just appears that way to you, right? So your explanation is it just looks like it, but it's not really, right?
Yes, all motion is relative.
I would agree that it looks like that, right? And I'd agree it's probably not really doing that, right? Okay, so now we've got that standard, right? Why isn't that a standard applied to its apparent angular size?
What do you mean?
Well, you're saying, well, it might not appear to change in angular size, or in some occasions it appears bigger in angular size, right? But it never appears smaller in angular size. Okay, why are you setting that as a standard for something, right? Which is like where it's a definitive actual thing, right? Where you've already declared that its motion is just apparent, it's not actual, right? Why isn't its apparent? Why isn't its angular size apparent and not actual? Can't it be that it just looks that way, but it might not be really? Like when you say it looks bigger in angular size, you're not going to say, well, it actually got bigger in reality. Like its physical size must have got bigger. You're not going to say that, are you?
Right. If we're talking about refraction, then yes, the light is being magnified and not the actual sun. Right.
At
But
any time, right? Okay, so at any time, whether it's not appearing to change angular size or whether it is appearing to change angular size, it's just apparent, right? Actual.
yes, everything is
Other
apparent.
right. So there could be other reasons why it's appearing to be that way, right? Like it moving down, it appears to move down, but it's not actually, right?
Yeah, I tagged him to that video that shows exactly what you're describing to him. You see that? You see that video I tagged you to, Nick? Nick, you there?
Yeah. Yes.
You see that video I tagged you to? It's exactly what he's talking about, and it's exactly what you're not understanding. If you notice that he's just going straight across in his kitchen, but from a view that's low, like the way you would be on the ground, it looks like it's going downwards behind the bottle he has set up. That's the way perspective works. You learn this in grade school in art class when they teach you how to draw a city block from the street level. You're going to learn that all the lights are going to get smaller as they further the way you get from. Oh, that go ahead.
Yeah, you can just watch an airplane fly away, and it looks like it goes down. So, the end.
Yeah. Very true.
I like to give them the real reality where they can go watch an airplane and say, "Look, it's flying down into the ground."
There is some natural.
Well, I like your video.
It's a good one, isn't it?
And I'll keep it.
Would you agree that there is? Would you agree that there's some natural phenomena that we have very limited information about because we can only use one of our senses to obtain any information about it?
Sorry, you cut out. What was it?
Saying, would you agree that there's some natural phenomena observed which we have very limited information about due to only being able to like use one or maybe even two, but in this case, one of our senses in order to obtain any information about it, right? Very limited. We know about it, right? Very difficult to conclude definitively about a certain thing like the sun and what it appears to be doing or not doing, right? Because we can only just look at it. We can't go there, see what it is, see how big it is, far away it is, what sort of medium it exists within, to be able to know exactly, to have the full data on what it should or shouldn't be doing from our vantage point.
Yeah, I mean,
in that case,
for sure. Yeah, we're on the ground.
All right, so it shouldn't be like right, so it shouldn't be something that like we rely on to help us like figure out, what shape, or what geometric features the surface we live on has. Right?
Yeah, it's only one of them. It can't be the only one.
A better way would be maybe to like actually like take a look at the actual surface itself without, discarding, anything that's happening in the sky.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing though. Like if I look out, turns out if the theory is that I'm on a huge ball, then what I understand is that if that ball is big enough, it's gonna look flat, right? Because I'm right on the surface, right? Like it'll look flat because it's huge, right?
Don't say right like we agree with you, right?
I hate when they do that. It's a
Sorry.
ball, right? No, not right.
It's a ball, so it looks flat. You're close to it, right? I would say no. You sound retarded. How's that? That's the answer to your right.
Well, thanks, friend.
Well,
The
Nick,
bigger the ball
No
is,
problem.
the
I like
more
pointing
flat
at the
it is.
obvious.
But no, of course, like yeah, the bigger the sphere is, the more flat it's gonna look when you're on the surface. So if it were if the Earth was
Radius is still
smaller,
going to be the same. Radius is still going to be the same no matter.
And just cut out. I mean,
By the
what's
way,
going
to
on?
get by the way, to get the radius of Earth, you need to get a radius. You need the center point, so you have to start from the center to get a radius. So, is there a radius of Earth, Globers?
yeah, there's an idea. Yes, yeah, we like to think we know
It's
the
a
radius. Yes.
negatory, untrue.
I mean, you can calculate the radius without going to the center. You just need to know the diameter.
Really? Well,
Yeah, you
okay.
just
So,
need.
how do you get that? Yeah, how do you get the diameter then? Since it's so easy.
Well, let's see. You could take a big ruler, I guess, and measure the Earth like
No,
that.
no, that's not an answer.
Well, if you went through the ground, right, you could have a ruler, but you'd probably have to
But
go
you
around your
can't do
circle.
that.
So you'd get the circumference then.
You do? How
Yeah,
come
if
when equipment, it's just a flat line from my point to the next marker, then I move my transit and I go from there to the next flat point, and then from the first flat point to the last flat point, it's still a level line. How come it doesn't go down? If I go a mile out, it should be 8 inches, but nope, it's just right where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would contest that. I'm pretty sure it does go down and it does curve.
Doesn't, and I'm telling you, it does not.
Right.
Well, it probably does though. But I told it doesn't do that. That's how they survey angles in a straight plane, and then they take levels off of that to get elevation. You can't take a reading from the surface of a ball to anything. If you take a basketball, put a protractor on it, and try to get an angle to the lamp in your room, that would be really goofy.
Yeah, why would you take a degree of arc, or something at elevation, and then apply it to the surface you're standing on? I don't get it.
So, if the world is flat, can you explain Antarctica?
That's flat too.
He comes in to get muted.
Yes.
Oh, that's
Dude.
Timmy. Timmy.
Comes in to get muted.
What do y'all think about
It's Timmy.
what do y'all? Have you ever heard of the final experiment? That thing. Final experiment.
It's a social experiment.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, they're like inviting flat earthers and round earthers to go to Antarctica to see if there's a 24-hour sun.
Would a social experiment prove the surface, what the surface is?
Well, I mean, it will prove if there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Fantastic. What will that tell us about the Earth?
You know what that would tell you? Because a lot of globalists say the sun would never set on the flat Earth. So they go to a very flat location and demonstrate the sun doesn't set.
Oh, good one, Crit. Yeah, I never thought of that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like that's the thing is that like I don't understand why the sun wouldn't set if the Earth was flat. In Antarctica, at least. I think in North Pole that makes sense, but in the South Pole, like half of the world would be in nighttime, right? So like, how could it go all the way around? And we could see it go all the way around, but apparently there's like darkness somewhere in the world. But
also, you know,
leg in
That
there.
didn't take
whoever it
long.
is.
The derailer was here, so I just put an end to that. So go
Oh,
ahead
yeah,
and continue.
Kelly.
The other
He
guy.
was lagging too. Kelly's lagging.
Hey, Globers, we're quick on the button today, so just beware of it.
So what do you think the 24-hour sun would tell you anyway? Like, apart from it proving that there's 24-hour sun, right, 360 degrees around you in Antarctica, on that, like, what would it tell you? What would it prove?
well, I think it would prove that Antarctica's not a ring, right? Like it's not a ring, like because then you'd see the sun going around Antarctica instead of like it being like inside it or whatever, like. Because like like it's not gonna make it so that there's no nighttime on Earth, right? Because you see the sun
It'll
like covering all of Antarctica.
So to clarify, it would contradict some people's idea of land configuration on a version of flat Earth that they've presented to you.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure that flat earthers think of Antarctica as an ice wall instead of an island.
It's a stereotype fallacy. While there might be some, maybe even a lot, that think that may be reality, it's not necessarily the case for all people that are declaring that the surface that we live on is planar in nature.
Yeah. Okay, so Antarctica is an island, but it's on a flat Earth.
It's an island. Or it's not a
And
continent anymore. It's just an island.
it's a big island, which is a continent. Yeah, I mean technically all continents are
both.
islands.
It's both. It's all the above.
Yes.
Is it flat?
Yeah. Is it flat? I mean, as much as it can be on a globe.
So you're
I'm
basically
just stuck on wanting a ball.
Yeah, you're now you kind of got to it that if globe then globe, if globe. If globe then sky, ball sky, globe ball sky, globe.
What? Circular reasoning.
In your paradigm, it's a continent, not an island.
It's a bit like a figure eight reasoning.
Oh, the infinity loop.
Anybody here from the Philippines? Just wondering if they saw that asteroid crash down.
You have an accent like you're from the Philippines. Did you see it?
Who, me?
Yeah, you. That's not a knife. This is a knife.
That's more like it.
Yeah,
Maybe the
I
dingo
know.
ate your baby. Those are the only two lines I know.
Philippines is a bit north of me. Ocean ate
So
my
apparently,
asteroid.
apparently in Antarctica, the sun would be on the other side of the ring if we see a 24-hour sun, and it will not have set, even though it's further than we typically see it set. So the sun doesn't set, even though it's further than when you typically see it set. That's what Kali Black Sun says. The black one says.
Yeah, he's always trying for something. I'll show you something and you tell me what the sun's doing, okay? I'm gonna post this for you, and then you're gonna say, oh. Well, how about that? This is from the north. There you go. That's what the sun should look like in the south. That's not what anybody gets.
Even if they did, like, it's not a problem for me. I mean,
They don't get the up and down. The only time they've ever done it, it's a straight line across the sky, which is impossible.
I think I've seen it both.
No, you haven't. And any that you saw, we saw the same clouds at the beginning and end, so we know those were faked. So now are you saying the sun is going around an island? Is the sun going around an island in that picture?
I mean, if that's Antarctica, I suppose.
No, it's the north, not south.
Okay, well there you go.
So the north is an island?
There are islands in the north. It's not exactly at the North Pole.
And it's a kind of a feature. It's a tourist feature for tourists in the north, like in the Arctic Circle, right? Norway and all those places. They come and see the 24-hour sun. Come and see the midnight sun, etc., etc. Like, like it's a feature. They use it to entice people to go there and spend money, right?
It's a tourist attraction. Yeah, it's a tourist attraction. They
Right.
don't have them in the south though. Nobody wants to do that in the south. It's the same exact environment, isn't you guys? All Globers, aren't they both exactly the same? Shouldn't there be penguins floating near Lake Erie by now?
Hey, I got a quick
polar
question,
bears there.
Radlin.
Yeah.
Shot in
You roboted right to the moon.
was the GIF you shot or that you posted? Was that shot last?
No, where's that from? Norway.
Because you're pointing out how the sun dips down and then goes back up in the camera view, and if was actually more.
So I'm not really can't really hear him because he's roboting so bad, but I think he's asking where the picture was taken from.
Something wrong with Discord server today or something? What's going on? Asteroid. That's what it is.
How come you say that's strange?
Starlink satellites are running out of helium.
So why the sun is going up and down? Because it's not at the North Pole. It's somewhere
That's
700 miles away. 700 miles away is
well.
what we figured it where that was taken from. Or no, more than that. 1,100 miles away.
So then my question is there any shot of that same concept at the North Pole? Because there's none that I know of, which is
No.
suspicious.
No, there isn't that I know of.
Yeah,
No
so,
shot
so
like that of the South
doesn't that
Pole
just
either.
illustrate? Yeah, but doesn't that just illustrate in another sense that we're not allowed to get that vantage point from the actual North Center point, the actual North Pole, if you will, or whatever?
Oh yeah, you're not
Like
allowed
nobody
to go
has
there.
that footage. Yeah, we're not allowed to go there.
Yeah,
Why are we not allowed to go there? But a Globe would be like, because it's too dangerous and they just want to keep you safe, derpity derp derp derp.
It's for the better. It's for betterment of mankind. It's for your
We have
safety.
to preserve. We have to
They
preserve
let
the
you
melting
take.
ice.
Yeah, they let you take boats to see penguins. Which is pretty much unsafe. You have to buy the jacket and give you the boots, but you have to pay for the coat because you keep the coat. And it's $1,200. So I know what to expect when I go on the cruise to go pet penguins. I'm gonna pet them. I'm gonna try to steal one and bring it home and have a pet penguin.
Got a tracker.
Okay, Mr. Popper.
Does anyone here live in Australia?
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
Yes,
my friend was
me, mate.
wondering.
What's up, mate?
Australian.
How you going?
Yeah.
Now
Yeah,
that's
my friend was
enough.
wondering. Yo, my friend was wondering if y'all can see Polaris in the north.
I've
Like,
seen it.
yeah, like can you see Polaris and like all the stars rotating around Polaris in the north?
I cannot see that from here. But when I do look north, I see stars going from my right to my left. Turn around and look south, I see them going from my left to my right. Yeah, from the eastern horizon towards the western.
Right. Okay.
When you're
So
looking north, shouldn't they be going from your right to your left, and then when you look south, from your left to your right?
So that's what I said. Yeah, right to left, north. Yep. South,
Yeah.
left to right.
Yep.
yeah, I think they say counterclockwise in the northern sky and then clockwise in the southern sky.
I don't know about stars doing that, but not from where I'm at though. But I'm in Ohio. I just can get shots of Polaris.
Yeah, like if you're in Ohio, then you can see Polaris, but you can't in Australia, apparently.
It's too far away to see from Australia.
They don't navigate with Polaris in Australia anyway.
But this is what I don't get, right? Because like the star Polaris is above the Earth, right? So like, and there's nothing blocking it because it's above the Earth, right? If it's flat. So how can you not see Polaris from Australia?
How come you can't see the plane when it flies away from you?
I would presume probably because it went behind the horizon on a globe.
Oh my god, dude! You're standing a mile away from the airport. A plane flies over your head, and you watch it fly directly away from you. Does it look like it's getting higher in the air, or does it look like it's going lower when you know it's just flying in the same altitude because you can track it on flight radar?
Right.
What's it look like it's doing? Looks like
yeah,
it's
it looks
flying
like
into
it's
the ground.
Right. Yeah, not crashing into the ground, but going around
Okay,
it,
so
presuming.
now that's Polaris, and now Polaris flew away from me. How come I can't see it anymore?
Oh, he got you there.
That's the thing, is that Polaris is probably way higher than like a jet airliner. I mean, I think even you would agree with that. Like way higher up there. Same thing with the sun. I mean, like that
How high
Polaris
is? I don't know what it is.
It's fixed up there. It
Polaris
doesn't move.
higher or lower than the sun?
Polaris is definitely farther away. Yeah, so it's higher.
How do you get definitely farther away out of what I asked you?
Well, it doesn't move, right? And that's because it's really far away. Like
Oh,
it's way from the sun.
so when you actually triangulate it, it's 3,112 miles high.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
No, that's a fact. At 45-degree latitude, right? That's the circle, 45 degrees. If you stand and look up at Polaris, it's 45 degrees away. The distance from your feet to the North Pole is 3,112 miles. So what's that leg from the North Pole up to the star? If it's 45 degrees, what is it? Standing directly under Polaris, straight up at it. So 3,112 miles if you use triangulation.
You're using a right angle triangle.
Yep.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, Montreal. Yeah. Back. So when the Glovers in here did triangulated the sun, they got 3,400 miles. So they're actually saying the sun is higher than Polaris. How do you like that? And I wouldn't even have to ever bring that up, except for Globers did this first. They're the ones who said the sun was that high. I took their method of measuring and applied it to Polaris and came up with 3,112 miles.
Yeah, I don't think that they believe
I think Discord doesn't like our channel anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and debunk what Callie's posting, since you guys like when I do this stuff. So we'll put this one in first. And then we'll put this one in. And that's the sun. So what was his actual height? Let's see. I can remember it. 3,441 miles. Yeah, it's 3,400 miles. So I'll be right. That's Matthew Learns. He's teaches math at a university. It's probably a professor for all I know. So now we're going to see what Polaris is, since obviously I'm wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about. But we're going to go ahead and throw this in. If you do Polaris, you get this. Triangulation method. Same method Matthew used. I did it specifically. And what do you get? 3,112.65 miles. I let ChatGPT type it out for me. Gave it all its dimensions. I said, make this nice for Discord. So it sure did. See, my ChatGPT doesn't argue with me because I have the paid version. So when I ask it a question, it gives me the answer. If you say, triangulate the height of Polaris, it will do it. it won't say, well, it's on a ball, you can't do that, you have to use this and that. But if you use the generic version of ChatGPT, the one that the general population uses for free, it'll tell you have to use kinds of other shit. What's it called? Parallax and all this crap. Just not true. Always in the same spot.
It's interesting. These figures is kind of in the ballpark of and radius value of the ball Earth.
Yeah. Ellie's mad because I debunked him. You guys should learn by now not to say, oh, no, that's not true when I say something, because I've already got it on my screen and I'm looking at it. So, pointless.
Would you stick a flag in that as being a definitive, absolute distance, or just say if we were to assume?
No, because I can't go stand directly under Polaris. Nobody has ever done it. You're not allowed. How do you like that?
You know, it's interesting. Like Callie in the chat, you saying if it's 3,000 miles above and then it changed, it was 3,000 miles away. It's weird though, because it's weird that they don't understand perspective again. Like when something is at its maximum distance from you, let's say you're going to build like a dome around you, right? Like a big Coliseum dome, okay? Like a roof. So like the thing at the roof way at that side to your left, it's the same distance from you when it's all the way to the right. So why do they think it would change angular size just because it's still far away from you? It's still a distance that it's already at its maximum distance away from
Callie's
you.
never actually used telescope or even tried to find Polaris before. He's probably guessed, used a compass during the day and said Polaris is probably that direction. He's never done it. Go ahead and try to find it sometime. It's a little tiny dot. How the fuck are you going to tell me it changes angular size? It's one of the smallest dots in the sky. It's not the brightest that guides Jesus or whoever the fuck walking through deserts. That's not true. It's a tiny little dot. One of the smallest dots.
It's just weird that they don't get how things maximum distance away in height, that means when it's furthest away from you, like it's still at its maximum distance. So I don't get how they don't get it. Like it's just weird to me. Like they need to go to school or something.
Well, to do celestial navigation, you assume all the stars are the same. How do you like that? So we can assume they're all 3,112 miles away. That means any star you pick that's 45 degrees angled to you, its ground position is 3,112 miles away. And if you can roughly figure out where that's at, you can pick a city. And you'll say, I'm 3,000 miles away from that city. And you are. And you want to break it down into simple facts.
They're just weird sometimes. I don't get
Can't
it.
do triangulation on a ball. So people saying that, no, those numbers can't be right, you got to prove that you live on a globe then and how you figured out the correct values. First do the globe part, then tell me how you got the correct values. Right now, I got fucking flat Lake Erie, which now I drive by every single day. It looked like glass out there today. Glass! It doesn't go up and down. I don't go by one day and the boats are sitting way down in the fucking marina, and the next day they're way up high. That doesn't happen on that lake. They're always in the same spot.
And does it look like a lens? Or it looks like glass, Does it look like a lens?
It looked like I was looking at a piece of glass from the side. And you could see, now that was close to shore. It wasn't like that. Then it got so smooth that you would think there's nothing happening out there. Then a little, about probably maybe a mile out farther, I could see boats out there and the water was looking rough again. So wind, all that shit is happening, but yet there's parts that are just flat as can be and glad, just perfectly flat, no, barely little tiny waves. You can go there during that time, and the shore is just like splish, splash, splishy, splash. Nothing crazy. I went there one day, the waves were so bad that you just thought you were going to die when you went in the lake. You're like, oh, yeah, this is not even like what the ocean is. The ocean is pretty wicked on the shore, especially in a rough sea, and I go out there and have fun in that. You sink in Lake Erie. You don't float. It's not salt water. So when it grabs onto you, you're going for a ride. You better hope you can swim. I can swim, obviously, because I'm still here. And I go there all the time.
Is there a monster that lives in it?
Nope, we
I'm
don't
just
have any
kidding.
lake monsters. Although we do have the Lake Erie Monsters as a baseball team, I think.
Okay. Lake Erie Monsters.
Yeah. They got to put shit in everything, don't they?
They're all trying to come after you, Radwin.
There's some big fish in there, though.
Big fish.
I'm wondering, is there anyone that even claims to have a photograph of Polaris from directly above their heads?
Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to tell you before. There is none. That's not a thing. It's not reality for us.
Reality.
Not only is it not something we can replicate, we don't have the option to replicate it. We don't even have an example to begin with. Not even a single soul even claiming to have taken that shot.
Nope, nowhere in history. Nobody said that I got a picture of it anywhere. I don't even know if it's written down. They claim that it was directly over their heads. I don't even know if that's even a claim.
It was
I
just
would have,
directly
but it
over
was
my head.
cloudy.
Yeah, that was the group said, yeah, we got to be underneath it, because of whatever. But it was so cloudy we couldn't see it.
Yo, Radwin.
It's going to be so cloudy when they go to the south. They're not going to go. That preacher, he's just going to take the money. So
Yo, Radwin.
what?
Good for him.
What?
Hey, let me ask you something, Radwin. So, like, let's imagine a basketball 10 feet away from you, and you walk towards it. Basketball gets bigger, right? Apparently. Yeah.
Huh?
So why doesn't that happen to Polaris?
So you weren't listening.
No, I heard every stupid thing you said.
What's the angular size of Polaris?
I don't know. You tell me.
It's so small I couldn't tell you.
We don't even got to do that. We could just look at the distances between stars. We have constellations. Why doesn't that change angular size as it declines towards the horizon?
Ooh.
Why doesn't the Big Dipper get smaller?
Again, you don't understand. When something
Big
is at
Dipper
its
goes
maximum
around
height,
the North Pole, goes around the north.
Cognis. Just answer the question.
when something's at its maximum height away from you, no matter what direction, left or right, it's going, it's still going to be that same size relatively because it's at its maximum distance away from you. Like, do you
What do you
understand
mean
that?
maximum distance? What does that mean?
Well,
Shit sounds stupid as hell, bro.
that you're perceiving it at. Okay, so we don't know the distance, okay, but let's say we did know. Let's give it 3,000, let's give it 4,000, whatever you want to. But if it's 4,000 feet above you, when it goes 8 feet away from you, it's still 4,000 feet away from you. Because the way you see, the way your eyes are working, is you're creating this dome around you. So in all directions, everything is to its furthest point that you can see. So a light that's to the left is going to look at the same as a light to the right or above you. You can't grasp that, and it's retarded, bro. You're like an idiot for this. I don't know what you don't get.
What are you talking about? Like, if the
Exactly.
angular size of a mountain, there is no limit, right? Like, if a mountain is big enough, I'll see it no matter how
Oh
far
my
away it is.
god, bro! You're talking about a mountain. Oh my god. Okay, is the mountain like? Never mind, dude. I don't even know why I deal with you. Hey, check it out. There's a video on.
You're not making sense, first off.
No, it make okay. Look it. If you take a tennis ball, right? A tennis ball, okay, and you put it at a distance above you, okay, and then it goes across. You roll it laterally, okay, and it goes across. It's because it's already small because it's away from you. So when it goes across, it's still gonna look that same size, like
No, it'll
relatively.
change angular size.
It's not gonna go
Tennis ball
that.
will appear
My
larger
God,
when it
bro.
gets to the
Okay,
center.
here let me just show you the video, bro. You're a fucking moron. I don't know why I deal with you, but hold on,
You
let me get
just
the
said
video
that the
for you.
tennis ball won't change angular size when it changes distance. Why did you say that?
Okay, not as great as you're making it to be. It's not gonna be like it's not gonna be
Okay,
all of a
what's the
sudden
difference?
way smaller. Let me just let
what's
me
the
get the video
derivative?
and show you. Let me get the video, you dumb fucks. Let me get you guys the video, then I'll just show you. Okay, let me find
I
it. I
don't
gotta
need a
find.
video. Like, it's just angular.
No, you do though. You do though, because you're not
Not really.
understanding the words that are coming out of my mouth. If something is at a certain distance and it goes across, it's still at that same distance from you, relatively. Now you're talking about the Earth, right? Now you're putting
Wait, if
shit
something moves
thousands of miles.
laterally, then it's changing distance.
Oh my god, bro! You're
Yeah,
not
it'll
here.
change distance if you
Again,
move
let
from
me
left
just
to
get
right.
the video for you. Let me get the video for you. I'm gonna put myself on mute. You're not getting it. You're not
Why do you
going to
think
get it.
something moving left to right wouldn't
Crazy, bro.
change its distance from? Why do you think that?
Yeah.
In relation to the distance away from you above, not fucking when it's a mile away from you, you dumb fuck. I'm saying if something's 16 feet above you, if something's 16 feet above you and then goes 16 feet away from you, it's still going to look like relatively the same size. So if a sun is 3,000 miles above you and then goes 3,000 miles away from you, it's still going to be the relative size. Holy fuck, are you an idiot? Just let me get the video. You're frustrating the fuck out of me.
Yeah, so when things get further away from someone or an object gets further away from a perspective, or from someone's perspective, it gets smaller, changes angular size.
Okay.
So I want to know. I want to know
So,
what I want to know what the derivative is.
want to know what base axioms you're demanding your opponent accept before we go there.
Basic human perspective is the first thing you have to accept.
Right, and
That's it. Just basic human perspective.
there's nothing about the object in question I must accept to be true in the first instance.
Other than it's an
so
object.
it may not be a thing which necessarily complies with the laws of perspective.
What would be the thing that doesn't comply with the laws of perspective?
I don't know.
Exactly.
Rainbow?
You don't know. That's why you're making shit up.
The stars don't
Rainbow?
comport with the laws of perspective. It's the stars.
Angular size of a rainbow going to change? Like, what are we
How are we
talking
going
about
to
here?
rainbow?
because
about the
it's like
stars not changing angles.
what am I accepting about Polaris to be true in the first instance? This argument to be, to have foundation.
An object
Yeah,
in the sky.
all observations of Polaris comport with it not declining due to perspective. If it were due to perspective, we would observe what we expect if it were due to perspective, and we don't see that.
All right then. So has anybody ever gone far enough south that they can't see Polaris anymore, right?
Can't see
then
Polaris beyond the
raising
equator.
altitude to 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters and seen it again?
That would be awesome. I would love for someone to try that. Apparently, the elevation of a star doesn't change when you change altitude.
Would that false?
You gotta
Would that falsify the globe for you?
Why do you care to falsify the globe? We're just talking about real life, real things that happen.
What's the name of the room we're in again?
I don't know. I should change it to globe deniers.
What is the flat Earth?
Globe falsifiers, 24/7 globe falsifiers.
Always has issues.
Yeah. 24/7.
It's the true thing. Every glober is wrong, but the flat Earth always has another problem every other day.
You don't have any problems. You have all the
That's my
problems.
question. You're just running away from it, right?
So the elevation angle to a star doesn't change even if you gain 30,000 feet. There were planes that were flying, their elevation angle to a star at the latitude doesn't change whether or not they're on the ground or 30,000 feet in the air. So that's not going to change your elevation angle. So when you say go below the equator and climb a mountain and see if you can still see Polaris, it doesn't work.
So what you're saying in celestial navigation, they don't need the crow's nest. They don't need to know the height of where they're going to be taking these readings from. It doesn't matter if you're in an airplane or standing on the ground. It's the same angle, right?
You're just getting an angle. You're not getting the
so
height.
you don't need to do all that dip correction stuff, do you?
No, you definitely do, because you're getting an angle.
Wait, now you're confusing me. You said you have to do it if you're on a boat, but you don't have to do it if you're in a plane.
No one said that.
Oh, okay, then.
If you're on a plane, it's harder to sight the horizon, especially at night. So your elevation angle is going to be that's a call altitude angle. It's angular difference from zenith. If you're on the ground, use the horizon to get a dip angle.
You can only have zenith on a over a flat surface, correct?
That's not true. I could acquire a zenith.
Dude, take your fucking basketball you talked about 5 minutes ago and point to the zenith. Point to the zenith above your finger onto the basketball. Put your finger a foot above it, and then point to the zenith on the ground.
No, I'm not going to do that.
What it's doing. Why? You said
because
it's
I don't
easy
even
to
know
do.
I might as well go play.
Then take your basketball wherever you point, and that's not your zenith. Point your finger straight. That's your zenith angle. And then take an angle to your lamp in the room, and then use your floor and take an angle to the lamp in the room and see which one's more accurate.
Yo, Flat Earthers, what's up? What's the topic?
I think you just answered your own question.
What?
No, wait. The topic is, do we ban people who ask us what the room topic is? That's what we were discussing.
Man, I have been banned so much in this channel. If you want to ban me again for no reason,
Why the fuck do you come in and
Let's just
ask
ban this
again
fucker.
and again?
You can do whatever.
Go ahead,
you
get rid
want,
of him.
brother.
Yeah,
Get
fuck
rid
this
of
guy.
him, heretic.
Definitely get rid. Bye bye, dude.
No, he's gonna make it so you can't come back in here. So see you later.
Bro, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I know.
You're protesting for free speech all around the world, and as soon as
I
someone
don't
has a
want free
different
speech.
opinion,
I don't want
it's
it's like you speak
ban.
on PC.
I just ask
I
for the
speak
topic, nothing
whether
else.
people
Dude.
like it or not. I don't need to ask if I have to pay to speak. Speaking
So-
is what you do to communicate. So yeah, I call people retards. I call them by what they look like, the whole 9 yards in public to people. Yes, I do that all.
Yeah, freedom of speech is important, but that doesn't mean we need to take it seriously when stupid people say stupid things. We don't have to listen to them and take them
So
seriously. So
what is
freedom
the
of speech is
topic? Is
important,
it
but we don't have to listen to retards yak on and on.
what is the
Free
And
topic?
this,
speech.
by the way,
Is a stupid
By the
question or
way,
what?
it's a
Is that
curated
no? I
channel.
wanna
It's a
have an
curated
answer.
channel.
Is what is the
And you're making noise right now in a curated channel, so I'm just gonna cut that out. I don't know why you have the expectation you can just blather whatever shit you want in a curated VC. Do I get to just go on the radio and just say whatever I want? Like, get a grip.
He left. He gave up.
Well, he's not done yet. He'll cry in the side chat for a bit. That's all he
He
does.
is right now.
Surprise.
Hey, Heretic, did anybody ever tell you that you moderate with your feelings?
Oh, okay. Is that how you feel?
And that's how you feel. You feel like hostile.
It
It's just
sounds like
people
you're giving me some feelings right now. Why don't you get back to the topic?
Hey, well, he's trying to change the
that's all where the
topic.
flat Earth hurt you.
You know, celestial navigation is interesting, but I also think it's interesting how hostile you guys get at certain topics.
Freedom of
Because you mute
speech.
people. You get
Hey,
all
Kelly.
fucked
Don't
up.
like to talk. That guy's a flat earther, so called, and all he does is whine. Don't want to listen to him. Back to the topic.
What's up, Crate? You wanted to try to gaslight me? Go ahead.
No. I'm letting you know that freedom of speech covers freedom of association.
Yeah, you guys don't support free speech in here at all.
How do you figure that?
You guys are mute happy.
Do you know?
You guys
'cause-
have a reputation of not defending your position and muting people that disagree with you. That's your reputation.
Hold on,
Okay, so
Crit.
do you
Crit.
know?
One thing, Crit. One thing. It's since our reputation is that. Don't you think these servers owners and admins should remove us from
Don't
the
give a shit.
server? Since that's right. They don't give a fuck.
No, I don't give a shit. That's what I'm saying.
They don't give a shit. How do you like it? They like the way we run our room, and they're like, "Fuck yeah, you can stay here." They don't even come to us anymore when people get banned. They just deal with you guys. Go talk to the guys
Said
in
he
that
doesn't
room
care.
if you want to get unbanned.
Dude, the fucking irony.
Wait, he just said he doesn't
the
care.
irony-
If you don't care, why are you bringing it up? Why are you even saying anything about it if you
Hold
don't
on,
care?
Charles. Hold on, Charles. The irony that Kelly's saying, where they are ban happy, mute happy, doesn't like freedom of speech, while he's fucking saying it in this room, not muted, not banned. Like the fucking irony, bro. Like, dude, how fucking entitled are you, bro?
Think about what he just said. He just said, you guys are muting people that disagree with you. And then Radwin said to him, yeah, and the admins don't stop us from doing that. And then he said, yeah, I don't care. Like, then why are you fucking talking about it?
While he
You
has the
fucking
freedom to
retard?
say it. While he's been disagreeing with us, not getting muted. The fucking idiocy of this guy, dude. Like, I don't think there's another a dumber Glover on this fucking server than this guy, dude. He's got to be the dumbest idiot on this place.
No, Callie is pretty much bottom. I mean, even Peter doesn't stick up for him. Peter runs
What is
when
this?
he comes in the room.
What are you guys doing? This is like a coping dog pile thing.
No, we're talking to each other about Globers. What we do, we talk
Yeah,
about
and how
people in this
retarded
room.
they are.
Remember,
That's
that's
what you
what
like to talk
all the
about. I
Globers
like to
do.
talk
They
about
come in and
how
like to talk.
hostile you are.
Yeah,
You're so hostile. Just defend your position. That's all you got to do.
the feelings police are here, guys. Straight.
On that topic, Callie, is the globe falsifiable or is it unfalsifiable?
The globe had a bazillion chances to get falsified, and no one did it. Like every single experiment
So it's not. So your answer, you're not answering my question, but are you trying to
I'm
say it's
literally
not
answering your
falsifiable
question
to
while
you?
you're talking through me. Every single experiment to verify the globe is a chance to falsify.
Ruling out of
Nobody's
it.
done
Why don't you just answer my question? So no, let me ask you from a personal perspective. For you, Callie, you as an individual, is the globe falsifiable to you?
Yes.
Question mark.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. How? How?
Do tests.
With what method?
Try to see drop over distance, left to right curvature. Go higher in altitude to see if the curve appears. That's the effects of gravity at high altitude. You can do all types of stuff.
You're being a little big.
Am I cutting in and out? Hello?
No. Tell me.
Yes, I believe the globe can be falsified, and it has not been falsified yet. So that's that.
Look, that's not my question. If I ask you if something is possible, and you say it hasn't happened, that's a question.
Am I lagging or is he lagging?
It's him. Charles, you broke up there really bad.
All right, Charles, I didn't hear anything you said. Sorry. Yeah, for thousands of years, every single experiment to see, the size of the globe, the mass of the globe, the amount of curve, could have falsified it then. He didn't.
So you're saying it's possible to falsify it?
And you did. That's right.
Oh, but when was it proven? When did that happen?
Yeah, science doesn't prove things. Do you know that?
It proves cause and effect relationships, does it not?
When you say
No.
the word prove, science only provides evidence of by means of experiment, tests, and observations.
It proves your cause or it proves the null.
The word prove has a context to it that is not the same as evidence of something. So I'm not going to say that anything is proven through it, because there could be some details that we haven't worked out yet.
You can't prove that Earth is a globe, is what you're saying.
No, he asked me if there was proof. I'm not trying to prove shit.
You can't prove it. You can't prove it. So if someone says, prove the Earth
context
is a
of the
globe, you're
word
like, I can't prove it.
All right. Did you take an
Can't
entire
prove it.
measuring stick? Did you take a 24,000 mile measuring stick and lay it across from the east coast
We're
of
not talking
China
about
all the way
science
to the
then.
west
So
coast
you
of
don't want to talk
America?
about science now. You don't want
We
to
are
talk about
talking
science now.
We're talking about falsifying flat Earth and how you don't have a measuring stick to verify that it's actually
So
flat
yeah, not
from one
science.
side of the planet to the other. How'd you do that? Hello?
I think that the main thing I've been pointing out lately is that you don't have a measuring stick to demonstrate its curving.
Like, you don't have a measuring stick to verify your flat Earth. I observe drop over distance.
Yes, and you don't have a measuring stick to demonstrate its curving. Yes, and you don't have a measuring stick to demonstrate that it's curving.
I heard you the first time. Drop over distance would be the result of curvature. Everything drops. Every direction. In all directions. Everything's dropped.
How do you prove that or demonstrate that with the physical things?
Yeah, surveyors do every day.
They do what?
Measure drop over
There's
distance.
120
Surveyor uses a
miles.
measuring stick?
There's
No,
120.
they're not using a measuring.
There's a 120 mile long measuring stick from the Mediterranean to the Red Sea. Straight, flat, all the way across.
What's the name of it?
It goes Suez Canal.
Oh,
All right, how'd you measure that to be flat?
All the way
Crit
across.
pulled out the what? Yeah, Crit pulled out the death card on you. That's pretty much it.
Did you
No
cite
locks, dude. No
the height of the
locks.
object?
No, did you cite your 0.0 nothing degree nothing curve you guys can't find because the Earth's so big?
Give me
Stupid.
2 seconds.
He just
I'm
showed
gonna
you there's
address-
no curve. You're
I know
trying to
you
look
wanna
for the
run
curve. Where's it
I know
at?
you want a dog pile.
Where's it at,
Listen,
dummy?
I'm gonna
Don't you know
respond.
the longitude and latitude where the curve is right in the center of that lake? Or
It's
that
called
area, that waterway?
Let me respond to Crit. Crit, how did you
opened with-
measure the
Crit opens with
horizontality of the surface of the water at the Suez Canal?
Black
How'd you do that?
Lotus.
Hello?
He doesn't. Crit
Without a
doesn't have
curve.
to do anything now at this point.
Did you measure the horizontality of the surface of the water at the
You better
Suez
get
Canal?
started,
Yes or
Callie.
no?
Callie, you need to
No,
get
that's the
started.
nature.
You're in
That's the
denial.
nature
You're
of water,
asserting
son.
things with no evidence. You have no evidence that the Suez
Are
Canal
you
is
gonna let
actually
Crit answer, or are
horizontal.
you gonna keep talking? I'm gonna mute you if you're gonna talk through Crit. Go ahead.
Yeah, the
Everybody's
water
talking to
is
me.
level all the way across. 120 miles across.
How'd you measure that?
That's what water does. The physics
You didn't
of water.
measure anything. You know what a presumption is, Crit?
Yeah, you can presume that the
No, you
physics of
can't.
water
Not when you're
apply.
supposed to be verifying something.
Yeah,
You
if it
don't presume
applies.
anything.
Maybe water doesn't behave the way it does everywhere else in the
Build a-
Mediterranean. I mean,
Build a model. Just build a model of the
I
Suez
mean, you're
Canal.
living a fantasy where you actually measured the Suez Canal to be flat. That's a fantasy, okay?
By
You
law
said the
of your
Suez Canal is
imaginary.
a fantasy.
Yeah. You said that the Suez
You
Canal
know,
is a measuring stick? No, it's not.
let's see if I have
You're
a time
insane.
lapse of the Suez Canal. Let's see
Hey, Kelly,
if it is curving.
I posted a link. I posted a link to a breakdown of the flat Earth misunderstanding of the Suez Canal in the side chat.
Mark, why are you being so cordial with me today? Why are you like giving me layups? What is this, man?
Hell, I also
I
posted
miss
a
you.
link to the scientific method. I'm nice to everyone, except for maybe Gregory. But we can get rude.
I gotta go to the bank. I'm gonna mute up while I'm on my ride.
There's the Suez Canal. I posted it for you. Look how flat that. It's just straight too. It might make a little tiny adjustment somewhere. I'm not sure. No, it looks straight. That's all.
nah, but how do you know the water seeks its level there, Radwin? Like, might not do
Well,
that there.
We can test it like in a kitchen sink and say, yeah, we can figure out a way to measure that from a specific leveled point, and then use that as your base, and then measure the surface of the water, some precise measuring tips, and then we'll be within a half a thousandth of an inch, maybe. That's close enough. And then we can do that then in a bathtub. And then we can go out to your neighbor's pond and set up the same contraption and do it when it's nice and calm. We can go to a lake when it's nice and calm. As long as we're within a half inch, we'll be good because, there's waves in a giant lake. Yeah, it's flat. So I'm going to guess that water is also flat. After all the other ones I've tested, water just does that thing.
I think we all agree. Are there any Globers here that disagree that water seeks level?
Kelly. In the
Callie.
Come on, Kelly. We just have a slightly different understanding of level than you guys, but other than that, it's all good.
That's why Demok asks, show me that your zero elevation is below my zero elevation.
That's exactly what one of the Globe gangsters is working on right now. But it's going to take some time because it's not an easy experiment. It's not cheap either. So, do you guys want to chip in?
Kind of a paradox, though, isn't it? It's like, well, it's below, but it's not below. It's not at the same elevation, but it is at the same elevation at the same time.
That would be a paradox. I agree with you. But we're using the DEMOC standard for evidence, so it's going to take a while to produce it.
What, to produce your carbon water?
Yeah.
Simple aquarium won't work? What a bunch of gimmicks.
No,
because you ain't got no carbon water, right? If you did, you'd be able to show.
Well, we're going to find out. We're going to find out.
Yeah, you're going to find out.
What are you
You're
doing,
going to find
Peter?
out so you don't even know?
The purpose of an experiment is to find out if a hypothesis
What are all the
is true,
what are the variables in it?
I can't tell you. We want to keep it secret for now.
You don't know?
I don't want to reveal it. It's not my work.
You have to pay to get the secret
Oh.
information.
Oh.
No. It will be shared for free, but it's not done. It's just conceptualized right now. So it's too soon.
You want me to fund this thing, but you don't want to tell me what it is? Now that
I was
sounds fucking...
I was just trolling with the funding. Okay, I don't want you to fund it.
Did you sign a
Oh, you said it's
disclosure
very
agreement or something?
expensive.
Yeah.
You said it's very expensive.
I'm probably violating the NDA by even bringing this up, so I'll shut up.
We'll send our spies in. Don't worry.
Yeah, don't worry. The Bevites are there recording everything every day, so it's gonna leak sooner or later.
Got people every. You got people pretending to be Globers in servers.
That's true. That's true.
I'm pissed. I can't find that video, man. Like nowhere. Like I don't know what happened to it. The video of
Well, Callie's not here anyway.
he finally dipped out. Okay, I left. I was gone. Like I mean,
No,
I
he
put
said
myself
he's
on mute.
leaving. He just left himself in the channel. He's gone. He said he was leaving.
Gave up.
You couldn't take it.
Man, I'm like searching
Right
everywhere
fucking
for that
here.
video.
What's up, Hancock?
So okay, yeah, I was
I don't
saying
know.
I can't. I was saying I
Guys are
can't
saying
find
I'm
that
not here.
video.
These guys are fucking liars.
I was saying I can't find that video, and I looked everywhere for it that I thought I would find it, and it's just gone. I even
Can we
checked my
get
other
somebody to
phone.
rewind so we can hear him say, "I'm going to the bank"?
I did hear him say that too.
Okay, so when you said "I'm going to the bank" and you haven't responded, do we assume you went to the bank, or do we assume you're just secretly listening in to us? Which
Oh,
is
dude, you
it?
know what you're saying? You know what you're saying isn't flat Earth evidence. Why don't you stay on top of it?
Busted him. See how easy he figured.
Yeah.
I'm looking at that time lapse from Rodwin here. I don't see the boat dipping its nose. But maybe that's because it's so small. Maybe it's because it's so small, It's hard to tell, but I
No,
don't think
because it doesn't have to. That's why. Sure.
I don't think the captain is dipping the nose, you know what I'm saying?
It's going straight across, Peter.
Yeah.
Nothing different.
I mean, it's turning a little bit, but yeah.
Just wondering, maybe Resolve. Resolve, I know he has a good repository of GIFs and things, especially from going back a few years, and that possibly might have that that particular one you're looking for, Apocryphon.
Resolve has it. I couldn't find it anywhere.
Resolve,
I even
possibly, yeah. Hit Resolve up, describe to him what you're looking for, and he might have it.
Add him in the chat in case he's not listening. That's all.
Resolve.
You know what I find interesting? How Crit claims that the surface of water is a measuring stick, and nobody checks his dumbass.
Sir, check. Are you going to argue with water now, Callie? Crit can represent water if you want.
What was the claim there with the measuring stick made out of water or what? I
I
wasn't
hope I
here.
say the right guy. Like, I hope that's the right one. Phew. I searched for it. It's like Searched even David. I even checked his app. Couldn't find it on there. But I
Does
know he
anybody
has it.
see any problem with that picture from Google Earth that I just posted?
I love it.
I love that, dude. They always show that. The bottom, when it shows the land, like
Well, you
it's
have to
just
have you have to
completely
have
flat.
Google Earth Pro. Yeah, you have to have Google Earth Pro to do it, and you have to turn on elevation. So when you draw a line, it puts the elevation at the bottom. None of the elevations curved like a ball from this point to this point. That's a ball, and then everything's up on it, tilted at an angle. It never does that.
And it never
You can
will
get the
because
actual.
yeah.
Yeah, but you should be able to use
Walk me
that in
through it. I'm
reality
looking at
to
it.
match what you're seeing.
This is the first time I'm seeing it. Can you walk me through it? What's going on here?
You're such
Yeah,
a
open up
liar. You
Google
know
Earth
you haven't.
Pro and draw a line across a body of water with an island in it, and see what happens.
Oh, so the
Yeah.
thing at the bottom is the elevation profile, right? From the
Yeah.
mountain to the little island. Got it.
The island is the hump, and the other
Yeah.
stuff is the water. The flat line. There's a little bump in there too, because there's something
Yeah.
in that path. That's a piece of land. That's all water, just flat, not curving, not at a radius of 3959. That's for sure.
Same elevation, right? If we forget the waves, it's same elevation, medium or mean sea level. I think that's what it is, right?
Yes, you want to call it
Yeah,
that?
makes sense. And the bonus is behind to the left of the mountain. There's more water, I think. It's also the same mean sea level because the body of water is connected to the sea, right? Through the little inlet.
Mm-hmm.
So you have mean sea level, then a big mountain, then more mean sea level, then a little bump, like little
And yet,
landmass.
no curving.
No, in the elevation profile, there's zero curving. I agree.
Yeah, that's so.
Do we see things? Do we
That
see things
line, that
orthographically?
red line on the bottom, is the bottom of the water to that island. Curve.
That's true.
Okay, so are y'all just gonna mute the Globers, or
I
we're gonna
don't
have an
think
intelligent conversation?
I don't think we see orthographically though. That's the only issue I take with this.
Okay, so why is the Earth flat?
So you asked that like what? How many times? Is that the 50th time?
I'm just trying to talk to somebody.
You got to go to like beginners servers. You got to
Dude,
go
why
on.
are you
Go
gatekeeping
on
me?
Google.
Why are you
Go on Google and
gatekeeping me?
search up new
Wait, why are
Globe
you
Earth or
gawking right
Discord
now, bro?
servers.
Why are you gawking?
Like, yeah, I'm more than happy to have a discussion with you.
Well, if
More
you
than
were
happy.
listening, he was pointing out how it's not a round, curved water surface that he was explaining. I don't know if you maybe missed the
Why are you
conversation.
gawking,
No,
bro?
he just interrupted. He's a troll. That was a good conversation, Radwin. Thank you. Thank you for showing the orthographic view of an elevation profile.
So you asked me a question. What are the tools we use to measure the circumference of the Earth? And we use a laser. If
A
you were wondering,
laser?
because light doesn't bend. You know that, right?
A laser to
You know
measure the
that light doesn't. You
circumference.
know that light doesn't bend, right? I mean, can we disagree on that, right? Light doesn't bend, correct?
It does not bend, but it doesn't
Right.
travel in straight
Right.
lines either.
That's not true. Light does travel in a straight line.
I don't think so.
Well, can you show me in an environment where it doesn't?
Yes, all around you.
Okay. Photons bounce off of objects in a straight line.
They bounce off of objects in straight lines?
Yes, of course. We know this.
So what happens when photons travel through a medium such as air or water? Walk me through it. What happens?
What do you mean, what happens?
Walk me exactly through what happens when a photon enters an area where there's water or air.
Nothing changes.
Nothing changes. So
No.
where does it go through?
Light goes through nothing. It goes into your eye. What do you mean?
Well, between me and the source of light, there's a medium, such as, let's say, air. So the photon is going to have some obstacles in its way, right?
Yeah, but you ever heard of quantum physics?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking
Quantum
about
tunneling.
electro.
It's called quantum tunneling.
Quantum
That's the term.
tunneling explains why we see.
Yes.
This guy's a
Exactly.
Oh,
troll.
here we go, for fuck's
No,
sake.
no, dude, it's quantum tunneling.
Quantum
Yeah, you
electrodynamics.
Just
know
because you
anything
can't
about,
explain
you
it
don't know
doesn't mean
any
it's
quantum
wrong.
shit at all.
Wait,
You don't know quantum
Just
anything.
because you can't explain it doesn't mean it's wrong.
Dude,
Okay,
you
can
You
I
just need to
know
cook
read
this
up about
anything
it.
Glober?
about it.
Can I cook this Glober, please? Because he's insulting
Know
the
what quantum
globe. Can
tunneling
I cook
is?
him?
Peter,
So,
the globe can't be insulted. It's a non-sentient mythos brought to you
true.
by the Catholic Church. Okay.
He's
It doesn't.
disrespecting the
The
ethos.
Catholic Church thought the globe was flat. What are you talking
Hey,
about?
idiot.
You know that, right?
No.
They killed Galileo
Idiot.
because
Talk
Galileo
about
proved
light.
that
Peter,
Stay on
Peter,
topic.
correct him on Peter.
Yeah,
Peter,
Peter.
correct him
the
on
Catholic Church
then.
killed Galileo.
No,
You know that,
They
right?
didn't. They didn't
Timmy.
kill
Yes,
Galileo.
they did. Yes,
Timmy,
they
you
did.
need to
No.
look this up. This is
They
basic
killed
history.
Giordano Bruno, but not Galileo. So,
Galileo
dude,
was
Galileo
sentenced to
did
house
die.
arrest.
can somebody
Because of,
ban this guy? I
no,
get banned for saying gravity, and you guys let him troll you like this.
Peter,
Can you just ban
because
him?
Dude,
Peter, it's
what are you
reason because
talking about?
Timmy is he's good for entertainment value.
Okay.
Okay,
And
Can
you're
I cook him?
entertaining us with them. Yes, please
Okay.
do. But I
All
wanted you
right.
to
I'll
correct him
engage
on
with him.
that
Okay.
that the Catholic Church said it was flat thing. You should have said no.
Yes.
They came up with the idea.
I agree. They came up with the idea.
That the Earth was flat.
No, that it was a globe, and then they came up with the idea
No, it
of
was a cube. It wasn't a
heliosexuality.
globe. It was a cube.
No, they
They
didn't
thought the
say. They
globe was a
said it
cube.
was a globe,
Just
and
lose.
then they imposed heliosexuality through my
No.
fellow countryman
They didn't
Nikolai
think it was a
Kopernik.
globe until Christopher Columbus.
No, that's not true.
That is true. That is
That
true.
is not true. Cite your source.
Christopher Columbus. He is my source.
Okay, citation, please.
Okay, when he talked to the Queen of Spain, you can look up those documents. It's a whole
Citation,
court.
please. Please, okay, I will. Please provide me. a
Okay.
citation.
Okay, hold on. If anybody
His
else
citation.
wants to, if anybody else wants to defend Globe Earth while I'm looking for this, please go ahead. I'm getting
I
the
will.
citation.
I am defending Globe Earth by cooking you. You're a fool.
I am Spartacus. I can defend the globe.
Yes. Today,
Christopher Columbus. Wait, remarks.
you're a globe liability.
Marks on the.
No, Timmy's good, dude. There's no such thing as a globe liability. It's everyone speaking from their own personal experience. He's like, if anything, he's a globe victim. He was a victim.
Okay, wait.
I will
On
put him out of
August
his
3rd
misery.
Wait, do you want me to read it or do you want me to post it?
Post it and then read it, please.
Okay, well, let me read this shit, make sure it's got the right thing.
Yes, Timmy. Yeah, we're on a live stream, so you need to post shit for us. And Callie, stay quiet so that people on YouTube can read it too.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes. The thousands of people watching right now, so they can participate. No pressure.
So, Peter, you think that this thing is globe liabilities? Are you a flat earther?
There are globe liabilities the same way there are flat Earth liabilities.
Like when
People
he did,
can present their position. No, you're breaking up a little bit, good buddy. But
hold on, Craig.
Yeah, Callie, think of it this way. There's people who don't know anything about the globe. Like you would ask them, like Jay Leno did a jaywalking, and one of the times he had a heliocentric. Just ask people in the street. like how many planets are in the solar system? You got people saying 12, 40. Like there is no, like some batshit. Like these people had no clue, literally no
Globe
clue.
liabilities. Globe liabilities.
That's kind
they
of
show
like
up here a lot.
Like
Okay.
that's you, Callie, because you don't know the model and you're advocating for it.
So
as you're
sources are being posted in the side chat as we
Let me
speak.
talk to the idiot. Let me talk to that
Hold
idiot.
on, Peter. Hold on. Crit is really excited. Just let him finish. Hold on, Peter.
Sources are in the side chat.
No, Crit has just stopped
Yeah,
getting
we're filling
excited. And
space for why Timmy was getting something.
okay, I'm reading it. So please, which part should we focus on?
The whole thing.
No, your citation.
The whole
Don't throw
thing.
an elephant.
Yeah,
Your
look
elephant
at the
thrower.
very bottom. At the very bottom of the document, that's the citation. Right.
No,
And
but
it's got
which
the
part of it?
curators.
Okay, shut up. I'm reading. Okay, Christopher Columbus too knew that the Earth was round when he proposed to reach India. It doesn't say that the Queen didn't know. It doesn't say that the Catholic Church didn't know. So your claim remains unsubstantiated. Nowhere in here does it say he proposed it was a
Did you
globe.
read? Did you even read? You read like the first two sentences and stopped.
I'm
You didn't
reading.
read it at all.
I'm reading.
It says it clearly
Eratosthenes.
says sometimes its claim is made that opposed Columbus that they thought the Earth was flat, but that wasn't the case at all. Even in ancient times, Sailor knew that the Earth was round, and scientists not only
There you go.
suspected it was a sphere, but also estimated its size.
Okay,
So it
thank
says
you.
right here,
So
if you stand on the seashore and watch a ship sailing away, it'll gradually
Shut up.
disappear from view
Shut
because
up.
the reason
Shut up.
cannot be the distance. If its
Maud,
taller tower is
Maud,
nearby
I don't need
and
you
you
to read
climb the
this.
top of the tower, okay. You're not reading
Okay.
the article.
I have. Your claim was
No,
different.
you didn't. Read
Your
the
claim.
article.
I have. Your claim
No,
was
you're
that
trying to disprove. You're trying to disprove. Read the article.
your claim was that the Roman Catholic Church thought the Earth was
There's a
flat.
graph. There's a graph right here. There's a graph
What
on the
was your
seashore
claim?
plain right
Remind
here.
us your claim. Remind us your claim.
Christopher Columbus knew the Earth was round. That's the claim.
Yes, and everybody else did as well in his cultural neighborhood, so to speak.
Dude, even Aristotle talks about how the Earth is a sphere.
What was your
Aristotle,
claim?
322
I agree.
BC.
I agree. Why are you arguing with me? What's your argument?
Well, the Greek philosopher Aristotle, 384, 322 BC,
Okay.
argued in his writings that the Earth was a sphere because of the circular shadow it casts on the moon during a lunar eclipse.
Okay. And at the same time,
Well, I mean, I can go on.
Chinese
The
philosopher argued it
Alexandrian
was flat.
philosopher Eratosthenes
Okay, and
went one step further and actually estimated how large the Earth was. He was
Okay.
told on a midsummer day on June 21st
Yes,
in the
we
town
know
of
this.
Sinik in the southern Egyptian today,
We know
Aswan, near a huge dam in the river
we
Nile.
know this.
The
Stop.
well, you know about the well experiment. Okay.
Yes, of course. We all know this. At the same time, their contemporaries in China were convinced the Earth was flat. So,
Yeah, but there's two Arab scientists that proved the Earth was round. His name is Arab
Okay.
Khalif al-Muhammad, who ruled in Baghdad. And from the time of 1813 to 1833, he sent out two teams of surveyors. This is the king of
we
Baghdad.
know this. We know
The
this.
king of Baghdad.
Oh, we know
To
this.
measure the north
And
and
at
south
this-
baseline.
And at the same time, the Emperor of China was convinced the Earth was flat. So,
Yeah, but they're Chinese.
okay.
You know, like, they believe in their own world.
Yes, but they're on the same Earth as we are, right?
No,
Yes, they are.
they're from Mars.
Your iPhone was made there, so they're on the same Earth.
My iPhone was made by child slaves.
Yeah,
Not
that
Chinese.
live on the same Earth as you do. So you're just
Oh, okay. Where are your sources that says a Chinese emperor said the Earth is flat? Where are your sources?
I don't have any.
Let me see the
I don't have
document. Okay,
I don't
then
have
you
any.
can't cite it. You can't cite it.
You're making an extraordinary claim that counters our the sensory observations.
What is
that the Earth
what
is
is
flat
the
and stationary.
purpose? What is the gain of people not knowing the Earth? What is the game?
I don't know. The people have different reasons, but it doesn't
Oh,
matter.
the Earth is
That's
flat.
the point.
Oh, the Earth is round. What's it to you?
Okay.
How do you benefit?
Well, you cannot prove
How
that
do you
it's a
benefit?
globe, can you?
Do you
I
have,
benefit by cooking.
Do you have merchant ships that carry goods, and you need to know coordinates and
Yeah.
data logs and shit?
I benefit.
What's it to you? What's it to
Okay.
you?
I benefit personally from cooking fools like you.
You can't cook me. I have too many sources.
I'm cooking you right
Look
now.
at you have to cook every source that I.
I'm getting a woody from cooking you.
You have
So
to
I'm
cook the
benefiting.
king of
I'm
Baghdad.
profiting
You
from
got to
it.
cook Christopher Columbus. You got to cook all the Greek philosophers. You got to cook all
You're
of them.
an idiot. You're an idiot. You're a boring troll. There are better trolls than you.
You call me a troll because you can't disprove me.
No, you haven't proved anything. I don't need to disprove anything. I just need to expose you as a fool.
sail. How do you explain a ship sail on the horizon then? How do you explain that?
How do you explain that?
The Earth is round. That's what I say.
That's it? That's it?
Yeah, that's it. The Earth
There's
is
nothing
round.
in between. There's nothing in between. Maybe it's tunneling.
In between
Maybe
what?
it's quantum
In between what?
tunneling. No, I think it's you just told me about quantum tunneling. I think that's what's happening. The Earth is not round. There's just a lot of quantum tunneling happening. There you go.
Yeah, maybe we'll find a quantum tunnel to the Andromeda.
Well, he
galaxy.
introduced an absurd concept. He said that light travels because of quantum tunneling. So I'm saying, okay, well, that's why I cannot see the bottom of the
use
boat.
quantum tunneling to travel.
Oh, they do?
Photons use quantum tunneling to travel?
No,
Yes,
they
of
don't.
course.
He's a troll.
Yes, of course.
Don't
You
worry.
can see it
I'm
in
just
the
using
gold
his
foil
troll
experiment.
against him.
No, that's
Shut
not
up,
true.
nerd. Don't.
You can see it in the gold foil experiment.
Okay, so this explains why boats disappear bottom.
Look up the gold
No, excuse me,
bottom
excuse
up.
me. I'm well familiar with the experiment. So
I
quantum
don't care.
tunneling.
I'm
Quantum
talking to
tunneling
him.
is. Oh, sure. Go ahead.
You can tell us later. I'm talking to him. Quantum tunneling is the reason why boats disappear bottom up. Prove me wrong, idiot.
The reason why boats disappear bottom up is because the Earth is round,
No,
not because
how?
of quantum tunneling.
No, you're not
Okay, let me
connecting
give you
the
an
two for me.
example. If you take a balloon, okay, and can you draw a straight line on an inflated
So
balloon?
you gave up on the boat?
Can you draw a straight line on an inflated balloon? No, you can't.
No,
you can't. So
Okay, no.
that same reason why a ship can't sail in a straight line on a round Earth.
But you
Because
haven't
it's
shown this.
round.
You haven't demonstrated this.
There's a graph in the site source of the ship.
That's what you
concept.
think. That's your hypothesis, but you haven't
You can look
demonstrated
in the
this.
site source. It has
You're
the whole
just saying.
ship graph.
You're just saying you have a
Okay,
hypothesis
draw a straight
that is
line
the
on a
reason.
basketball. Draw a straight line on a basketball.
I cannot. I agree with you. All I can draw is a geodesic. But you just said that I have a hypothesis. The reason why the bottom of the boat disappears is due to the curvature of the Earth, and therefore the Earth is a globe. That's literally what you said.
Okay, so if you take a plane right now to America, you will see it's dark outside. If I take a plane to Europe, wow, it's daylight. How do you explain
It's
that?
not dark where I am. It's very beautiful sunshine
How
right
do
here
you
on the West
explain
Coast.
day and night cycles on a flat Earth?
Quantum tunneling.
See, you know how I don't say you're trolling? Because I have respect.
I'm trolling you back. You're an
Even though I
idiot,
know
and
you're
I'm going to
trolling,
troll you
I'm not
until
gonna
you
say it.
spiral out of control.
I'm not going to say it.
You're an
Because
idiot.
I
You
have
cannot
respect.
prove the globe. You cannot prove
I
the
already
globe.
did multiple times.
You're a globe
Multiple times.
liability. No, you haven't.
There's
Prove
no
it to me.
benefit. There's no benefit in me proving the world
Prove
is round.
it to me.
What, does the government
Otherwise, you're
come to my house and give me a $10,000 check? Oh,
Why are you
can get
engaging with
another
this
one.
guy when you could be engaging somebody that's not trolling?
Because I asked them to mute him, and they said he's fun, and they asked me
There's
to
no
engage
benefit
with him.
to
That's
me
why.
in
He's
you
an idiot.
believing
He
the
should
But
be
world
why
is
are
muted.
you? But why, like, when I try to go in, you cut me out because you want to
Go in,
continue having a
bro. Go in.
conversation?
Because
You
you're
got
going to
something to say?
nerd
Go
out
ahead.
on the details that nobody cares about.
Well,
That's
I was
not
going to
how you
correct
cook a
him.
troll. That's not how you cook
I don't
a
think he's
troll.
trolling. I think he's disingenuous.
He told me that the reason why light travels through atmosphere is quantum tunneling. He's a troll.
Yeah.
No. He's just stupid. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, and you don't cook
That is not
stupid
true at
troll
all.
by nerding out on the details
No.
to
Y'all
impress
don't
the
know what
audience
quantum
that you
tunneling
know.
I'm not
what
trying to
quantum
impress.
tunneling is.
No. Because I assume that he has good faith. I do think
He
that
is
if I give him
not.
the correct
He is not.
explanation, I do think he's
No,
Yeah,
good
he
tell
faith.
me
won't.
what I
I
am
think he's just
not,
stupid.
He's
because you're
not.
me.
He's an idiot.
So,
He's an idiot. He's doing this
quantum
on purpose.
tunneling happens
There you
when
go,
a
nerd. Show
particle.
us that you know.
Excuse me, I'm talking. Quantum tunneling is a
Yeah,
phenomenon that
you are
happens
talking.
when
I
a
told you not
particle.
to talk.
I mean, do you just control the room?
Yes.
Right now, he controls it.
But I thought you said that it was unproductive for you to talk to
And
him.
this guy's a flat
Yes, but
earther.
I
What
was
did the flat
asked
earthers
by the
convince
host.
me?
I was asked by the host to engage, and you're interrupting
Yo,
with your
where's
nerd
Moses?
knowledge.
Right. So you want
impress
to
the
engage
room.
with a troll. Got it.
Moses,
Yes, I
where
do.
are you?
Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
Thank you. Now go read about quantum tunneling. You'll tell us later.
You have
So,
to be an asshole,
it,
dude.
yeah, I do.
Where the hell is
I get a
Moses,
high
man?
on this. I'm enjoying myself right now.
Oh,
So,
go fuck yourself, dude.
why? Likewise. So why is the Earth a globe again?
Because everything. Okay, wait. Listen. If you buy a telescope off of Amazon, you can look outside. You can see Mars. You can see Saturn. You can see all these planets. What
Are
are
you
they?
looking at Earth
Round.
yet?
Okay.
When are you going to
No.
look at Earth?
Okay. So how does that prove?
Hold on. I'm almost done. Give me
Okay.
2 seconds. You can see all these objects are round. Why are they round? Because we
What are those
believe.
objects? Make me
Hey,
one.
Demok,
Let
you're a
me
flat
2
Earth
seconds.
liability. Shut up.
Literally 2 seconds. If you look at anything with a large mass in space, why is it round? Because
I don't know.
anything of large mass will condense in and on itself.
Okay,
It will turn
prove
into a
it.
ball.
Prove it.
Look at the rings of Saturn. Why are the rings of Saturn round?
What is Saturn?
I don't know. Good. Hey, Demok,
Make us
shut the
one.
fuck up.
Because
Demok,
anything
shut
with
the fuck
large
up.
mass and gravity will soonly turn into a ball. It'll just
Okay,
condense in on itself.
interesting hypothesis. Prove
Which
it.
mass? How many pounds?
Basically,
Shut the fuck
Bro,
up,
they
Demok.
don't agree with like the equilibrium of energy,
Shut
which is
the
what you're trying to
fuck up.
say. They don't even agree
Shut
with
the
that
fuck
principle.
up, Demok. Not you,
that's
Demok.
fine.
I was
But
talking to
there's a
Demok.
reason why we believe
Prove
that
it.
the Earth is round.
Prove it.
Because the Earth has
You're
such large
using
mass.
principles that they don't agree with to prove a thing.
Exactly.
Okay, you
So,
can't
prove
like
it.
saying the Earth is flat and round are two different things. Okay, two different things.
Prove that the Earth is a spheroid. Prove
Listen, the
Prove
reason
it.
why the Earth is round because any object with mass is going to
I
condense
don't
in
care
on
about the
itself.
reation. Prove
Any
it
object.
that it is.
If we
Prove it that it
enlarge
has
you
curvature.
How about the
10
hours and
times your
hours of
size,
unedited HD video of like the Earth being round when we put a camera to a
it
rocket and
doesn't have to
shoot it
be.
up?
That's not
We don't need a
accepted as
video.
That
evidence.
is absolutely evidence, and
not
that's
here.
absolutely proof.
Not
Anything,
here.
It's a stronger.
anything
Well, that's because you
large
guys are
with
morons.
mass,
Yes,
anything
we
large
are, and
with
we
mass
like
is
it.
going
So
to
shut
condense
up.
in on itself
Prove. None
and
of you
become
can
round.
prove that the Earth is a globe.
Why is Mars round?
That's your
The
delusion,
guy.
not the general
Yeah.
population's delusion.
I am
When I look
95%
through my
certain that Blue
telescope,
Guy cannot, and I am 75% certain that you cannot.
hey, listen to
Get a
me.
guy.
Listen. When I look through my telescope and I see Mars, why is it round?
I don't know. Good question.
Why
Now
is
tell me
every
why
other planet round? Why is the sun round?
Good question.
Because
Now,
any object with a large
did
amount
I
of mass
ask
will
you?
condense in and on itself.
Nice hypothesis. I like it.
It's not.
Now
It's
prove
true.
it. Now prove it. Okay, prove it.
Okay.
Bro, they don't even
I
agree
can
that
prove it right
gravity is
now.
mass attracting mass. Why the fuck would they accept that explanation? Jesus Christ.
Wait.
Exactly. Let me
I thought
cook.
Peter asked.
No,
Let me
I thought
cook.
Peter asked for. I thought Peter asked for proof of Earth being round, not Mars.
Yes. We agree that Mars is circular-ish
okay. So,
when we look
do you
at it.
believe that everything in water is wet?
Do I believe that... What?
Everything in water is wet. Yeah. So if you want to know what Earth is, you need to look at its things that are around it, right? In the habitat of Earth. So
Okay,
what is in the habitat of space?
I am looking at
Mars,
something
Moon,
that's round right
Saturn,
now.
Uranus, Jupiter, right?
Yeah,
All these are
basketball.
local celestial objects that you can mimic and look at and
I
compare
see
to
birds in
Earth.
the air.
Okay.
I see
Prove-
birds and spiders that
prove-
fly with their little webs.
Demok,
So is Earth
shut
a
the
spider
fuck up.
flying?
Get a
Shut the fuck
telescope
up,
and
you
look up next time.
Earth is
insane
a
maniac.
spider.
Hey, dude, prove me that there's a relationship between those things in the sky that are circular-ish
A floating
and the Earth.
shopping bag.
Prove me.
Okay,
Shut
so
the
because
fuck up.
of gravity, the gravitational pull of massive
Okay.
objects pulls all its material towards its center, naturally
I like
forming a
it.
sphere,
I
as
like
it's the
it.
most effective way to distribute mass with
I
every
like
point
it.
on the surface,
I like it.
indisquisite from the center.
I
Gravity
like it.
pulls
Now prove it.
equally in all directions.
Okay. Good. Now prove it.
Okay, well, take your pencil and throw it off the desk. Why does it
Okay,
fall to the
I
ground?
did. I did.
Why does it
Can I
fall to
use
the
a
ground?
Leatherman? I have
Why
a
does it fall
Leatherman.
to the ground? Why does it fall to the
Oh,
ground?
it fell. I don't know.
Why? Why doesn't
I don't
it
know.
float?
It just falls. Things fall.
Why doesn't it float in midair? Why
I
does
don't
it
know.
fall?
Things fall.
Why
I
does
don't know.
anything fall? Why does a bottle of water, no
I don't
matter how
know.
big it
I don't
is,
know. Tell
no
me.
matter
Tell
how
me.
big, whether it's a
Tell
tiny
me.
ball
What?
or a massive boulder, why do they fall?
Is
Why do they
this
fall to the
Now,
ground?
necessary?
my
Let
proof
me
is
ask
in
you a
demanding
question.
a bunch
Is
of
this
questions, right?
necessary? Is this necessary
Why
to
do
prove
objects
that there's
fall to the
curvature
ground?
to Earth?
Yes.
Okay, I'll answer
Demanding
that.
you answer questions, a
Is this
multitude of questions, is
this
proof of the Earth being
necessary?
round.
Is
Who,
this
what,
I
when,
just
necessary
where,
asked you
to
why,
a
prove?
how?
simple question. Why do
Yes, I
objects fall to the
answered it
ground?
7 times. They just
Is
do. I don't
down
know.
all directions or is down one
Nemok,
direction, you goofy
shut
mother?
the fuck up. Now,
Why do
I don't
objects
know.
fall to the
He's
ground?
looking for
I don't know.
Peter. He's looking for a hand to hold while he crosses the road.
I
No,
know.
I'll
I
tell
don't
you
know
why.
why
It's
they
called
fall. I agree that they
gravity.
fall.
It's called
Okay,
gravity.
tell me about it.
Gravity.
Tell me
Demonstrate.
more
What
about
is there? What do you want to know?
it. Why
How do
you
you
think
make spheres?
gravity falls balls? Tell me this.
How do
I
you make
told you why.
spheres?
Because
Why?
it is the most efficient way to distribute mass with every point on its
Okay,
surface.
prove it. Prove it. Show me
Prove
the
that it is an
logical
efficient way to
reasoning.
distribute mass.
Flat
Well,
earthers are a bunch of niggers. You guys are
here's what you
nothing
need
but
to do.
niggers. Flat
Here's what
earthers
you
are
need to do.
niggers.
Peter,
Nothing but
why are you being so dishonest
You
here?
stated that things fall. I agree. Then you stated that because they fall, they will form balls. I would
Okay,
like you to
so first off,
walk me through the
you need to know what
logical
is gravity.
reasoning. Walk me through the logical reasoning from the starting observation that things fall, which I am not questioning, to the fact that this will cause things to form balls. Walk me through it, please.
Okay, so basically, what you need to know is what gravity is.
Okay,
Okay, so let me give you a layman's definition.
please.
Gravity is basically a force that reacts to all objects. There's not a single thing on this planet that doesn't have gravity affecting it. Your car, your body, your breathing, your
Yes,
blood,
I got it.
everything
Speed
is
up,
affected
speed
by
up,
the gravity.
speed up.
So basically, the more massive an object is, the stronger the gravitational pull is. So basically,
Okay,
Earth's gravity keeps us from falling off Earth, right?
okay.
It keeps objects falling. It keeps things centered, like pulling towards the center. That's why you don't
Speed up.
fall off the
Why is
planet.
it
That's
pulling
why you
towards
don't
the
get
center?
float off.
Why
Because
is it
of
pulling to the
Earth's
center?
mass. Mass.
Show me. Show me.
Mass produces gravity. Mass
Show me the
produces gravity.
logical.
The
Show
bigger
me.
an object's mass, the more gravity is like around it, right?
Okay.
It's like a
Good.
field.
Good. Why does it form spheres?
Why does gravity exist on large objects?
No, I'm giving you gravity for now. I'm interested in how you're going to connect that
Well,
fact
gravity only
to
exists on
it
massive
forming spheres.
objects, right? Like in
Okay,
space, there's
good.
no gravity.
Good.
I mean, there's
Why
waves,
do they become
but
spheres? What an idiot. Why do they become spheres?
I agree, he's an idiot.
because of
In
gravity.
space, there's no gravity.
A
What an
large
idiot.
object.
Globe liability. Okay, why does it
Yep.
form spheres? Walk me through it.
Because you got to understand. Okay, look at buildings. Why is the triangle the strongest shape in nature? Because
Maybe gravity should form
it's
triangles.
laws of geometry. Okay, so rounded objects, you can do a math on a sphere compared to like a rectangle,
do it.
and you can see
Please
that
do
a
it.
sphere.
Do the math. Walk us through it.
You can see that a sphere,
All right.
right,
Walk
is
us
a
through it.
stronger object than a rectangle, right? Because a sphere
Why
has
aren't buildings
less
spheres
surface
then?
less surface friction, right? Like a rectangle, you could probably break that bitch in half because the
Okay, why
area
are
of
buildings
effect is
rectangles?
wider than a sphere, right? Like take an egg for example. Look at an
Stop.
egg. Why is an egg a sphere?
Speed up. Why are buildings rectangles or not rectangles but not spheres? Why do they have straight angles? You said that's the strongest shape. I repeat my question. By the way, you didn't have to bring gravity into this. You just
I
chose to.
said a
So,
sphere has less surface friction than like a rectangle.
okay. So gravity forms spheres because sphere has less surface friction than
No,
rectangle.
large objects condense into a sphere because it's the easiest thing for mass to condense to.
Okay, show us.
Right. That's why they
Show
don't
us that
condense
is
into
true. Show us
into like a
that
balloon
is.
animal, right?
That's
Because
good. Show us that is true.
okay, yeah, I can show you. It's called take any object like a rectangle or compare a rectangle
Rectangle
to a
is
circle.
2D, by the way.
No, compare a rectangle to a circle. What's the difference?
One
One has four. How many
right angles.
How many angles does a circle have?
0.
How
Or
many
infinite.
angles does a
Choose your
rectangle have?
answer. 4.
Okay, so do you understand why there's more surface contact on a rectangle than a sphere?
I'm not sure what that means. Those are 2D objects. Surface contact with what?
It's not. As a rectangle is not a 2D object. Go get an Amazon
What?
package box.
Jesus Christ.
Go get
It is
go get
2D.
your local Amazon package box.
It's not a rectangle, bro.
That's a rectangle.
That's not a rectangle.
No, it's not a rectangle.
Yeah, it's a
That's
rectangle.
at the best is a rectangular prism.
No, it's a rectangle.
Or a cube if it's perfectly shaped like with equal sides.
Yeah,
But no,
so let's keep going. So how does gravity make spheres? Tell us. Explain it.
Why are
Don't
you
just
doing-
state it.
Why are you're a Glober, right? Why are you ridiculing
Because I was asked to
your
and I'm
own-
bored. Because I embarrass fools who cannot represent their own position. That's my kind of side gig.
You don't need to do that because you know very well that something
Don't
like a
tell me
video.
what I need to do. Don't tell me
I
what
told
I
you.
need to do.
Here,
You asked me why I do it, and I told you.
I'm telling you that you're detrimental to the cause.
Okay,
That's what I'm
that's your
telling you.
opinion, man.
Oh
That's
my
your opinion.
goodness. This is good. Now this is good.
I told you.
If I don't do
gravity
it,
makes
these guys are gonna
spheres,
do it.
You're not
Okay,
educating
your
him, you're just
feelings
bullying
out.
him.
I know
No,
he's
I
an
told
idiot.
you. I told
There
you
it
because
is.
gravity makes spheres. Gravity makes spheres because it pulls all matter equally towards the center of mass.
Okay, you stated that
Okay,
numerous
and a
times. I
sphere
accept that.
is the only
Show me
shape
how.
that allows every point on the surface to be the same distance from the center.
Okay, but show me. I agree.
It is the
But
most
show me
effective way for gravity to pull everything inwards, resulting in a spherical shape.
that makes sense to me. Now show me that's the case. Logically derive it. That conclusion. Go. You chose to engage in this.
Okay,
Yes.
if you need me to show you, then I'll have to put a video so you can see because I can't explain. You're just going to have to watch.
Well, if you cannot explain, why did you choose this as your argument?
Because you're asking rhetorical questions. Why does gravity
No.
make a sphere? I tell
These
you
are
why.
not
And then you're
rhetorical
saying, well, can you
questions.
prove that? So I'm going to prove it.
You chose
You're going to have to watch
to
the video.
engage. You chose to engage in this very difficult, comparatively
no,
speaking,
you can check my sources,
problem.
my
to
Google
prove
sources.
something that should be provable
Yeah,
without
it's
invoking
my Google
any
source.
such things. Something that in fact is provable,
Okay,
because
so
I have proven it many times.
Do you know who Brian Cox is?
I don't care.
Okay, so he's a physicist at Oxford. Okay,
Yes. Am I
and I
talking
think
to him
this
right
guy,
now?
I think this guy is a little bit more credible than me. You can go on Google and type in Brian
I'm sure
Cox.
he
You can
is,
see his
and I'm
degrees.
sure he's
You
more
can see
credible than I
and
am.
this guy
But
is going to
he's
tell
not in the
you
room with
why
us.
Earth is a sphere. He's going to tell
But he's
you
not.
he's an
I know. I've
actual
seen this.
physicist.
I've seen this.
He's an actual physicist. He's got
Yes.
degrees on this
Oh.
topic. What we're speaking
Okay, but
of.
he's
So
not
watch
here.
the video. And
I
then if
know,
you don't
I
believe
could.
him, then you're going to have to email Brian Cox at Oxford University and debate with him on why the Earth is not round.
I would never
Because
do
he is
that.
my source. He is my
He
source
does
to
not
you.
come into the server. He
Yeah, he
refuses
doesn't
to come
come
in
here.
and debate
Okay, well,
us.
you can email him. Email him. Go ahead. and
Okay,
email
I
him.
will. But right now I'm talking to you.
Email him.
Are you giving up? Are you giving up?
No, watch the video.
Are you
the
going
video's
to
wrong.
prove today to
Prove
us
the
that
video's
the Earth
wrong.
is a
You
globe?
said
Are
explain
you
how Earth makes
okay?
You said explain how gravity makes spheres. Okay, watch the video.
You chose this evidence to prove to us, the regular people like you and I and everybody else, that the Earth was a globe, which is a point of contention on this VC. You chose to invoke gravity. You chose to invoke three-dimensional rectangles. I'm just playing along with you. You're choosing all of this. And I'm asking you genuine questions.
Did you watch
You
the
refuse to
video?
answer them.
Did
I
you watch
watched
the
it a
video?
long time ago. I don't need to watch it again.
No, this came out recently, by the way, not a long
I
time
actually
ago.
had to learn the math
This video
to
came out in
prove that
2024.
gravity makes spheres. I don't need to watch the video.
This video
I
came out
forgot the math, but I remembered it some time ago. Now, you refresh my memory. Walk me
Yeah,
through the
this
math
video
that
came out this
shows
year.
how gravity makes spheres.
This
Indulge me.
video came out this year. In the video,
Walk
he
us
tells
through
you,
it.
he gives you the exact
Okay.
formula, by the way. And he
us
gives you
through
the mathematical formula that you could use. You can go on your little calculator and input all the
I
equations
like
if you
it.
want.
I like it. Walk us through it
So yeah.
because you're presenting this
No,
evidence.
I'm done because you're just trolling at this point. The video,
So you're not
the evidence is
engaging
in
in
the
good
video.
faith, are you?
The
You
evidence is
didn't
in the
come here to
video.
prove the
I
globe.
present my case.
Okay.
If you have
Thank
further
you.
questions, you can email Brian Cox
Thank you.
at the University of
I
Waterloo.
will.
Thank you.
We all will. We all will. Thank you. Bye bye. Okay. What were we talking about before you guys allowed him to stay unmuted?
Charlie was white knighting for him. He wants to explain why you're a detriment to society, global society.
Oh, okay. You want to cook him now?
Whatever. I think I made my point.
Yeah, I'm not going to cook you because you sound genuine. The other guy didn't. So you go ahead and convince these guys that the Earth is a globe.
Well, why not? Why couldn't you just like explain to him why he's wrong, as opposed to, I don't know?
Because he's a grown-up man. He's a grown-up
He
man.
can't explain
and-
to me why he's wrong because he doesn't know.
Hey, you checked out. Of
Hey,
the
moron!
conversation.
He doesn't
He
believe
doesn't
the
know.
Earth is flat.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't.
No,
Check
I
his
don't.
Twitter, you moron.
Prove
He
it.
doesn't.
Prove it then. Prove
Check
to
his
me that you don't
Twitter.
believe the Earth is flat.
Check
I
his
proved
Twitter.
it many times.
I don't need to. Cite your sources. Prove to me.
Jesus, you never. You know what? I retract
Dude, he's
everything
a
I said.
Glober. Dude, this
Peter,
is
I'm
Glober
sorry.
on
I
Glober
apologize to you.
He's not a
action. You
Glober.
don't get
He's
it.
not a Glober.
Yeah,
He's
he's a
LARPing
big
Check his
as a
time
Twitter.
Glober.
He's trolling all
Dude,
of you. He's LARPing
He's
as
trolling
a
no,
you.
dude.
He's
We're
trolling all of
letting
you. It's
him
hilarious.
control the channel for this brief period of time to see how a Glober just reacts to normal questions from a Glober. And you fucking can't answer any.
Yeah.
He's
It's
not a
brilliant, isn't it?
Glober.
Popcorn time.
You're saying he's a Glober like you married this guy, like he's your husband and
No.
you're
Do
defending
you,
his
do you
livelihood.
not? Do you? Hold on. Do you
He's
agree his
he's a
Twitter? Excuse me.
Glober.
Excuse me.
What are
Do
you,
you
married
agree?
to him?
Do you agree his Twitter is
I don't look at
consistent with
Twitter.
somebody?
I don't have Twitter. I don't download Twitter. I don't use Twitter. Sorry, I'm not going to look on Twitter.
So I'm providing you evidence, and you're willingly just covering your eyes and screaming "la la la la." Really?
I don't use Twitter, so I can't see it.
Right. But the fact that you don't use Twitter doesn't mean that that evidence doesn't exist on Twitter, right?
Oh, really?
It's not like it doesn't
The fact
exist
that
because you don't look at it. This isn't like quantum
refuse to
Twitter and
look at
shit.
the evidence doesn't mean it exists, right?
You know, as I said, I retract everything I said. You deserve to be bullied.
Dude, who's bullying me? Who?
It just took you a bit longer to reach that conclusion.
Who?
Yeah, I
We're on the
apologize.
same page now. No
This
worries.
guy,
No worries.
you know what he did? He literally said,
I am an asshole, so
what's gravity? Oh, can you prove gravity? How does gravity make things a sphere? Like that's
His questions were perfectly
His
reasonable.
questions are like primal. He's like an ape. He's just repeating what I say.
How about I play the role of you, Peter?
That's not bullying, bro.
Or how about I play the role of you and Peter asked me the same question?
How? Oh, well, how? Oh, well, how? Oh, well, how? Like that? No, bro. That's not bullying. He's just being some kid.
Bro, you literally said that a rectangle was a 3D figure, and you
I asked
insisted
him,
on it.
How do you explain gravity? He said, "Oh, I don't know."
He was being Socratic with you.
Sure. No, he doesn't have the answers. None of you have the answers. That's why
He
you
was
need to go
being
on this
Socratic
site
with you,
that I
dude.
sourced and look at it.
Jesus.
That's a nice way of saying it.
I asked you a
I
simple
was being
question.
Socratic.
Prove the Earth is round. I told you. Look at all else in the environment. Everything else is round. Everything else is
That's
a
a
globe.
really lame proof.
Mars
If
is a
anything,
globe.
that's supporting
Saturn
evidence.
is a globe.
I can
Jupiter
prove
is a
the Earth is
globe.
round.
All these planets. Mercury is a globe. The Sun is a round globe sphere. Everything in our environment is a
None
sphere.
of them are Earth, brother.
Look
None
at
of
the
them
moon.
are
It's
Earth.
a
Now,
sphere.
hey, you
It's
know how
all
you
round.
know Earth is round?
You go outside and you look at the
No, how do
horizon.
I know? How do I know all fish can breathe underwater? Because they all live underwater, right? It's not like one fish; it's all of them,
What
and
about
in all
dolphins?
areas of the world, all of them.
What about
The dolphin's not a
dolphins?
fish. Dolphin's not a fish. Thank you.
I want to be a fool
So
sometimes too.
basically, if Mars and the Earth and
Prove that a
Saturn, Jupiter,
dolphin's
if
not a
all these
fish.
planets are Earth's neighbors, we assume that
Prove
Earth
that it
looks
is a fish.
exactly like it. Earth is identical, right? Earth is not some triangle pyramid floating in
Prove
space.
that a
Earth
dolphin
is
is not
not
a
some
fish.
frisbee. No, you want to know what Earth looks like? Look at the moon. Look at Mars. Look at Jupiter. Look at the sun. That's what Earth looks like, you dumbass.
How do you prove it that it
I
looks
don't
like
need to
it?
prove shit.
I can
Then
prove it.
don't engage. Don't engage in these conversations
I
if you
can
Don't
can't
ask
prove it.
prove
stupid
it.
questions. Don't ask stupid questions.
So I actually am omniscient, and have all knowledge, and the Earth is round.
Yeah, prove it. Prove it. Prove it.
I just did. I'm omniscient.
Prove that. Prove you're omniscient.
I know everything.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
What was the name of Theodore Roosevelt's first wife?
I don't need to tell you that.
Okay, you don't know everything.
I do know everything.
AI knows everything. Ask
Well,
AI if the Earth's flat.
no.
Yeah, I did that.
What did it say?
It said yeah, and gave
Can you post it?
reasons. Yeah, sure, I can post
Cite
it.
your sources.
My
Because my
AI says
AI
that
says the
too.
Earth is round.
Oh, you don't use the paid version. That's why. You're just getting
Those
generic data that they put.
those sources
It's
are all
Chat
lying.
GPT.
They're all
It's
fake
Chat
sources. It's all
GPT.
fake news.
No, it's Chat GPT.
Yeah, ChatGPT is fake news.
Oh well, it says the same thing
Dude,
on Google AI.
dude.
Google AI is
Yeah,
fake
you
news.
don't you
Oh
don't use
yeah,
the
it says the
paid version.
same thing on Chat GPT 2.0, Bing
Yeah, the
version.
paid version is even bigger fake news. You're paying
No,
to
I'm
have
talking
more
about
lives
Bing's
shoved
version.
down your throat.
Oh yeah, Bing's
Oh,
lying too. Well, the Navy
yeah,
has an
Bing's
AI that
also
you can
lying.
use. The Navy's AI says it's round as well.
The Navy's AI,
Yeah, you didn't know about the Department of the Navy has its own AI.
as in the government, Army, Navy.
Yeah,
They have their own AI.
yeah.
What the fuck is our? I'm
IA?
going.
You can go to the Department of the Navy in Maryland, okay, and you can ask them to use their AI as a search engine, and you can ask it questions. You can go there. You don't believe me? Go there.
And it says the Earth is round.
Yeah, I went there and I asked the AI, "Is the Earth round or flat?" And it told me round.
Damn, dude, I
Timmy,
believe you.
Timmy, you gotta unblock me to see it though.
I didn't know it was round. I fully believe you, man.
I mean, look at this guy's Discord pic. Look at Jupiter. Jupiter's round. Like that's crazy.
Nah, bro, I'm
I
flat.
thought Jupiter was flat.
Nah, bro, I'm flat.
That's fake news.
You're looking at a 2D image, buddy. I'm flat.
No, that's fake news. It's 3D.
Chicken.
You fucking gay tours.
Oh, I'm going to post evidence here just for you. This is from Grok. Okay. Oh, it's too long. Well, I'm
Sorry,
gonna upload it
what?
as a file.
Where's the post? I don't see any post.
I'm
I
trying
don't
to,
see any.
man.
I don't see it. Yep, you're fake news. You're fake news. Get out of here.
1 second, okay?
You're a bullshitter. You're
Oh, we
fake.
gotta get rid of him already. I was gonna let him just sit there and say shit, but he couldn't stop talking.
He got wee-weed up.
And the other guy
Grok?
left too. He broke down.
Grok did a good job proving the Earth is flat.
Wait, Crit, do you like take actual time and care to sending me these messages every day? Because I need to know, dude.
Yeah, what do you think, man?
Oh shoot, I'm glad you care that much.
It's really twofold. Like on the one hand, a lot of globalists claim flat earthers are nothing but entertainment. But they seem to ignore that their globe has a lot of entertainment also. So let's see if they can be entertained, at least for the moment, with some bullshit. And number two is like you've got these dudes who are completely freaked out over flat Earth. Does presenting them something else to worry about change that? Or do they just ignore it? And what you'll see a lot of times is they do just ignore it. They like
Crit, what do you think? What do you think about Grok's explanation why the Earth is flat? I think it did a good job.
Yeah, I tried